Part 1. The Forest. Chapters 1, 2, and 3 of The Blaze Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Blaze Trail by Stewart White. Part 1. The Forest. Chapter 1. When history has granted him the justice of perspective, we shall know the American pioneer as one of the most picturesque of her many figures. Resourceful, self-reliant, bold, adapting himself with fluidity to diverse circumstances and conditions, meeting with equal cheerfulness of confidence and completeness of capability both unknown dangers and the perils by which he has been educated, seizing the useful in the lives of the beasts and men nearest him, and assimilating it with marvelous rapidity. He presents to the world a picture of complete adequacy, which it would be difficult to match in any other walk of life. He is a strong man, with a strong man's virtues and a strong man's vices. In him the passions are elemental, the dramas epic, for he lives in the age when men are close to nature, and draw from her their forces. He satisfies his needs direct from the earth. Stripped of all the towns can give him, he merely resorts to a facile substitution. It becomes an affair of rawhide for leather, buckskin for cloth, venison for canned tomatoes. We feel that his steps are planted on solid earth, for civilizations may crumble without disturbing his magnificent self-poise. In him we perceive dimly his environment. He has something about him which other men do not possess. A frank clearness of the eye, a swing of the shoulder, a carriage of the hips, a tilt of the hat, an air of muscular well-being which marks him as belonging to the advance guard, whether he wears buckskin, mackinaw, sombrero, or broadcloth. The woods are there, the plains, the rivers. Snow is there, and the line of the prairie. Mountain peaks and still pine forests have impressed themselves subtly, so that when we turn to admire his unconsciously graceful swing, we seem to hear the axe biting the pine, or the prospector's pick tapping the rock. And in his eye is the capability of quiet humor, which is just the quality that the surmounting of many difficulties will give a man. Like the nature he has fought until he understands, his disposition is at once kindly and terrible. Outside the subtleties of his calling, he sees only red. Relieved of the strenuousness of his occupation, he turns all the force of the wonderful energies that have carried him far where other men would have halted, to channels in which a gentle current makes flood enough. It is the mountain torrent and the canal. Instead of pleasure, he seeks orgies. He runs to wild excesses of drinking, fighting, and carousing, which would frighten most men to sobriety, with a happy, reckless spirit that carries him beyond the limits of even his extraordinary forces. This is not the moment to judge him, and yet one cannot help admiring the magnificently picturesque spectacle of such energies running riot. The power is still in evidence, though beyond its proper application. Chapter 2. In the network of streams draining the eastern portion of Michigan, and known as the Saginaw Waters, the great firm of Morrison & Daly had for many years carried on extensive logging operations in the wilderness. The number of their camps was legion, of their employees a multitude. Each spring they had gathered in their capacious booms from 20 to 30 million feet of pine logs. Now at last, in the early '80s, they reached the end of their holdings. Another winter would finish the cut. 2 summers would see the great mills at Beeson Lake dismantled or sold, while Mr. Daly, the woods partner of the combination, would flit away to the scenes of new and perhaps more extensive operations. At this juncture Mr. Daly called to him John Radway, a man whom he knew to possess extensive experience, a little capital, and a desire for more of both. "Radway," said he, when the two found themselves alone in the mill office, "we expect to cut this year some 50 millions, which will finish our pine holdings in the Saginaw Waters. Most of this timber lies over in the Crooked Lake district, and that we expect to put in ourselves. We own, however, 5 million on the Cass branch which we would like to log on contract. Would you care to take the job? How much 1,000 do you give?" asked Radway. "$4," replied the lumberman. "I'll look at it," replied the jobber. So Radway got the descriptions and a little map divided into townships, sections, and quarter sections, and went out to look at it. He searched until he found a blaze on a tree, the marking on which indicated it as the corner of a section. From this corner the boundary lines were blazed at right angles in either direction. Radway followed the blazed lines. Thus he was able accurately to locate isolated 40s, 40 acres, 80s, quarter sections, and sections in a primeval wilderness. The feat, however, required considerable woodcraft, an exact sense of direction, and a pocket compass. These resources were still further drawn upon for the next task. Radway tramped the woods, hills, and valleys to determine the most practical route over which to build a logging road from the standing timber to the shores of Cass Branch. He found it to be an affair of some puzzlement. The pine stood on a country rolling with hills, deep with potholes. It became necessary to dodge in and out, here and there, between the knolls, around and through the swamps, still keeping, however, the same general direction and preserving always the requisite level or down grade. Radway had no vantage point from which to survey the country. A city man would promptly have lost himself in the tangle, but the woodsman emerged at last on the banks of the stream, leaving behind him a meandering trail of clipped trees that wound, twisted, doubled, and turned, but kept ever to a country without steep hills. From the main road he purposed arteries to tap the most distant points. "I'll take it," said he to Daly. Now Radway happened to be, in his way, a peculiar character. He was acutely sensitive to the human side of those with whom he had dealings. In fact, he was more inclined to take their point of view than to hold his own. For that reason the subtler disputes were likely to go against him. His desire to avoid coming into direct collision of opinion with the other man veiled whatever of justice might reside in his own contention. Consequently, it was difficult for him to combat sophistry or a plausible appearance of right. Daly was perfectly aware of Radway's peculiarities, and so proceeded to drive a sharp bargain with him. Customarily, a jobber is paid a certain proportion of the agreed price as each stage of the work is completed, so much when the timber is cut, so much when it is skidded or piled, so much when it is stacked at the river or banked, so much when the drive down the waters of the river is finished. Daly objected to this method of procedure. "You see, Radway," he explained, "it is our last season in the country. When this lot is in, we want to pull up stakes, so we can't take any chances on not getting that lumber in. If you don't finish your job, it keeps us here another season. There can be no doubt, therefore, that you finish your job. In other words, we can't take any chances. If you start the thing, you've got to carry it way through." "I think I can, Mr. Daly," the jobber assured him. "For that reason," went on Daly, "we object to paying you as the work progresses. We've got to have a guarantee that you don't quit on us, and that those logs will be driven down the branch as far as the river in time to catch our drive. Therefore, I'm going to make you a good price per 1,000, but payable only when the logs are delivered to our rivermen." Radway, with his usual mental attitude of one anxious to justify the other man, ended by seeing only his employer's argument. He did not perceive that the latter's proposition introduced into the transaction a gambling element. It became possible for Morrison and Daly to get a certain amount of work, short of absolute completion, done for nothing. "How much does the timber estimate?" he inquired finally. "About 5 millions. I'll need a camp of 40 or 50 men then. I don't see how I can run such a camp without borrowing." "You have some money, don't you?" "Yes, a little, but I have a family, too." "That's all right. Now, look here." Daly drew towards him a sheet of paper and began to set down figures showing how the financing could be done. Finally it was agreed. Radway was permitted to draw on the company's warehouse for what provisions he would need. Daly let him feel it as a concession. All this was in August. Radway, who was a good practical woodsman, set about the job immediately. He gathered a crew, established his camp, and began at once to cut roads through the country he had already blazed on his former trip. Those of us who have ever paused to watch a group of farmers working out their road taxes must have gathered a formidable impression of road clearing. And the few of us who, besides, have experienced the adventure of a drive over the same highway after the tax has been pronounced liquidated, must have indulged in various reflections as to the inadequacy of the result. Radway's task was not merely to level out and ballast the 6 feet of a roadbed already constructed, but to cut a way for 5 miles through the unbroken wilderness. The way had moreover to be not less than 25 feet wide, needed to be absolutely level and free from any kind of obstructions, and required in the swamps liberal ballasting with poles called corduroys. To one who will take the trouble to recall the variety of woods, thickets, and jungles that go to make up a wooded country, especially in the creek bottoms where a logging road finds often its levelest way, and the piles of windfalls, vines, bushes, and scrubs that choke the thickets with a discouraging and inextricable tangle, the clearing of 5 miles to street width will look like an almost hopeless undertaking. Not only must the growth be removed, but the roots must be cut out, and the inequalities of the ground leveled or filled up. Reflect further that Radway had but a brief time at his disposal, but a few months at most, and you will then be in a position to gauge the first difficulties of those the American pioneer expects to encounter as a matter of course. The cutting of the road was a mere incident in the battle with the wilderness. The jobber, of course, pushed his roads as rapidly as possible, but was greatly handicapped by lack of men. Winter set in early and surprised him with several of the smaller branches yet to finish. The main line, however, was done. At intervals squares were cut out alongside. In them 2 long timbers or skids were laid in ironwise for the reception of the piles of logs which would be dragged from the fallen trees. They were called skidways. Then finally the season's cut began. The men who were to fell the trees Radway distributed along a boundary of a 40. They were instructed to move forward across the 40 in a straight line, felling every pine tree over 8 inches in diameter. While the saw gangs, 3 in number, prepared to fell the first trees, other men, called swampers, were busy cutting and clearing of roots narrow little trails down through the forest from the pine to the skidway at the edge of the logging road. The trails were perhaps 3 feet wide, and marvels of smoothness, although no attempt was made to level mere inequalities of the ground. They were called travois roads, French travaux. Down them the logs would be dragged and hauled, either by means of heavy steel tongs, or a short sledge on which one end of the timber would be chained. Meanwhile the sawyers were busy. Each pair of men selected a tree, the first they encountered over the blazed line of their 40. After determining in which direction it was to fall, they set to work to chop a deep gash in that side of the trunk. Tom Broadhead and Henry Paul picked out a tremendous pine which they determined to throw across a little open space in proximity to the travois road. One stood to the right, the other to left, and alternately their axes bit deep. It was a beautiful sight, this, of experts wielding their tools. The craft of the woodsman means, incidentally, such a free swing of the shoulders and hips, such as directness of stroke as the blade of one sinks accurately in the gash made by the other, that one never tires of watching the grace of it. Tom glanced up as a sailor looks aloft. "She'll do, Hank," he said. The two of them then, with a dozen half clips of the axe, removed the inequalities of the bark from the saw's path. The long, flexible ribbon of steel began to sing, bending so adaptly to the hands and motions of the men manipulating, that it did not seem possible so mobile an instrument could cut the rough pine. In a moment the song changed timber. Without a word the men straightened their backs. Tom flirted along the blade a thin stream of kerosene oil from a bottle in his hip pocket, and the sawyers again bent to their work, swaying back and forth rhythmically, their muscles rippling under the texture of their woolens like those of a panther under its skin. The outer edge of the saw blade disappeared. "Better wedge her, Tom," advised Hank. They paused while, with a heavy sledge, Tom drove a triangle of steel into the crack made by the sawing. This prevented the weight of the tree from pinching the saw, which is a ruin at once to the instrument and the temper of the filer. Then the rhythmical zzz again took up its song. When the trunk was nearly severed, Tom drove another and thicker wedge. "Timber!" hallooed Hank in a long-drawn melodious call that melted through the woods into the distance. The swampers ceased work and withdrew to safety. But the tree stood obstinately upright, so the two leaped back and forth a few strokes more. "Crack!" called the tree. Hank coolly unhooked his saw handle, and Tom drew the blade through and out the other side. The tree shivered, then let it ever so slightly from the perpendicular, then fell, at first gently, afterwards with a crescendo rush, tearing through the branches of other trees, bending the small timber, breaking the smallest, and at last hitting with a tremendous crash and bang which filled the air with a fog of small twigs, needles, and the powder of snow that settled but slowly. There is nothing more impressive than this rush of a pine top, excepting it be a charge of cavalry or the fall of Niagara. Old woodsmen sometimes shout aloud with the mere excitement into which it lifts them. Then the swampers, who had by now finished the travoy road, trimmed the prostrate trunk clear of all protuberances. It required fairly skillful axe work. The branches had to be shaved close and clear, and at the same time the trunk must not be gashed. And often a man was forced to wield his instrument from a constrained position. The chopped branches and limbs had now to be dragged clear and piled. While this was being finished, Tom and Hank marked off and sawed the log lengths, paying due attention to the necessity of avoiding knots, forks, and rotten places. Thus some of the logs were 18, some 16 or 14, and some only 12 feet in length. Next appeared the teamsters with their little wooden sledges, their steel chains, and their tongs. They had been helping the skidders to place the parallel and level beams, or skids, on which the logs were to be piled by the side of the road. The tree which Tom and Hank had just felled lay up a gentle slope from the new travoy road, so little Fabian Laugh, the teamster, clamped the bight of his tongs to the end of the largest, or butt log. "Allez, Molly!" he cried. The horse, huge elephantine, her head down, nose close to her chest, intelligently spying her steps, moved. The log half rolled over, slid 3 feet, and menaced a stump. "Gee!" cried Laugh. Molly stepped twice directly sideways, planted her forefoot on a root she had seen, and pulled sharply. The end of the log slid around the stump. "Allez!" commanded Laugh. And Molly started gingerly down the hill. She pulled the timber, heavy as an iron safe, here and there through the brush, missing no steps, making no false moves, backing and finally getting out of the way of an unexpected roll with the ease and intelligence of Laugh himself. In 5 minutes the burden lay by the travoy road. In 2 minutes more, one end of it had been rolled on the little flat wooden sledge and, the other end dragging, it was winding majestically down through the ancient forest. The little Frenchman stood high on the forward end. Molly stepped ahead carefully, with the strange intelligence of the logger's horse. Through the tall, straight, decorative trunks of trees the little convoy moved, with the massive pomp of a dead warrior's cortege. And little Fabian Laugh, singing a midget in the vastness, typified the indomitable spirit of these conquerors of a wilderness. When Molly and Fabian had travoyed the log to the skidway, they drew it with a bump across the 2 parallel skids, and left it there to be rolled to the top of the pile. Then Mike McGovern and Bob Stratton and Jim Gladys took charge of it. Mike and Bob were running the cant hooks, while Jim stood on top of the great pile of logs already decked. A slender, pliable steel chain, like a gray snake, ran over the top of the pile, and disappeared through a pulley to an invisible horse, Jenny, the mate of Molly. Jim threw the end of this chain down. Bob passed it over and under the log and returned it to Jim, who reached down after it with the hook of his implement. Thus the stick of timber rested in a long loop, one end of which led to the invisible horse, and the other Jim made fast to the top of the pile. He did so by jamming into another log the steel swamp hook with which the chain was armed. When all was made fast, the horse started. "She's a bumper," said Bob. "Look out, Mike." The log slid to the foot of the two parallel poles laid slanting up the face of the pile. Then it trembled on the ascent. But one end stuck for an instant, and at once the log took on a dangerous slant. Quick as light, Bob and Mike sprang forward, grabbed the hooks of the cant hooks, like great thumbs and forefingers, and, while one held with all his power, the other gave a sharp twist upward. The log straightened. It was a master feat of power, and the knack of applying strength justly. At the top of the little incline, the timber hovered for a second. "One more!" sang out Jim to the driver. He poised, stepped lightly up and over, and avoided by the safe hair's breadth being crushed when the log rolled. But it did not lie quite straight and even. So Mike cut a short thick block, and all three stirred the heavy timber sufficiently to admit of the billet's insertion. Then the chain was thrown down for another. Jenny, harnessed only to a straight short bar with a hook in it, leaned to her collar and dug in her hoofs at the word of command. The driver, close to her tail, held fast the slender steel chain by an ingenious hitch about the ever useful swamp hook. When Jim shouted "Whoa!" from the top of the skidway, the driver did not trouble to stop the horse, he merely let go the hook. So the power was shut off suddenly, as is meet and proper in such ticklish business. He turned and walked back, and Jenny, like a dog, without the necessity of command, followed him in slow patience. Now came Dyer, the scaler, rapidly down the logging road, a small, slender man with a little turned-up mustache. The men disliked him because of his affectation of a city smartness, and because he never ate with them, even when there was plenty of room. Radway had confidence in him because he lived in the same shanty with him. This one fact a good deal explains Radway's character. The scaler's duty at present was to measure the diameter of the logs in each skidway, and so compute the number of board feet. At the office he tended van, kept the books, and looked after supplies. He approached the skidway swiftly, laid his flexible rule across the face of each log, made a mark on his pine tablets in the column to which the log belonged, thrust the tablet in the pocket of his coat, seized a blue crayon in a long holder, with which he made an 8 as indication that the log had been scaled, and finally tapped several times strongly with a sledge-hammer. On the face of the hammer in relief was an M inside of a delta. This was the company's brand, and so the log was branded as belonging to them. He swarmed all over the skidway, rapid and absorbed, in strange contrast of activity to the slower power of the actual skidding. In a moment he moved on to the next scene of operations, without having said a word to any of the men. "A fine ting," said Mike, spitting. So day after day the work went on. Radway spent his time tramping through the woods, figuring on new work, showing the men how to do things better or differently, discussing minute experiments with the blacksmith, the carpenter, and the cook. He was not without his troubles. First, he had not enough men. The snow lacked and then came too abundantly. Horses fell sick of colic or caulked themselves. Supplies ran low unexpectedly. Trees turned out punk. A certain bit of ground proved soft for travoying, and so on. At election time, of course, a number of the men went out. And one evening, 2 days after election time, another and important character entered the North Woods and our story. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. On the evening in question, some 30 or 40 miles southeast of Radway's camp, a train was crawling over a badly laid track which led towards the Saginaw Valley. The whole affair was very crude. To the edge of the right-of-way pushed the dense swamp, like a black curtain shutting the virgin country from the view of civilization. Even by daylight the sight could have penetrated but a few feet. The right-of-way itself was rough with upturned stumps, blackened by fire, and gouged by many and varied furrows. Across the snow were tracks of animals. The train consisted of a string of freight cars, one coach divided half and half between baggage and smoker, and a day car occupied by 2 silent, awkward women and a child. In the smoker lounged a dozen men. They were of various sizes and descriptions, but they all wore heavy blanket mackinaw coats, rubber shoes, and thick German socks tied at the knee. This constituted, as it were, a sort of uniform. The air was so thick with smoke that the men had difficulty in distinguishing objects across the length of the car. The passengers sprawled in various attitudes. Some hung their legs over the arms of the seats, others perched their feet on the backs of the seats in front, still others slouched in corners, half reclining. Their occupations were as diverse. 3 nearest the baggage room door attempted to sing, but without much success. A man in a corner breathed softly through a mouth organ, to the music of which his seat mate, leaning his head sideways, gave close attention. One big fellow with a square beard swaggered back and forth down the aisle, offering to everyone refreshment from a quart bottle. It was rarely refused. Of the dozen, probably 3/4 were more or less drunk. After a time the smoke became too dense. A short, thick-set fellow with an evil dark face coolly thrust his heel through a window. The conductor, who with the brakeman and baggage master was seated in the baggage van, heard the jingle of glass. He arose. "Guess I'll take up tickets," he remarked. "Perhaps that will quiet the boys down a little." The conductor was a big man, raw-boned and broad, with a hawk face. His every motion showed lean, quick, panther-like power. "Let her went," replied the brakeman, rising as a matter of course to follow his chief. The brakeman was stocky, short, and long-armed. In the old fighting days, Michigan railroads chose their train officials with an eye to their superior deltoids. A conductor who could not throw an undesirable fare through a car window lived a short official life. The 2 men loomed on through the noisy smoking compartment. "Tickets, please?" clicked the conductor sharply. Most of the men began to fumble about in their pockets, but the 3 singers and the one who had been offering the quart bottle did not stir. "Ticket, Jack," repeated the conductor. "Come on now." The big bearded man leaned uncertainly against the seat. "Now, look here, Bud," he urged in wheedling tones. "I ain't got no ticket. You know how it is, Bud. I blows my stake." He fished uncertainly in his pocket and produced the quart bottle, nearly empty. "Have a drink?" "No," said the conductor sharply. "All right," replied Jack amiably. "Take one myself." He tipped the bottle, emptied it, and hurled it through a window. The conductor paid no apparent attention to the breaking of the glass. "If you haven't any ticket, you'll have to get off," said he. The big man straightened up. "You go to hell!" he snorted, and with the sole of his spiked boot delivered a mighty kick at the conductor's thigh. The official, agile as a wild cat, leaped back, then forward, and knocked the man half the length of the car. You see, he was used to it. Before Jack could regain his feet, the official stood over him. The 3 men in the corner had also risen and were staggering down the aisle, intent on battle. The conductor took in the chances with professional rapidity. "Get at 'em, Jimmy," said he. And as the big man finally swayed to his feet, he was seized by the collar and trousers in the grip known to bouncers everywhere, hustled to the door, which someone obligingly opened, and hurled from the moving train into the snow. The conductor did not care a straw whether the obstreperous Jack lit on his head or his feet, hit a snowbank, or a pile of ties. Those were rough days, and the preservation of authority demanded harsh measures. Jimmy had got at 'em in a method of his own. He gathered himself into a ball of potential trouble, and hurled himself bodily at the legs of his opponents, which he gathered in a mighty bear hug. It would have been poor fighting had Jimmy to carry the affair to a finish by himself, but considered as an expedient to gain time for the ejectment proceedings, it was admirable. The conductor returned to find a kicking, rolling, gouging mass of kinetic energy knocking the varnish off all but one end of the car. A head appearing, he coolly batted it 3 times against the corner of a seat arm, after which he pulled the contestant out by his hair and threw him into a seat where he lay limp. Then it could be seen that Jimmy had clasped tight in his embrace a leg each of the other 2. He hugged them close to his breast and jammed his face down against them to protect his features. They could pound the top of his head and welcome. The only thing he really feared was a kick in the side, and for that there was hardly room. The conductor stood over the heap at a manifest advantage. "You lumberjacks had enough, or do you want to catch it plenty?" The men, drunk though they were, realized their helplessness. They signified they had had enough. Jimmy thereupon released them, and stood up, brushing down his tousled hair with his stubby fingers. "Now, is it ticket or bounce?" inquired the conductor. After some difficulty and grumbling, The two paid their fare and that of the third, who was still dazed. In return, the conductor gave them slips. Then he picked up his lantern from the overhead rack, whither he had tossed it, slung it on his left arm, and sauntered on down the aisle, punching tickets. Behind him followed Jimmy. When he came to the door, he swung across the platform with the easy lurch of the trainman, and entered the other car, where he took the tickets of the two women and the boy. One sitting in the second car would have been unable to guess from the bearing or manner of the two officials that anything had gone wrong. The interested spectators of the little drama included two men near the water cooler who were perfectly sober. One of them was perhaps a little past the best of life, but still straight and vigorous. His lean face was leather brown in contrast to a long mustache and heavy eyebrows bleached nearly white. His eyes were a clear, steady blue, and his frame was slender but wiry. He wore the regulation Mackinaw blanket coat, a peaked cap with an extraordinarily high crown, and buckskin moccasins over long stockings. The other was younger, not more than 26 perhaps, with the clean-cut, regular features we have come to consider typically American. Eyebrows that curved far down along the temples, and eyelashes of a darkness in contrast to the prevailing note of his complexion combined to lend him a rather brooding, soft, and melancholy air which a very cursory second examination showed to be fictitious. His eyes, like the woodsman's, were steady, but inquiring. His jaw was square and settled, his mouth straight. One would be likely to sum him up as a man whose actions would be little influenced by glamour or even by the sentiments. And yet, equally, it was difficult to rid the mind of the impression produced by his eyes. Unlike the other inmates of the car, he wore an ordinary business suit, somewhat worn but of good cut, and a style that showed even over the soft flannel shirt. The trousers were, however, bound inside the usual socks and rubbers. The two seatmates had occupied their time each in his own fashion. To the elder, the journey was an evil to be endured with the patience learned in watching deer runways, so he stared straight before him and spat with a certain periodicity into the center of the aisle. The younger stretched back lazily in an attitude of ease which spoke of the habit of traveling. Sometimes he smoked a pipe. Thrice he read over a letter. It was from his sister, and announced her arrival at the little rural village in which he had made arrangements for her to stay. "It is interesting now," she wrote, "though the resources do not look as though they would wear well. I am learning under Mrs. Renwick to sweep and dust and bake and stew and do a multitude of other things which I always vaguely supposed came ready-made. I like it, but after I have learned it all, I do not believe the practice will appeal to me much. However, I can stand it well enough for a year or two or three, for I am young, and then you will have made your everlasting fortune, of course." Harry Thorpe experienced a glow of pride each time he read this part of the letter. He liked the frankness of the lack of pretense. He admired the penetration and self-analysis which had taught her the truth that, although learning a new thing is always interesting, the practicing of an old one is monotonous. And her pluck appealed to him. It is not easy for a girl to step from the position of mistress of servants to that of helping about the housework of a small family in a small town, for the sake of the home to be found in it. "She's a trump," said Thorpe to himself, "and she shall have her everlasting fortune, if there's such a thing in the country." He jingled the $3.60 in his pocket and smiled. That was the extent of his everlasting fortune at present. The letter had been answered from Detroit. "I am glad you are settled," he wrote. "At least I know you have enough to eat and a roof over you. I hope sincerely that you will do your best to fit yourself to your new conditions. I know it is hard, but with my lack of experience, and my ignorance as to where to take hold, it may be a good many years before we can do any better." When Helen Thorpe read this, she cried. Things had gone wrong that morning, and an encouraging word would have helped her. The sombre tone of her brother's communication threw her into a fit of the blues from which, for the first time, she saw her surroundings in a depressing and distasteful light. And yet he had written as he did with the kindest possible motives. Thorpe had the misfortune to be one of those individuals who, though careless of what people in general may think of them, are in a corresponding degree sensitive to the opinion of the few they love. This feeling was further exaggerated by a constitutional shrinking from any outward manifestation of the emotions. As a natural result, he was often thought indifferent or discouraging when in reality his natural affections were at their liveliest. A failure to procure for a friend certain favors or pleasures dejected him, not only because of that friend's disappointment, but because also he imagined the failure earned him a certain blame. Blame from his heart's intimates he shrank from. His life outside the inner circles of his affections was apt to be so militant and so divorced from considerations of amity that as a matter of natural reaction he became inclined to exaggerate the importance of small objections, little reproaches, slight criticisms from his real friends. Such criticisms seemed to bring into a sphere he would have liked to keep solely for the mutual reliance of loving kindness, something of the hard utilitarianism of the world at large. In consequence, he gradually came to choose the line of least resistance, to avoid instinctively even the slightly disagreeable. Perhaps for this reason he was never entirely sincere with those he loved. He showed enthusiasm over any plan suggested by them, for the reason that he never dared offer a merely problematical anticipation. The affair had to be absolutely certain in his own mind before he ventured to admit anyone to the pleasure of looking forward to it, and simply because he feared the disappointment in case anything should go wrong. He did not realize that not only is the pleasure of anticipation often the best, but that even disappointment, provided it happen through excusable causes, strengthens the bonds of affection through sympathy. We do not want merely results from a friend, merely finished products. We like to be in at the making, even though the product spoil. This unfortunate tendency, together with his reserve, lent him the false attitude of a rather cold, self-centered man, discouraging suggestions at first, only to adopt them later in the most inexplicable fashion, and conferring favors in a ready-made, impersonal manner which destroyed utterly their quality as favors. In reality, his heart hungered for the affection which this false attitude generally repelled. He threw the wet blanket of doubt over warm young enthusiasms because his mind worked with a certain deliberateness which did not at once permit him to see the practicability of the scheme. Later he would approve, but by that time probably the wet blanket had effectually extinguished the glow. You cannot always savor your pleasures cold. So, after the disgrace of his father, Harry Thorpe did a great deal of thinking and planning which he kept carefully to himself. He considered in turn the different occupations to which he could turn his hand, and negatived them one by one. Few business firms would care to employ the son of as shrewd an embezzler as Henry Thorpe. Finally, he came to a decision. He communicated his decision to his sister. It would have commended itself more logically to her had she been able to follow step by step the considerations that had led her brother to it. As the event turned, she was forced to accept it blindly. She knew that her brother intended going West, but as to his hopes and plans, she was in ignorance. A little sympathy, a little mutual understanding would have meant a great deal to her, for a girl whose mother she but dimly remembers turns naturally to her next of kin. Helen Thorpe had always admired her brother, but had never before needed him. She had looked upon him as strong, self-contained, a little moody. Now the tone of his letter caused her to wonder whether he were not also a trifle hard and cold. So she wept on receiving it, and the tears watered the ground for discontent. At the beginning of the row in the smoking car, Thorpe laid aside his letter and watched with keen appreciation the direct practicability of the trainman's method. When the bearded man fell before the conductor's blow, he turned to the individual at his side. "He knows how to hit, don't he?" observed. "That fellow was knocked well off his feet." "He does," agreed the other dryly. They fell into a desultory conversation of fits and starts. Woodsmen of the genuine sort are never talkative, and Thorpe, as has been explained, was constitutionally reticent. In the course of their disjointed remarks, Thorpe explained that he was looking for work in the woods, and intended, first of all, to try the Morrison and Daly camps at Beeson Lake. "You know anything about logging?" inquired the stranger. "Nothing," Thorpe confessed. "Ain't much show for anything but lumberjacks. What do you think of doing?" "I don't know," said Thorpe doubtfully. "I have driven horses a good deal. I thought I might drive team." The woodsman turned slowly and looked Thorpe over with a quizzical eye. Then he faced to the front again and spat. "Quite like," he replied more dryly. The boy's remark had amused him, and he had showed it, as much as he ever showed anything. Excepting always the riverman, the driver of a team commands the highest wages among out-of-door workers. He has to be able to guide his horses by little steps over, through, and around slippery and bristling difficulties. He must acquire the knack of facing them square about in their tracks. He must hold them under a control that will throw into their collars at command from 5 pounds to their full power of pull, lasting from 5 seconds to 5 minutes. And above all, he must be able to keep them out of the way of tremendous loads of logs on a road which constant sprinkling has rendered smooth and glassy, at the same time preventing the long tongue from sweeping them bodily against leg-breaking debris when a curve in the road is reached. It is easier to drive a fire engine than a logging team. But in spite of the naivety of the remark, the woodsman had seen something in Thorpe he liked. Such men become rather expert in the reading of character, and often in a log shanty you will hear opinions of a shrewdness to surprise you. He revised his first intention to let the conversation drop. "I think M&D is rather full up just now," he remarked. "I'm walking boss there. The roads is about all made, and road making is what a greenhorn tackles first. They's more chance earlier in the year. But if the old fellow," he strongly accented the first word, "hain't nothin' for you, just ask for Tom Shearer, and I'll try to put you on the trail for some jobber's camp." The whistle of the locomotive blew, and the conductor appeared in the doorway. "Where's that fellow's turkey?" he inquired. Several men looked toward Thorpe, who, not understanding this argot of the camps, was a little bewildered. Shearer reached over his head and took from a rack a heavy canvas bag, which he handed to the conductor. "That's the turkey," he explained, "his war bag. Bud'll throw it off at Scott's, and Jack'll get it there." "How far back is he?" asked Thorpe. "'Bout 10 mile. He'll hoof it in all right." A number of men descended at Scott's. The three who had come into collision with Jimmy and Bud were getting noisier. They had produced a stone jug, and had collected the remainder of the passengers, with the exception of Shearer and Thorpe, and now were passing the jug rapidly from hand to hand. Soon they became musical, striking up one of the weird, long drawn-out chants so popular with the shanty boy. Thorpe shrewdly guessed his companion to be a man of weight, and did not hesitate to ascribe his immunity from annoyance to the other's presence. "It's a bad thing," said the walking boss. "I used to be at it myself, and I know. When I wanted whiskey, I needed it worse than a scalded pup does a snowbank. The first year I had $150, and I blew her all in 6 days. Next year I had a little more, but she lasted me 3 weeks. That was better. Next year I says to myself, I'll just save 50 of that stake and blow the rest. So I did. After that I got to be scaler and sort of quit. I just made a deal with the old fellow to leave my stake with headquarters, no matter whether I call for it or not. I got quite a lot coming now." "Beeson's Lake?" cried Jimmy fiercely through an aperture of the door. "You'll find the boarding house just across over the track," said the woodsman, holding out his hand. "S'long, see you again if you don't find a job with the old fellow. My name's Shearer." "Mine is Thorpe," replied the other. "Thank you." The woodsman stepped forward past the carousers to the baggage compartment, where he disappeared. The revelers stumbled out the other door. Thorpe followed and found himself on the frozen platform of a little dark railway station. As he walked, the boards shrieked under his feet, and the sharp air nipped at his face and caught his lungs. Beyond the fence rail protection to the side of the platform, he thought he saw the suggestion of a broad reach of snow, a distant lurking forest, a few shadowy buildings looming mysterious in the night. The air was twinkling with frost and the brilliant stars of the north country. Directly across the track from the railway station, a single building was picked from the dark by a solitary lamp in a lower story room. The four who had descended before Thorpe made over towards this light stumbling and laughing uncertainly, so he knew it was probably in the boarding house, and prepared to follow them. Shearer and the station agent, an individual much muffled, turned to the disposition of some line freight that had been dropped from the baggage car. The five were met at the steps by the proprietor of the boarding house. This man was short and stout, with a hare lip and cleft palate, which at once gave him the well-known slurring speech of persons so afflicted, and imparted also to the timbre of his voice a peculiarly hollow, resonant, trumpet-like note. He stumped about energetically on a wooden leg of home manufacture. It was a cumbersome instrument, heavy, with deep pine socket for the stump, and a projecting brace which passed under a leather belt around the man's waist. This instrument he used with the dexterity of a third hand. As Thorpe watched him, he drove in a projecting nail, kicked two turkeys dexterously inside the open door, and stuck the armed end of his peg leg through the top and bottom of the whiskey jug that one of the new arrivals had set down near the door. The whiskey promptly ran out. At this the cripple flirted the impaled jug from the wooden leg far out over the rail of the veranda into the snow. A growl went up. "What in hell's that for?" snarled one of the owners of the whiskey threateningly. "Don't allow no whiskey here," snuffed the harelip. The men were very angry. They advanced towards the cripple, who retreated with astonishing agility to the lighted room. Then he bent the wooden leg behind him, slipped the end of the brace from beneath the leather belt, seized the other peg end in his right hand, and so became possessed of a murderous bludgeon. This he brandished, hopping at the same time back and forth, in such perfect poise and yet with so ludicrous an effect of popping corn, that the men were surprised into laughing. "Bully for you, Peg-leg!" they cried. "Rules and regulations, boys," replied the latter, without, however, a shade of compromising in his tones. "Had supper?" On receiving a reply in the affirmative, he caught up the lamp, and, having resumed his artificial leg in one deft motion, led the way to narrow little rooms. Chapter 3. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Part 1. The Forest. Chapters 4, 5, and 6 of The Blazed Trail by Stewart White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Blazed Trail by Stewart White. Part 1. The Forest. Chapter 4. Thorpe was awakened a long time before daylight by the ringing of a noisy bell. He dressed, shivering, and stumbled downstairs to a round stove big as a boiler, into which the cripple dumped huge logs of wood from time to time. After breakfast Thorpe returned to the stove and sat half dozing for what seemed to him untold ages. The cold of the north country was initiating him. Men came in, smoked a brief pipe, and went out. Shearer was one of them. The woodsman nodded curtly to the young man, his cordiality quite gone. Thorpe vaguely wondered why. After a time he himself put on his overcoat and ventured out into the town. It seemed to Thorpe a meagre affair, built of lumber, mostly unpainted, with always the dark, menacing fringe of the forest behind. The great sawmill, with its tall stacks and its row of water barrels, protection against fire, on top was the dominant note. Near the mill crouched a little red-painted structure, from whose stovepipe a column of white smoke rose, attesting the cold, a clear 100 feet straight upward, and to whose doors a number of men were directing their steps through the snow. Over the door Thorpe could distinguish the word "Office." He followed and entered. In a narrow aisle, railed off from the main part of the room, waited Thorpe's companions of the night before. The remainder of the office gave accommodation to 3 clerks. One of these glanced up inquiringly as Thorpe came in. "I am looking for work," said Thorpe. "Wait there," briefly commanded the clerk. In a few moments the door of the inner room opened, and Shearer came out. A man's head peered from within. "Come on, boys," said he. The 5 applicants shuffled through. Thorpe found himself in the presence of a man whom he felt to be the natural leader of these wild, independent spirits. He was already a little past middle life, and his form had lost the elastic vigor of youth, but his eye was keen, clear, and wrinkled, to a certain facetiousness, and his figure was of that bulk which gives an impression of a subtler weight and power than the merely physical. This peculiarity impresses us in the portraits of such men as Daniel Webster and others of the old jurists. The manner of the man was easy, good-natured, perhaps a little facetious, but these qualities were worn rather as garments than exhibited as characteristics. He could afford them, not because he had fewer difficulties to overcome or battles to fight than another, but because his strength was so sufficient to them that mere battles or difficulties could not affect the deliberateness of his humor. You felt his superiority even when he was most comradely with you. This man Thorpe was to meet him under other conditions, wherein the steel hand would more than plainly clink the metal. He was now seated in a worn office chair before a littered desk. In the close air hung the smell of stale cigars and the clear fragrance of pine. "What is it, Dennis?" he asked the first of the men. "I've been out," replied the lumberman. "Have you got anything for me, Mr. Daly?" The mill owner laughed. "I guess so. Report to Shearer. Did you vote for the right man, Denny?" The lumberman grinned sheepishly. "I don't know, sir. I didn't get that far." "Better let it alone. I suppose you and Bill want to come back too?" he added, turning to the next two in line. "All right. Report to Tim. Do you want work?" he inquired of the last of the quartet, a big, bashful man with the shoulders of a Hercules. "Yes, sir," answered the latter uncomfortably. "What do you do?" "I'm a cant-hook man, sir." "Where have you worked?" "I had a job with Morgan and Stebbins on the Clear River last winter." "All right. We need cant-hook men. Report at 7, and if they don't want you there, go to 13. Daly looked directly at the man with an air of finality. The lumberman still lingered uneasily, twisting his cap in his hands. "Anything you want?" asked Daly at last. "Yes, sir," blurted the big man. "If I come down here and tell you I want 3 days off and $50 to bury my mother, I wish you'd tell me to go to hell. I buried her 3 times last winter." Daly chuckled a little. "All right, bub," said he. "To hell it is." The man went out. Daly turned to Thorpe with the last flickers of amusement in his eyes. "What can I do for you?" he inquired in a little crisper tones. Thorpe felt that he was not treated with the same careless familiarity because, potentially, he might be more of a force to deal with. He underwent, too, the man's keen scrutiny, and knew that every detail of his appearance had found its comment in the other's experienced brain. "I am looking for work," Thorpe replied. "What kind of work?" "Any kind, so I can learn something about the lumber business." The older man studied him keenly for a few moments. "Have you had any other business experience?" "None." "What have you been doing?" "Nothing." The lumberman's eyes hardened. "We are a very busy firm here," he said with a certain deliberation. "We do not carry a big force of men in any one department, and each of those men has to fill his place and slop some over the sides. We do not pretend or attempt to teach here. If you want to be a lumberman, you must learn the lumber business more directly than through the windows of a bookkeeper's office. Go into the woods. Learn a few first principles. Find out the difference between Norway and white pine, anyway." Daly, being what is termed a self-made man, entertained a prejudice against youths of the leisure class. He did not believe in their earnestness of purpose, their capacity for knowledge, nor their perseverance in anything. That a man of 26 should be looking for his first situation was incomprehensible to him. He made no effort to conceal his prejudice, because the class to which the young man had belonged enjoyed his hearty contempt. The truth is, he had taken Thorpe's ignorance a little too much for granted. Before leaving his home, and while the projection of emigration was still in the air, the young fellow had, with the quiet enthusiasm of men of his habit of mind, applied himself to the mastering of whatever the books could teach. That is not much. The literature on lumbering seems to be singularly limited. Still, he knew the trees, and had sketched an outline into which to paint experience. He said nothing of this to the man before him, because of that strange streak in his nature which prompted him to conceal what he felt most strongly, to leave to others the task of guessing out his attitude, to stand on appearances without attempting to justify them, no matter how simple the justification might be. A moment's frank, straightforward talk might have caught Daly's attention, for the lumberman was, after all, a shrewd reader of character where his prejudices were not concerned. Then events would have turned out very differently. After his speech the business man had whirled back to his desk. "Have you anything for me to do in the woods, then?" the other asked quietly. "No," said Daly over his shoulder. Thorpe went out. Before leaving Detroit he had, on the advice of friends, visited the city office of Morrison & Daly. There he had been told positively that the firm were hiring men. Now, without $5 in his pocket, he made the elementary discovery that even in chopping wood, skilled labor counts. He did not know where to turn next, and he would not have had the money to go far in any case. So although Shearer's brusque greeting that morning had argued a lack of cordiality, he resolved to remind the riverman of his promised assistance. That noon he carried out his resolve. To his surprise Shearer was cordial in his way. He came afterward to appreciate the subtle nuances of manner and treatment by which a boss retains his moral supremacy in a lumber country, repels that too great familiarity which breeds contempt, without imperiling the trust and comradeship which breeds willingness. In the morning Thorpe had been a prospective employee of the firm, and so a possible subordinate of Shearer himself. Now he was Shearer's equal. "Go up and tackle Radway. He's jobbing for us on the Cass branch. He needs men for Roden, I know, because he's behind. You'll get a job there." "Where is it?" asked Thorpe. 10 miles from here. She's blazed, but you'd better wait for the supply team Friday. If you try to make her yourself, you'll get lost on some of the old logging roads." Thorpe considered. "I'm busted," he said at last frankly. "Oh, that's all right," replied the walking boss. "Marshall, come here." The peg-legged boarding house keeper stumped in. "What is it?" he trumpeted snuffingly. "This boy wants a job till Friday. Then he's going up to Radway's with the supply team. Now quit your hollerin' for a chore boy for a few days." "All right," snorted Marshall. "Take that ax and split some dry wood that you'll find behind the house." "I'm very much obliged to you," began Thorpe to the walking boss, "and—" "That's all right," interrupted the latter. "Some day you can give me a job." Chapter 5. For 5 days Thorpe cut wood, made fires, drew water, swept floors, and ran errands. Sometimes he would look across the broad stump-dotted plain to the distant forest. He had imagination. No business man succeeds without it. With him the great struggle to wrest from an impassive and aloof nature what she has so long held securely as her own, took on the proportions of a battle. The distant forest was the front. To it went the new bands of fighters. From it came the caissons for food, that ammunition of the frontier. Messengers bringing tidings of defeat or victory. Sometimes men groaning on their litters from the twisting and crushing and breaking inflicted on them by the calm, ruthless enemy. Once a dead man bearing still on his chest the mark of the tree that had killed him. Here at headquarters sat the general, map in hand, issuing his orders, directing his forces. And out of the forest came mystery. Hunters brought deer on sledges. Indians, observant and grave, swung silently across the reaches on their snowshoes, and silently back again carrying their meager purchases. In the daytime ravens wheeled and croaked about the outskirts of town, bearing the shadow of the woods on their plumes and of the north wind in the somber quality of their voices. Rare eagles wheeled gracefully to and fro. Snow squalls coquetted with the landscape. At night the many creatures of the forest ventured out across the plains in search of food. Weasels, big white hares, deer planting daintily their little sharp hoofs where the frozen turnips were most plentiful, porcupines in quest of anything they could get their keen teeth into, and often the big timber wolves would send shivering across the waste a long whining howl. And in the morning their tracks would embroider the snow with many stories. The talk about the great stove in the boarding house office also possessed the charm of balsam fragrance. One told the other occult facts about the southeast of the southwest of 8. The second in turn vouchsafed information about another point of the compass. Thorpe heard of many curious practical expedients. He learned that one can prevent awkward air holes in lakes by tapping the ice with an axe, for the air must get out, naturally or artificially. That the top log on a load should not be large because of the probability, when one side has dumped with a rush, of its falling straight down from its original height, so breaking the sleigh. That a thin slice of salt pork, well peppered, is good when tied about a sore throat. That choking a horse will cause him to swell up and float on top of the water, thus rendering it easy to slide him out on the ice from a hole he may have broken into. That a tree lodged against another may be brought to the ground by felling a third against it. That snowshoes made of caribou hide do not become baggy, because caribou shrinks when wet, whereas other rawhide stretches. These and many other things too complicated to elaborate here, he heard discussed by expert opinion. Gradually he acquired an enthusiasm for the woods, just as a boy conceives a longing for the out-of-door life of which he hears in the conversation of his elders about the winter fire. He became eager to get away to the front, to stand among the pines, to grapple with the difficulties of thicket, hills, snow and cold that nature silently interposes between the man and his task. At the end of the week he received $4 from his employer, dumped his valise in a low bobsleigh driven by a man muffled in a fur coat, assisted in loading the sleigh with a variety of things, from spearhead plug to raisins, and turned his face at last toward the land of his hopes and desires. The long drive to camp was at once a delight and a misery to him. Its miles stretched longer and longer as time went on, and the miles of a route new to a man are always 1½ at least. The forest, so mysterious and inviting from afar, drew within itself coldly when Thorpe entered it. He was as yet a stranger. The snow became the prevailing note. The white was everywhere, concealing jealously beneath rounded uniformity the secrets of the woods. And it was cold. First Thorpe's feet became numb, then his hands, then his nose was nipped, and finally his warm clothes were lifted from him by invisible hands, and he was left naked to shivers and tremblings. He found it torture to sit still on the top of the bale of hay, and yet he could not bear to contemplate the cold shock of jumping from the sleigh to the ground, of touching foot to the chilling snow. The driver pulled up to breathe his horses at the top of a hill, and to fasten under one runner a heavy chain, which, grinding into the snow, would act as a brake on the descent. "You're dressed pretty light," he advised. "Better hoof it a ways and get warm." The words tipped the balance of Thorpe's decision. He descended stiffly, conscious of a disagreeable shock from a 6-inch jump. In 10 minutes the wallowing, slipping, and leaping after the tail of the sled had sent his blood tingling to the last of his protesting members. Cold withdrew. He saw now that the pines were beautiful and solemn and still, and that in the temple of their columns dwelt winter enthroned. Across the carpet of snow wandered the trails of her creatures, the stately, regular prints of the partridge, the series of pairs made by the squirrel, those of the weasel and mink, just like the squirrel's except that the prints were not quite side by side, and that between every other pair stretched the mark of the animal's long, slender body, the delicate tracery of the deer mouse, the fan of the rabbit, the print of a baby's hand that the raccoon left, the broad pad of a lynx, the dog-like trail of wolves. These and a dozen others, all equally unknown, gave Thorpe the impression of a great mysterious multitude of living things which moved about him, invisible. In a thicket of cedar and scrub willow near the bed of a stream, he encountered one of those strangely assorted bands of woods creatures which are always cruising it through the country. He heard the cheerful little chickadee. He saw the grave nuthatch with its appearance of a total lack of humor. He glimpsed a black and white woodpecker or so, and was reviled by a ribald blue jay. Already the wilderness was taking its character to him. After a little while they arrived by way of a hill, over which they plunged into the middle of the camp. Thorpe saw 3 large buildings, backed end to end, and 2 smaller ones, all built of heavy logs, roofed with plank, and lighted sparsely through 1 or 2 windows apiece. The driver pulled up opposite the space between 2 of the larger buildings, and began to unload his provisions. Thorpe set about aiding him, and so found himself for the first time in a cook camp. It was a commodious building. Thorpe had no idea a log structure ever contained so much room. One end furnished space for 2 cooking ranges and 2 bunks placed one over the other. Along one side ran a broad table shelf, with other shelves over it, and numerous barrels underneath, all filled with cans, loaves of bread, cookies and pies. The center was occupied by 4 long bench-flanked tables, down whose middle straggled utensils containing sugar, apple butter, condiments, and sauces, and whose edges were set with tin dishes for about 40 men. The cook, a rather thin-faced man with a moustache, directed where the provisions were to be stowed, and the cookee, a hulking youth, assisted Thorpe and the driver to carry them in. During the course of the work, Thorpe made a mistake. "That stuff doesn't come here," objected the cookee, indicating a box of tobacco the newcomer was carrying. "She goes to the van." Thorpe did not know what the van might be, but he replaced the tobacco on the sleigh. In a few moments the task was finished, with the exception of half a dozen other cases, which the driver designated as also for the van. The horses were unhitched and stabled in the third of the big log buildings. The driver indicated the second. "Better go into the men's camp and sit down till the boss gets in," he advised. Thorpe entered a deep, overheated structure, lined on 2 sides by a double tier of large bunks, partitioned from one another like cabins of boats, and centered by a huge stove over which hung slender poles. The latter were to dry clothes on. Just outside the bunks ran a straight, hard bench. Thorpe stood at the entrance trying to accustom his eyes to the dimness. "Set down," said a voice, "on the floor if you want to, but I'd prefer the deacon seat." Thorpe obediently took position on the bench, or deacon seat. His eyes, more used to the light, could make out a thin, tall, bent old man, with bare cranium, 2 visible teeth, and a 3 days' stubble of white beard over his meager, twisted face. He caught perhaps Thorpe's surprised expression. "You think the old man's no good, do you?" he cackled without the slightest malice. "Looks as deceivin'." He sprung up swiftly, seized the toe of his right foot in his left hand, and jumped his left foot through the loop thus formed. Then he sat down again, and laughed at Thorpe's astonishment. "Old Jackson's still pretty smart," said he. "I'm barn boss. They ain't a man in the country knows as much about hosses as I do. We ain't had but 2 sick this fall, and between you and me, they's a skate lot. You're a greenhorn, ain't you?" "Yes," confessed Thorpe. "Well," said Jackson, reflectively but rapidly, "Le Fabian, he's quiet but bad, and O'Grady he talks loud, but you can bluff him, and Perry he's only bad when he gets full of red liquor, and Norton he's bad when he gets mad like and will use axes." Thorpe did not know he was getting valuable points on the camp bullies. The old man hitched nearer and peered into his face. "They don't bluff you a bit," he said, "unless you likes them, and then they can back you way off the skidway." Thorpe smiled at the old fellow's volubility. He did not know how near to the truth the woodsman's shrewdness had hit, for to himself, as to most strong characters, his peculiarities were the normal, and therefore the unnoticed. His habit of thought in respect to other people was rather objective than subjective. He inquired so impersonally the significance of whatever was before him, that it lost the human quality, both as to itself and himself. To him, men were things. This attitude relieved him of self-consciousness. He never bothered his head as to what the other man thought of him, his ignorance, or his awkwardness, simply because to him the other man was nothing but an element in his problem. So, in such circumstances, he learned fast. Once introduce the human element, however, and his absurdly sensitive self-consciousness asserted itself. He was, as Jackson expressed it, backed off the skidway. At dark the old man lit 2 lamps which served dimly to gloze the shadows, and thrust logs of wood into the cast iron stove. Soon after the men came in. They were a queer mixed lot. Some carried the indisputable stamp of the frontiersman in their bearing and glance. Others looked to be mere day laborers, capable of performing whatever task they were set to, and of finding the trail home again. There were active, clean-built, precise Frenchmen, with small hands and feet, and a peculiarly trim way of wearing their rough garments. Typical native-born American lumberjacks, powerful in frame, rakish in air, reckless in manner. Big blond Scandinavians and Swedes, strong men at the sawing, an Indian or so, strangely in contrast to the rest, and a variety of Irishmen, Englishmen, and Canadians. These men tramped in without a word, and set busily to work at various tasks. Some sat on the deacon seat, and began to take off their socks and rubbers. Others washed at a little wooden sink, still others selected and lit lanterns from a pendant row near the window, and followed old Jackson out of doors. They were the teamsters. "You'll find the old man in the office," said Jackson. Thorpe made his way across to the small log cabin indicated as the office, and pushed open the door. He found himself in a little room containing 2 bunks, a stove, a counter and desk, and a number of shelves full of supplies. About the walls hung firearms, snowshoes, and a variety of clothes. A man sat at the desk placing figures on a sheet of paper. He obtained the figures from statistics penciled on 3 thin leaves of beechwood riveted together. In a chair by the stove lounged a bulkier figure, which Thorpe concluded to be that of the old man. "I was sent here by Shearer," said Thorpe directly. "He said you might give me some work." So long a silence fell that the applicant began to wonder if his question had been heard. "I might," replied the man dryly at last. "Well, will you?" Thorpe inquired, the humor of the situation overcoming him. "Have you ever worked in the woods?" "No." The man smoked silently. "I'll put you on the road in the morning," he concluded, as though this were the deciding qualification. One of the men entered abruptly and approached the counter. The writer at the desk laid aside his tablets. "What is it, Albert?" he added. "Jot a chewin'," was the reply. The scaler took from the shelf a long plug of tobacco and cut off 2 inches. "Ain't hittin' the van much, are you, Albert?" he commented, putting the man's name and the amount in a little book. Thorpe went out, after leaving his name for the time book, enlightened as to the method of obtaining supplies. He promised himself some warm clothing from the van when he should have worked out the necessary credit. At supper he learned something else, that he must not talk at table. A moment's reflection taught him the common sense of the rule. For one thing, supper was a much briefer affair than it would have been had every man felt privileged to take his will in conversation. Not to speak of the absence of noise and the presence of peace. Each man asked for what he wanted. "Please pass the beans," he said with the deliberate intonation of a man who does not expect that his request will be granted. Beside the beans were fried salt pork, boiled potatoes, canned corn, mince pie, a variety of cookies and doughnuts, and strong green tea. Thorpe found himself eating ravenously of the crude fare. That evening he underwent a catechism, a few practical jokes, which he took good-naturedly, and a vast deal of chaffing. At 9 the lights were all out. By daylight he and a dozen other men were at work, hewing a road that had to be as smooth and level as a New York boulevard. Chapter 6. Thorpe and 4 others were set out to work on this road, which was to be cut through a creek bottom leading, he was told, to 17. The figures meant nothing to him. Later each number came to possess an individuality of its own. He learned to use a double-bitted axe. Thorpe's intelligence was of the practical sort that wonderfully helps experience. He watched closely one of the older men, and analyzed the relation borne by each one of his movements to the object in view. In a short time he perceived that one hand and arm are mere continuations of the helve, attaching the blade of the axe to the shoulder of the wielder, and that the other hand directs the stroke. He acquired the knack thus of throwing the bit of steel into the gash as though it were a baseball on the end of a string, and so accomplished power. By experiment he learned just when to slide the guiding hand down the helve, and so gained accuracy. He suffered none of those accidents so common to new choppers. His axe did not twist itself from his hands, nor glance to cut his foot. He attained the method of the double bit, and how to knock roots by alternate employment of the edge and flat. In a few days his hands became hard and used to the cold. From shortly after daylight he worked. 4 other men bore him company, and twice Radway himself came by, watched their operations for a moment, and moved on without comment. After Thorpe had caught his second wind, he enjoyed his task, proving a certain pleasure in the ease with which he handled his tool. At the end of an interminable period, a faint musical halloo swelled, echoed, and died through the forest, beautiful as a spirit. It was taken up by another voice, and repeated, then by another. Now near at hand, now far away, it rang as hollow as a bell. The sawyers, the swampers, the skidders, and the team men turned and put on their heavy blanket coats. Down on the road Thorpe heard it too, and wondered what it might be. "Come on, bub, she means chew," explained Old Man Heath kindly. Old Man Heath was a veteran woodsman who had come to swamping in his old age. He knew the game thoroughly, but could never save his stake when Pat McGinnis, the saloon man, enticed him in. Throughout the morning he had kept an eye on the newcomer, and was secretly pleased in his heart of the professional at the readiness with which the young fellow learned. Thorpe resumed his coat and fell in behind the little procession. After a short time he came upon a horse and sledge. Beyond it the cookee had built a little campfire, around and over which he had grouped big 50-pound lard tins, half full of hot things to eat. Each man, as he approached, picked up a tin plate and cup from a pile near at hand. The cookee was plainly master of the situation. He issued peremptory orders. When Erickson, the blond Swede, attempted surreptitiously to appropriate a doughnut, the youth turned on him savagely. "Get out of that, you big towhead!" he cried with an oath. A dozen Canadian jays, fluffy and patient, perched near by or made little short circles over and back. They awaited the remains of the dinner. Bob Stratton and a devil-may-care giant by the name of Nolan constructed a joke wherewith to amuse the interim. They cut a long pole and placed it across a log and through a bush, so that one extremity projected beyond the bush. Then diplomacy won a piece of meat from the cookee. This they nailed to the end of the pole by means of a pine sliver. The Canadian jays gazed on the morsel with covetous eyes. When the men had retired, they swooped. One big fellow arrived first, and lit in defiance of the rest. "Give it to him," whispered Nolan, who had been watching. Bob hit the other end of the pole a mighty whack with his axe. The astonished jay, projected straight upward by the shock, gave a startled squawk and cut a hole through the air for the tall timber. Stratton and Nolan went into convulsions of laughter. "Get at it!" cried the cookee, as though setting a pack of dogs on their prey. The men ate, perched in various attitudes and places. Thorpe found it difficult to keep warm. The violent exercise had heated him through, and now the north country cold penetrated to his bones. He huddled close to the fire and drank hot tea, but it did not do him very much good. In his secret mind he resolved to buy one of the blanket mackinaws that very evening. He began to see that the costumes of each country have their origin in practicality. That evening he picked out one of the best. As he was about to inquire the price, Radway drew the van book toward him, inquiring, "Let's see, what's the name?" In an instant Thorpe was charged on the book with $3.50, although his work that day had earned him less than $1. On his way back to the men's shanty he could not help thinking how easy it would be for him to leave the next morning $2.50 ahead. He wondered if this method of procedure obtained in all the camps. The newcomer's first day of hard work had tired him completely. He was ready for nothing so much as his bunk. But he had forgotten that it was Saturday night. His status was still to assure. They began with a few mild tricks. Shuffle the Brogan followed hot back. Thorpe took all of it good-naturedly. Finally a tall individual, with a thin white face, a reptilian forehead, reddish hair, and long baboon arms, suggested tossing in a blanket. Thorpe looked at the low ceiling and declined. "I'm with the game as long as you say, boys," he said, "and I'll have as much fun as anybody, but that's going too far for a tired man." The reptilian gentleman let out a string of oaths whose meaning might be translated, "We'll see about that." Thorpe was a good boxer, but he knew by now the lumberjack's method of fighting. Anything to hurt the other fellow. And in a genuine old-fashioned knock-down and drag-out rough and tumble, your woodsman is about the toughest customer to handle you will be likely to meet. He is brought up on fighting. Nothing pleases him better than to get drunk and, with a few companions, to embark on an earnest effort to clean out a rival town. And he will accept cheerfully punishment enough to kill 3 ordinary men. It takes one of his kind really to hurt him. Thorpe, at the first hostile movement, sprang back to the door, seized one of the 3-foot billets of hardwood intended for the stove, and faced his opponents. "I don't know which of you boys is coming first," said he quietly, "but he's going to get it good and plenty." If the affair had been serious, these men would never have recoiled before the mere danger of a stick of hardwood. The American woodsman is afraid of nothing human. But this was a good-natured bit of foolery, a test of nerve, and there was no object in getting a broken head for that. The reptilian gentleman alone grumbled at the abandonment of the attack, mumbling something profane. "If you hanker for trouble so much," drawled the unexpected voice of old Jackson from the corner, "maybe you could put on the gloves." The idea was acclaimed. Somebody tossed out a dirty, torn old set of buckskin boxing gloves. The rest was farce. Thorpe was built on the true athletic lines, broad straight shoulders, narrow flanks, long, clean, smooth muscles. He possessed besides that hereditary toughness and bulk which no gymnasium training will ever quite supply. The other man, while powerful and ugly in his rushes, was clumsy and did not use his head. Thorpe planted his straight hard blows at will. In this game he was as manifestly superior as his opponent would probably have been had the rules permitted kicking, gouging, and wrestling. Finally he saw his opening and let out with a swinging pivot blow. The other picked himself out of a corner and drew off the gloves. Thorpe's status was assured. A Frenchman took down his fiddle and began to squeak. In the course of the dance old Jackson and old Heath found themselves together, smoking their pipes of Peerless. "The young feller's all right," observed Heath. "He cuffed Ben up to a peak all right." "Went down like a peck of wet fish nets," replied Jackson tranquilly. End of chapter 6. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudiobooks.com. Part 1. The Forest. Chapters 7, 8, and 9 of The Blazed Trail by Stewart White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Blazed Trail by Stewart White. Part 1. The Forest. Chapter 7. In the office shanty one evening about a week later, Radway and his scaler happened to be talking over the situation. The scaler, whose name was Dyer, slouched back in the shadow, watching his great honest superior as a crafty, dainty cat might watch the blunderings of a St. Bernard. When he spoke, it was with a mockery so subtle as quite to escape the perceptions of the lumberman. Dyer had a precise little black moustache whose ends he was constantly twisting into points, black eyebrows, and long effeminate black lashes. You would have expected his dress in the city to be just a trifle flashy, not enough so to be loud, but sinning as to the trifles of good taste. The two men conversed in short elliptical sentences, using many technical terms. "That 17 White Pine is going to underrun," said Dyer. "It won't skid over 300,000. "It's small stuff," agreed Radway, "and so much the worse for us. But the company'll stand in on it because small stuff like that always overruns the mill cut." The scaler nodded comprehension. "When are you going to dray haul that Norway across Pike Lake?" "Tomorrow. She's springy, but the books say 5 inches of ice will hold a team, and there's more than that. How much are we putting in a day now?" "About 40,000. Radway fell silent. "That's mighty little for such a crew," he observed at last, doubtfully. "I always said you were too easy with them. You got to drive them more." "Well, it's a rough country," apologized Radway, trying, as was his custom, to find excuses for the other party as soon as he was agreed within his blame. "There's any amount of potholes, and then we've had so much snow, the ground ain't really frozen underneath. It gets pretty soft in some of them swamps. Can't figure on putting up as much in this country as we used to down on the Muskegon." The scaler smiled a thin smile all to himself behind the stove. Big John Radway depended so much on the moral effect of approval or disapproval by those with whom he lived. It amused Dyer to withhold the timely word, so leaving the jobber to flounder between his easy nature and his sense of what should be done. Dyer knew perfectly well that the work was behind, and he knew the reason. For some time the men had been relaxing their efforts. They had worked honestly enough, but a certain snap and vim had lacked. This was because Radway had been too easy on them. Your true lumberjack adores of all things in creation a man whom he feels to be stronger than himself. If his employer is big enough to drive him, then he is willing to be driven to the last ounce of his strength. But once he gets the notion that his boss is afraid of, or for, him or his feelings or his health, he loses interest in working for that man. So a little effort to lighten or expedite his work, a little leniency in excusing the dilatory finishing of a job, a little easing up under stress of weather, are taken as so many indications of a desire to conciliate. And conciliation means weakness every time. Your lumberjack likes to be met front to front, one strong man to another. As you value your authority, the love of your men, and the completion of your work, keep a bluff brow and an unbending singleness of purpose. Radway's peculiar temperament rendered him liable to just this mistake. It was so much easier for him to do the thing himself than to be harsh to the point of forcing another to it, that he was inclined to take the line of least resistance when it came to a question of even ordinary diligence. He sought often in his own mind excuses for dereliction in favor of a man who would not have dreamed of seeking them for himself. A good many people would call this kindness of heart. Perhaps it was. The question is a little puzzling. But the facts were as stated. Thorpe had already commented on the feeling among the men, though, owing to his inexperience, he was not able to estimate its full value. The men were inclined to a semi-apologetic air when they spoke of their connection with the camp. Instead of being honored as one of a series of jobs, this seemed to be considered as merely a temporary halting place in which they took no pride, and from which they looked forward in anticipation or back in memory to better things. "Old Shearer, he's the bully boy," said Bob Stratton. "I remember when he was foremap for M&D at Camp O. Say, we did hustle them saw logs in. I should rise to remark. Out in the woods by first streak of day. I recall one mornin' she was pretty cold, and the boys grumbled some about turnin' out. 'Cold,' says Tim. 'You sons of guns! You got your choice. It may be too cold for you in the woods, but it's a damn sight too hot for you in hell. And you're goin' to one or the other.' And he meant it, too. Them were great days. 40 million a year, and not a hitch." One man said nothing in the general discussion. It was his first winter in the woods, and plainly in the eyes of the veterans this experience did not count. It was a fin de mieux, in which one would give an honest day's work, and no more. As has been hinted, even the inexperienced newcomer noticed the lack of enthusiasm, of unity. Had he known the loyalty, devotion, and adoration that a thoroughly competent man wins from his hands, the state of affairs would have seemed even more surprising. The lumberjack will work 16, 18 hours a day, sometimes up to the waist in water full of floating ice, sleep wet on the ground by a little fire, and then next morning will spring to work at daylight with an "Oh no, not tired, just a little stiff, sir," in cheerful reply to his master's inquiry for the right man. Only it must be a strong man, with the strength of the wilderness in his eye. The next morning Radway transferred Molly and Jenny, with little Fabian Lapp and 2 of the younger men, to Pike Lake. There, earlier in the season, a number of pines had been felled out on the ice, cut in logs, and left in expectation of ice thick enough to bear the travoy dray. Owing to the fact that the shores of Pike Lake were extremely precipitous, it had been impossible to travoy the logs up over the hill. Radway had sounded carefully the thickness of the ice with an axe. Although the weather had of late been sufficiently cold for the time of year, the snow, as often happens, had fallen before the temperature. Under the warm white blanket, the actual freezing had been slight. However, there seemed to be at least 8 inches of clear ice, which would suffice. Some of the logs in question were found to be half embedded in the ice. It became necessary first of all to free them. Young Henrys cut a strong bar 6 or 8 feet long, while Pat McGuire chopped a hole alongside the log. Then one end of the bar was thrust into the hole, the logging chain fastened to the other, and behold a monster level, whose fulcrum was the ice, and whose power was applied by Molly, hitched to the end of the chain. In this simple manner a task was accomplished in 5 minutes, which would have taken a dozen men an hour. When the log had been cat-a-cornered from its bed, the chain was fastened around one end by means of the ever-useful steel swamp hook, and it was yanked across the dray. Then the travoy took its careful way across the ice to where a dip in the shore gave access to a skidway. 4 logs had thus been safely hauled. The 5th was on its journey across the lake. Suddenly, without warning, and with scarcely a sound, both horses sank through the ice, which bubbled up around them and over their backs in irregular rotted pieces. Little Fabian laughed, shouted, and jumped down from his log. Pat McGuire and young Henrys came running. The horses had broken through an air hole, about which the ice was strong. Fabian had already seized Molly by the bit, and was holding her head easily above water. "Catch Jenny by that head!" he cried to Pat. Thus the 2 men, without exertion, sustained the noses of the team above the surface. The position demanded absolutely no haste, for it could have been maintained for a good half hour. Molly and Jenny, their soft eyes full of the intelligence of the situation, rested easily in full confidence. But Pat and Henrys, new to this sort of emergency, were badly frightened and excited. To them the affair had come to a deadlock. "Oh, Lord!" cried Pat, clinging desperately to Jenny's headpiece. "What will we's be doin'? We can never haul them 2 horses on the ice." "Take de long chain," said Fabian to Henrys, "and tie him round de neck of Jenny." Henrys, after much difficulty and nervous fumbling, managed to loosen the swamp hook, and after much more difficulty and nervous fumbling succeeded in making it fast about the gray mare's neck. Fabian intended with this to choke the animal to that peculiar state when she would float like a balloon on the water, and 2 men could with ease draw her over the edge of the ice. Then the unexpected happened. The instant Henrys had passed the end of the chain through the knot, Pat, possessed by some Hibernian notion that now all was fast, let go of the bit. Jenny's head at once went under, and the end of the logging chain glided over the ice and fell plump in the hole. Immediately all was confusion. Jenny kicked and struggled, churning the water, throwing it about, kicking out in every direction. Once a horse's head dips strongly, the game is over. No animal drowns more quickly. The 2 young boys scrambled away, and French oaths could not induce them to approach. Molly, still upheld by Fabian, looked at him piteously with her strange intelligent eyes, holding herself motionless and rigid with complete confidence in this master who had never failed her before. Fabian dug his heels into the ice, but could not hang on. The drowning horse was more than a dead weight. Presently it became a question of letting go, or being dragged into the lake on top of the animals. With a sob, the little Frenchman relinquished his hold. The water seemed slowly to rise, and overfilmed the troubled look of pleading in Molly's eyes. "Assassins!" hissed Laugh at the 2 unfortunate youths. That was all. When the surface of the waters had again mirrored the clouds, they hauled the carcasses out on the ice and stripped the harness. Then they rolled the log from the dray, piled the tools on it, and took their way to camp. In the blue of the winter sky was a single speck. The speck grew. Soon it swooped. With a hoarse croak it lit on the snow at a wary distance, and began to strut back and forth. Presently, its suspicions at rest, the raven advanced, and with eager beak began its dreadful meal. By this time another, which had seen the first one swoop, was in view through the ether. Then another, then another. In an hour the brotherhood of ravens, thus telegraphically notified, was at feast. Chapter 8. Fabian Laugh elaborated the details of the catastrophe with volubility. "He's not funny dat she's breaks through," he said. "I have seen dem break through too, 3 time in a day, but never dat she get drown. When dose damn fool can't tink with hees head, sacre bleu! It is so easy to choke dat cheval, she make me cry with de eye." "I suppose it was a good deal my fault," commented Radway, doubtfully shaking his head after Laff had left the office. "I ought to have been surer about the ice." 8 inches is a little light with so much snow atop," remarked the scaler carelessly. By virtue of that same careless remark, however, Radway was so confirmed in his belief as to his own culpability that he quite overlooked Fabian's just contention, that the mere thinness of the ice was in reality no excuse for the losing of the horses. So Pat and Henry's were not discharged, were not instructed to get their time. Fabian laughed, promptly demanded his. "Sacre bleu!" said he to old Jackson. "I no work wid dat damn fool dat no tink wid his head." This deprived the camp at once of a teamster and a team. When you reflect that one pair of horses takes care of the exertions of a crew of sawyers, several swampers, and 3 or 4 cant hook men, you will readily see what a serious derangement their loss would cause. And besides, the animals themselves are difficult to replace. They are big strong beasts, selected for their power, staying qualities, and intelligence, worth anywhere from $300 to $600 a pair. They must be shipped in from a distance, and finally, they require a very careful and patient training before they are of value in cooperating with the nicely adjusted efforts necessary to place the saw log where it belongs. Ready trained horses are never for sale during the season. Radway did his best. It took 3 days to search out a big team of farm horses. Then it became necessary to find a driver. After some deliberation, he decided to advance Bob Stratton to the post, that Decker having had more or less experience the year before. Ericsson the Swede, while not a star cant hook man, was nevertheless sure and reliable. Radway placed him in Stratton's position, but now he must find a swamper. He remembered Thorpe. So the young man received his first promotion toward the ranks of skilled laborer. He gained at last a field of application for the accuracy he had so intelligently acquired while road making, for now a false stroke marred a saw log, and besides, what was more to his taste, he found himself near the actual scene of operation, at the front, as it were. He had, under his very eyes, the process as far as it had been carried. In his experience here, he made use of the same searching analytical observation that had so quickly taught him the secret of the axe swing. He knew that each of the things he saw, no matter how trivial, was either premeditated or the product of chance. If premeditated, he tried to find out its reason for being. If fortuitous, he wished to know the fact, and always attempted to figure out the possibility of its elimination. So he learned why and when the sawyers threw a tree up or down hill, how much small standing timber they tried to fell it through, what consideration held for the cutting of different lengths of log, how the timber was skillfully decked on the skids in such a manner that the pile should not bulge and fall, and so that the scaler could easily determine the opposite ends of the same log. In short, 1,001 little details which ordinarily a man learns only as the exigencies arise to call in experience. Here, too, he first realized he was in the firing line. Thorpe had assigned him as bunkmate the young fellow who assisted Tom Broadhead in the felling. Henry Paul was a fresh-complexioned, clear-eyed, quick-mannered young fellow, with an air of steady responsibility about him. He came from the southern part of the state, where, during the summer, he worked on a little homestead farm of his own. After a few days, he told Thorpe that he was married, and after a few days more he showed his bunkmate the photograph of a sweet-faced young woman who looked trustingly out of the picture. "She's waitin' down there for me, and it ain't so very long till spring," said Paul wistfully. "She's the best little woman a man ever had, and there ain't nothin' too good for her, chummy." Thorpe, soul-sick after his recent experiences with the charity of the world, discovered a real pleasure in this fresh, clear passion. As he contemplated the abounding health, the upright carriage, the sparkling, bubbling spirits of the young woodsman, he could easily imagine the young girl and the young happiness, too big for a little backwoods farm. 3 days after the newcomer had started in at the swamping, Paul, during their early morning walk from camp to the scene of their operations, confided in him further. "Got another letter, chummy," said he. "Come in yesterday. She tells me He hesitated with a blush, and then with a happy laugh, "that they ain't going to be only two of us at the farm next year." "You mean?" queried Thorpe. "Yes," laughed Paul. "And if it's a girl, she gets named after her mother, you bet." The men separated. In a moment Thorpe found himself waist deep in a pitchy, aromatic top of an old bull sap, clipping away at the projecting branches. After a time he heard Paul's gay halloo. "Timber!" came the cry, and then the swish crash of the tree's fall. Thorpe knew that now either Hank or Tom must be climbing with the long measuring pole along the prostrate trunk, marking by means of shallow axe clips where the saw was to divide the logs. Then Tom shouted something unintelligible. The other men seemed to understand, however, for they dropped their work and ran hastily in the direction of the voice. Thorpe, after a moment's indecision, did the same. He arrived to find a group about a prostrate man. The man was Paul. Two of the older woodsmen, kneeling, were conducting coolly a hasty examination. At the front every man is more or less of a surgeon. "Is he hurt badly?" asked Thorpe. "What is it?" "He's dead," answered one of the other men soberly. With the skill of ghastly practice, some of them wove a litter on which the body was placed. The pathetic little procession moved in the solemn, inscrutable forest. When the tree had fallen, it had crashed through the top of another, leaving suspended in the branches of the latter a long, heavy limb. A slight breeze dislodged it. Henry Paul was impaled as by a javelin. This is the chief of the many perils of the woods. Like crouching pumas, the instruments of a man's destruction poise on the spring, sometimes for days. Then swiftly, silently, the leap is made. It is a danger unavoidable, terrible, ever present. Thorpe was destined in time to see men crushed and mangled in 100 ingenious ways by the saw log, knocked into space, and a violent death by the butts of trees, ground to powder in the mill of a jam, but never would he be more deeply impressed than by this ruthless, silent taking of a life. The forces of nature are so tame, so simple, so obedient, and in the next instant so absolutely beyond human control or direction, so whirlingly contemptuous of puny human effort, that in time the wilderness shrouds itself to our eyes in the same impenetrable mystery as the sea. That evening the camp was unusually quiet. Tellier let his fiddle hang. After supper Thorpe was approached by Purdy, the reptilian redhead with whom he had had the row some evenings before. "You in, chummy?" he asked in a quiet voice. "It's a 5 apiece for Hank's woman." "Yes," said Thorpe. The men were earning from $20 to $30 a month. They had, most of them, never seen Hank Paul before this autumn. He had not, mainly because of his modest disposition, enjoyed any extraordinary degree of popularity. Yet these strangers cheerfully, as a matter of course, gave up the proceeds of a week's hard work, and that without expecting the slightest personal credit. The money was sent from the boys. Thorpe later read a heartbroken letter of thanks to the unknown benefactors. It touched him deeply, and he suspected the other men of the same emotions, but by that time they had regained the independent, self-contained poise of the frontiersman. They read it with unmoved faces and tossed it aside with a more than ordinary rough joke or oath. Thorpe understood their reticence. It was a part of his own nature. He felt more than ever akin to these men. As swamper he had more or less to do with a cant-hook in helping the teamsters roll the end of the log on the little dray. He soon caught the knack. Towards Christmas he had become a fairly efficient cant-hook man, and was helping roll the great sticks of lumber up the slanting skids. Thus always intelligent counts, especially that rare intelligence which resolves into the analytical and the minutely observing. On Sundays Thorpe fell into the habit of accompanying old Jackson Hines on his hunting expeditions. The ancient had been raised in the woods. He seemed to know by instinct the haunts and habits of all the wild animals, just as he seemed to know by instinct when one of his horses was likely to be troubled by the colic. His woodcraft was really remarkable. So the two would stand for hours in the early morning and late evening waiting for deer on the edges of the swamps. they haunted the runways during the middle of the day. On soft, moccasined feet they stole about in the evening with a bull's-eye lantern fastened on the head of one of them for a jack. Several times they surprised the wolves, and shone the animals' eyes like the scattered embers of a campfire. Thorpe learned to shoot at a deer's shoulders rather than his heart, how to tell when the animal had sustained a mortal hurt from the way it leaped and the white of its tail. He even made progress in the difficult art of still hunting, where the man matches his senses against those of the creatures of the forest, and sometimes wins. He soon knew better than to cut the animal's throat, and learned from Hines that a single stab at a certain point of the chest was much better for the purposes of bleeding. And what is more, he learned not to overshoot down the hill. Besides these things, Jackson taught him many other minor details of woodcraft. Soon the young man could interpret the thousands of signs, so insignificant in appearance and so important in reality, which tell the history of the woods. He acquired the knack of winter fishing. These Sundays were perhaps the most nearly perfect of any of the days of that winter. In them the young man drew more directly face to face with the wilderness. He called a truce with the enemy, and in return that great inscrutable power poured into his heart a portion of her grandeur. His ambition grew, and as always with him, his determination became the greater and the more secret. In proportion as his ideas increased, he took greater pains to shut them in from expression, for failure in great things would bring keener disappointments than failure in little. He was getting just the experience and the knowledge he needed, but that was about all. His wages were $25 a month, which his van bill would reduce to the double eagle. At the end of the winter he would have but a little over $100 to show for his season's work, and this could mean at most only $50 for Helen. But the future was his. He saw now more plainly what he had dimly perceived before, that for the man who buys lumber, and logs it well, a sure future is waiting. And in this camp he was beginning to learn from failure the conditions of success. Chapter 9. They finished cutting on section 17 during Thorpe's second week. It became necessary to begin on section 14, which lay 2 miles to the east. In that direction the character of the country changed somewhat. The pine there grew thick on isolated islands of not more than an acre or so in extent, little knolls rising from the level of a marsh. In ordinary conditions, nothing would have been easier than to have plowed roads across the frozen surface of this marsh. The peculiar state of the weather interposed tremendous difficulties. The early part of autumn had been characterized by a heavy snowfall immediately after a series of mild days. A warm blanket of some thickness thus overlaid the earth, effectually preventing the freezing which subsequent cold weather would have caused. All the season Radway had contended with this condition. Even in the woods, muddy swamp and spring holes caused endless difficulty and necessitated a great deal of corduroying, or the laying of poles side by side to form an artificial bottom. Here in the open some 6 inches of water and unlimited mud awaited the first horse that should break through the layer of snow and thin ice. Between each pair of islands a road had to be tramped. Thorpe and the rest were put at this disagreeable job. All day long they had to walk mechanically back and forth on diagonals between the marks set by Radway with his snowshoes. Early in the morning their feet were wet by icy water, for even the light weight of a man sometimes broke the frozen skin of the marsh. By night a road of trampled snow, of greater or less length, was marked out across the expanse. Thus the blanket was thrown back from the warm earth, and thus the cold was given a chance at the water beneath. In a day or so the road would bear a horse. A bridge of ice had been artificially constructed, on either side of which lay unsounded depths. This road was indicated by a row of firs stuck in the snow on either side. It was very cold. All day long the restless winds swept across the shivering surface of the plains, and tore around the corners of the islands. The big woods are good as an overcoat. The overcoat had been taken away. When the lunch sleigh arrived, The men huddled shivering in the lee of one of the knolls, and tried to eat with benumbed fingers before a fire that was but a mockery. Often it was nearly dark before their work had warmed them again. All of the skidways had to be placed on the edges of the islands themselves, and the logs had to be travoyed over the steep little knolls. A single misstep out onto the plain meant a mired horse. 3 times heavy snows obliterated the roads, so that they had to be plowed out before the men could go to work again. It was a struggle. Radway was evidently worried. He often paused before a gang to inquire how they were making it. He seemed afraid they might wish to quit, which was indeed the case. But he should never have taken before them any attitude but that of absolute confidence in their intentions. His anxiety was natural, however. He realized the absolute necessity of skidding and hauling this job before the heavy choking snows of the latter part of January should make it impossible to keep the roads open. So insistent was this necessity that he had seized the first respite in the phenomenal snowfall of the early autumn to begin work. The cutting in the woods could wait. Left to themselves, probably, the men would never have dreamed of objecting to whatever privations the task carried with it. Radway's anxiety for their comfort, however, caused them finally to imagine that perhaps they might have some just grounds for complaint after all. That is a great trait of the lumberjack. But Dyer, the scaler, finally caused the outbreak. Dyer was an efficient man in his way, but he loved his own ease. His habit was to stay in his bunk of mornings until well after daylight. To this there could be no objection, except on the part of the cook, who was supposed to attend to his business himself, for the scaler was active in his work when once he began it, and could keep up with the skidding. But now he displayed a strong antipathy to the north wind on the plains. Of course, he could not very well shirk the work entirely, but he did a good deal of talking on the very cold mornings. "I don't pose for no tough son of a gun," said he to Radway, "and I've got some respect for my ears and feet. She'll warm up a little by tomorrow, and perhaps the wind'll die. I can catch up on you fellows by hustlin' a little, so I guess I'll stay in and work on the books today." "All right," Radway assented, a little doubtfully. This happened perhaps 2 days out of the week. Finally Dyer hung out a thermometer, which he used to consult. The men saw it, and consulted it too. At once they felt much colder. "She was stand 10 below," sputtered Baptiste Tellier, the Frenchman who played the fiddle. "He freeze true to his inside. Dat is too cold for mak de work." "Them plains is sure a holy fright," assented Purdy. "The old man knows it himself," agreed Big Nolan. "Did you see him rammin' around yesterday, asking us if we were found her too cold? He knows damn well he ought not to keep a man out of that sort of weather." "You'd shiver like a dog in a briar path on a warm day in July," said Jackson Hines contemptuously. "Shut up," said they. "You're barn boss. You don't have to be out in the cold." This was true. So Jackson's intervention went for a little worse than nothing. "It ain't lak he has nuttin' besides," went on Baptiste. "He can mak de cut in de middle of de forest." "That's right," agreed Bob Stratton. "There's the west half of 8 ain't been cut yet." So they sent a delegation to Radway. Big Nolan was the spokesman. "Boss," he said bluntly, "she's too cold to work on them plains today. She's the coldest day we had." Radway was too old a hand at the business to make any promises on the spot. "I'll see, boys," said he. When the breakfast was over, the crew were set to making skidways and travoy roads on 8. This was a precedent. In time the work on the plains was grumblingly done in any weather. However, as to this Radway proved firm enough. He was a good fighter when he knew he was being imposed on. A man could never cheat or defy him openly without collecting a little war that left him surprised at the jobber's belligerency. The doubtful cases, those on the subtle side of indecision, found him weak. He could be so easily persuaded that he was in the wrong. At times it even seemed that he was anxious to be proved at fault, so eager was he to catch fairly the justice of the other man's attitude. He held his men inexorably and firmly to their work on the indisputably comfortable days, but gave in often when an able-bodied woodsman should have seen in the weather no inconvenience even. As the days slipped by, however, he tightened the reins. Christmas was approaching. An easy mathematical computation reduced the question of completing his contract with Morrison & Daly to a certain weekly quota. In fact, he was surprised at the size of it. He would have to work diligently and steadily during the rest of the winter. Having thus a definite task to accomplish in a definite number of days, Radway grew to be more of a taskmaster. His anxiety as to the completion of the work overlaid his morbidly sympathetic human interest. Thus he regained to a small degree the respect of his men. Then he lost it again. One morning he came in from a talk with the supplier teamster, and woke Dyer, who was not yet up. "I'm going down home for 2 or 3 weeks," he announced to Dyer. "You know my address. You'll have to take charge, and I guess you better let the scaling go. We can get the tally at the banking grounds when we begin to haul. Now, we ain't got all the time there is, so you want to keep the boys at it pretty well." Dyer twisted the little points of his mustache. "All right, sir," he said, with his smile so inscrutably insolent that Radway never saw the insolence at all. He thought this a poor year for a man in Radway's position to spend Christmas with his family. But it was none of his business. "Do as much as you can in the marsh, Dyer," went on the jobber. "I don't believe it's really necessary to lay off any more there on account of the weather. We simply got to get that job in before the big snows." "All right, sir," repeated Dyer. The scaler did what he considered his duty. All day long he tramped back and forth from one gang of men to the other, keeping a sharp eye on the details of the work. His practical experience was sufficient to solve readily such problems of broken tackle, extra expedients, or facility which the days brought forth. The fact that in him was vested the power to discharge kept the men at work. Dyer was in the habit of starting for the marsh an hour or so after sunrise. The crew, of course, were at work by daylight. Dyer heard them often through his doze, just as he heard the chore boy come in to build the fire and fill the water pail afresh. After a time the fire, built of kerosene and pitchy jack pine, would get so hot that in self-defense he would arise and dress. Then he would breakfast leisurely. Thus he incurred the enmity of the cook and cookee. Those individuals have to prepare food 3 times a day for 100 heavy eaters, besides which on sleigh haul they are supposed to serve a breakfast at 3 o'clock for the loaders, and a variety of lunches up to midnight for the sprinkler men. As a consequence, they resent infractions of the little system they may have been able to introduce. Now the business of a foreman is to be up as soon as anybody. He does none of the work himself, but he must see that somebody else does it, and does it well. For this he needs actual experience at the work itself, but above all, zeal and constant presence. He must know how a thing ought to be done, and he must be on hand unexpectedly to see how its accomplishment is progressing. Dyer should have been out of bed at first horn blow. One morning he slept until nearly 10 o'clock. It was inexplicable. He hurried from his bunk, made a hasty toilet, and started for the dining room to get some sort of a lunch to do him until dinner time. As he stepped from the door of the office, he caught sight of 2 men hurrying from the cook camp to the men's camp. He thought he heard the hum of conversation in the latter building. The cookee sent hot coffee before him. For the rest, he took what he could find cold on the table. On an inverted cracker box the cook sat reading an old copy of the Police Gazette. Various 50-pound lard tins were bubbling and steaming on the range. The cookee divided his time between them and the task of sticking on the log walls pleasing patterns made of illustrations from cheap papers and the gaudy labels of canned goods. Dyer sat down feeling for the first time a little guilty. This was not because of a sense of dereliction in duty, but because he feared the strong man's contempt for inefficiency. "I sort of pounded my ear a little longer this morning," he remarked with an unwonted air of bonhomie. The cook creased his paper with one hand and went on reading, the little action indicating at the same time that he had heard, but intended to vouchsafe no attention. The cookee continued his occupations. "I suppose the men got out to the marsh on time?" suggested Dyer still easily. The cook laid aside his paper and looked the scaler in the eye. "You're the foreman. I'm the cook," said he. "You ought to know." The cookee had paused, the paste brush in his hand. Dyer was no weakling. The problem presenting, he rose to the emergency. Without another word, he pushed back his coffee cup and crossed the narrow open passage to the men's camp. When he opened the door, a silence fell. He could see dimly that the room was full of lounging and smoking lumbermen. As a matter of fact, not a man had stirred out that morning. This was more for the sake of giving Dyer a lesson than of actually shirking the work, for a lumberjack is honest in giving his time when it is paid for. "How's this, men?" cried Dyer sharply. "Why aren't you out on the marsh?" No one answered for a minute. Then Baptiste. "He mak too tam cold for de marsh. Mr. Radway he spik dat we keep off dat marsh when he mak cold." Dyer knew that the precedent was indisputable. "Why didn't you cut on 8 then?" he asked, still in peremptory tones. "Didn't have no one to show us where to begin," drawled a voice in the corner. Dyer turned sharp on his heel and went out. "Sore as a boil, ain't he?" commented old Jackson Hines with a chuckle. In the cook camp Dyer was saying to the cook, "Well, anyway, we'll have dinner early and get a good start for this afternoon." The cook again laid down his paper. "I'm 'tendin' to this job of cook," said he, "and I'm getting the meals on time. Dinner will be on time to day, not a minute early, and not a minute late." Then he resumed his perusal of the adventure of ladies to whom the illustrations accorded magnificent calf development. The crew worked on the marsh that afternoon and the subsequent days of the week. They labored conscientiously, but not zealously. There is a deal of difference, and the lumberjack's unaided conscience is likely to allow him a certain amount of conversation from the decks of skidways. The work moved slowly. At Christmas a number of the men went out. Most of them were back again after 4 or 5 days, for while men were not plenty, neither was work. The equilibrium was nearly exact. But the convivial souls had lost to Dyer the days of their debauch, and until their thirst for recuperative painkiller, Hinckley and Jamaica ginger was appeased, they were not much good. Instead of keeping up to 50,000 pounds a day, as Radway had figured was necessary, the scale would not have exceeded 30. Dyer saw all this plainly enough, but was not able to remedy it. That was not entirely his fault. He did not dare to give the delinquents their time, for he would not have known where to fill their places. This lay in Radway's experience. Dyer felt that responsibilities a little too great had been forced on him, which was partly true. In a few days the young man's facile conscience had covered all his shortcomings with a blanket excuse. He conceived that he had a grievance against Radway. End of chapter 9. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudiobooks.com. Part 1, The Forest, chapters 10, 11, and 12, of The Blaze Trail by Stewart White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 10. Radway returned to camp by the 6th of January. He went on snowshoes over the entire job, and then sat silently in the office, smoking Peerless in his old battered pipe. Dyer watched him amusedly, secure in his grievance in case blame should be attached to him. The jobber looked older. The lines of dry good humor about his eyes had suddenly changed to an expression of pathetic anxiety. He attached no blame to anybody, but rose the next morning at hornblow, and the men found they had a new master over them. And now the struggle with the wilderness came to grapples. Radway was as one possessed by a burning fever. He seemed everywhere at once, always helping with his own shoulder and arm, hurrying eagerly. For once luck seemed with him. The marsh was cut over, the 80 on Section 8 was skidded without a break. The weather held cold and clear. Now it became necessary to put the roads in shape for hauling. All winter the blacksmith, between his tasks of shoeing and mending, had occupied his time in fitting the ironwork on 8 log sleighs which the carpenter had hewed from solid sticks of lumber. They were tremendous affairs, these sleighs, with runners 6 feet apart, and bunks 9 feet in width for the reception of logs. The bunks were so connected by 2 loosely coupled rods that, when emptied, they could be swung parallel with the road, so reducing the width of the sleigh. The carpenter had also built two immense tanks on runners, holding each some 70 barrels of water, and with holes so arranged in the bottom and rear that on the withdrawal of plugs, the water would flood the entire width of the road. These sprinklers were filled by horsepower. A chain running through blocks attached to a solid upper framework, like the open belfry of an Italian monastery, dragged a barrel up a wooden track from the water hole to the opening in the sprinkler. When in action, this formidable machine weighed nearly 2 tons and resembled a moving house. Other men had felled 2 big hemlocks, from which they had hewed beams for a V-plow. The V-plow was now put in action. 6 horses drew it down the road, each pair superintended by a driver. The machine was weighted down by a number of logs laid across the arms. Men guided it by levers and by throwing their weight against the fans of the plow. It was a gay, animated scene this, full of the spirit of winter, the plodding, straining horses, the brilliantly dressed struggling men, the sullen, yielding snow thrown to either side, the shouts, warnings, and commands. To right and left grew white banks of snow. Behind stretched a broad, white path in which a scant inch hid the bare earth. For some distance the way led along comparatively high ground. Then, skirting the edge of a lake, it plunged into a deep creek bottom between hills. Here, earlier in the year, 11 bridges had been constructed, each a labor of accuracy, and perhaps as many swampy places had been corduroyed by carpeting them with long parallel poles. Now the first difficulty began. Some of the bridges had sunk below the level, and the approaches had to be corduroyed to a practicable grade. Others again were humped up like tomcats, and had to be pulled apart entirely. In spots the corduroy had spread, so that the horses thrust their hoofs far down into leg-breaking holes. The experienced animals were never caught, however. As soon as they felt the ground giving way beneath one foot, they threw their weight on the other. Still, that sort of thing was to be expected. A gang of men who followed the plow carried axes and cant-hooks for the purpose of repairing extemporaneously just such defects, which never would have been discovered otherwise than by practical experience. Radway himself accompanied the plow. Thorpe, who went along as one of the road monkeys, saw now why such care had been required of him in smoothing the way of stubs, knots, and hummocks. Down the creek an accident occurred on this account. The plow had encountered a drift. 3 times the horses had plunged at it, and 3 times had been brought to a stand, not so much by the drag of the V-plow as by the wallowing they themselves had to do in the drift. "No use, break her through, boys," said Radway. So a dozen men hurled their bodies through, making an opening for the horses. "Hi up!" shouted the 3 teamsters, gathering up their reins. The horses put their heads down and plunged. The whole apparatus moved with a rush, men clinging, animals digging their hoofs in, snow flying. Suddenly there came a check, then a crack, and then the plow shot forward so suddenly and easily that the horses all but fell on their noses. The flanging arms of the V, forced in a place too narrow, had caught between heavy stubs. One of the arms had broken square off. There was nothing for it but to fell another hemlock and hew out another beam, which meant a day lost. Radway occupied his men with shovels in clearing the edge of the road, and started one of his sprinklers over the place already cleared. Water holes of suitable size had been blown in the creek bank by dynamite. Then the machines were filled. It was a slow process. Stratton attached his horse to the chain and drove him back and forth, hauling the barrel up and down the slideway. At the bottom it was capsized and filled by means of a long pole shackled to its bottom and manipulated by Old Man Heath. At the top it turned over by its own weight. Thus 70 odd times. Then Fred Green hitched his team on and the 4 horses drew the creaking, cumbrous vehicle spouting down the road. Water gushed in fans from the openings on either side and beneath, and in streams from 2 holes behind. Not for an instant as long as the flow continued dared the teamsters breathe their horses, for a pause would freeze the runners tight to the ground. A tongue at either end obviated the necessity of turning around. While the other men hewed at the required beam for the broken V-plow, Heath, Stratton, and Green went over the cleared road length once. To do so required 3 sprinklerfuls. When the road should be quite free, and both sprinklers running, they would have to keep at it until after midnight. And then silently the wilderness stretched forth her hand and pushed these struggling atoms back to their place. That night it turned warmer. The change was heralded by a shift of wind. Then some blue jays appeared from nowhere and began to scream at their more silent brothers, the whiskey jacks. "She's going to rain," said old Jackson. "The air is kind of holler." "Hollow?" said Thorpe, laughing. "How is that?" "I don't know," confessed Hines, "but she is. She just feels that way." In the morning the icicles dripped from the roof, and although the snow did not appreciably melt, it shrank into itself and became pockmarked on the surface. Radway was down looking at the road. "She's holding her own," said he, "but there ain't any use putting more water on her. She ain't freezing a mite. We'll plow her out." So they finished the job and plowed her out, leaving exposed the wet, marshy surface of the creek bottom, on which at night a thin crust formed. Across the marsh the old tramped road held up the horses, and the plow swept clear a little wider swath. "She'll freeze a little tonight," said Radway hopefully. "You sprinkler boys get at her and wet her down." Until 2 o'clock in the morning the 4 teams and the 6 men creaked back and forth, spilling hardly gathered water, weird, unearthly in the flickering light of their torches. Then they crept in and ate sleepily the food that a sleepy cookee set out for them. By morning the mere surface of this sprinkled water had frozen, the remainder beneath had drained away, and so Radway found in his road considerable patches of shell ice, useless crumbling. He looked in despair at the sky. Dimly through the gray he caught the tint of blue. The sun came out. Nuthatches and woodpeckers ran gaily up the warming trunks of the trees. Blue jays fluffed and perked and screamed in the hardwood tops. A covey of grouse ventured from the swamp and strutted vainly, a pause of contemplation between each step. Radway, walking out on the trampled road of the marsh, cracked the artificial skin and thrust his foot through into icy water. That night the sprinkler stayed in. The devil seemed in it. If the thaw would only cease before the ice bottom so laboriously constructed was destroyed! Radway vibrated between the office and the road. Men were lying idle. Teams were doing the same. Nothing went on but the days of the year, and 4 of them had already ticked off the calendar. The deep snow of the unusually cold autumn had now disappeared from the tops of the stumps. Down in the swamp the covey of partridges were beginning to hope that in a few days more they might discover a bare spot in the burnings. It even stopped freezing during the night. At times Dyer's little thermometer marked as high as 40 degrees. "I often heard this was a sort of summer resort," observed Tom Broadhead, "but danged if I knew it was a summer resort all the year round." The weather got to be the only topic of conversation. Each had his say, his prediction. It became maddening. Towards evening the chill of melting snow would deceive many into the belief that a cold snap was beginning. "She'll freeze before morning, sure," was the hopeful comment. And then in the morning the air would be more balmily insulting than ever. "Old man is as blue as a whetstone," commented Jackson Hines, "and I don't blame him. This weather'd make a man mad enough to eat the devil with his horns left on." By and by it got to be a case of looking on the bright side of the affair from pure reaction. "I don't know," said Radway. "It won't be so bad after all. A couple of days of zero weather, with all this water lying around, would fix things up in pretty good shape. If she only freezes tight, we'll have a good solid bottom to build on, and that'll be a good old rig out there on the marsh." The inscrutable goddess of the wilderness smiled, and calmly, relentlessly, moved her next pawn. It was all so unutterably simple, and yet so effective. Something there was in it of the calm inevitability of fate. It snowed. All night and all day the great flakes zigzagged softly down through the air. Radway plowed away 2 feet of it. The surface was promptly covered by a second storm. Radway doggedly plowed it out again. This time the goddess seemed to relent. The ground froze solid. The sprinklers became assiduous in their labor. 2 days later the road was ready for the first sleigh, its surface of thick glassy ice beautiful to behold. the ruts cut deep and true, the grades sanded or sprinkled with retarding hay on the descents. At the river, the banking ground proved solid. Radway breathed again, then sighed. Spring was 8 days nearer. He was 8 days more behind. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. As soon as loading began, the cook served breakfast at 3 o'clock. The men worked by the light of torches, which were often merely catsup jugs with wicking in the necks. Nothing could be more picturesque than a teamster conducting one of his great pyramidical loads over the little inequalities of the road, in the ticklish places standing atop with the bent knee of the Roman charioteer, spying and forestalling the chances of the way with a fixed eye and an intense concentration that relaxed not 1 inch in the miles of the haul. Thorpe had become a full-fledged cant-hook man. He liked the work. There is about it a skill that fascinates. A man grips suddenly with the hook of his strong instrument, stopping one end that the other may slide. He thrusts the short, strong stock between the log and the skid, allowing it to be overrun. He stops the roll with a sudden sure grasp applied at just the right moment to be effective. Sometimes he allows himself to be carried up bodily, clinging to the cant-hook like an acrobat to a bar, until the log has rolled once. When, his weapon loosened, he drops lightly, easily to the ground. And it is exciting to pile the logs on the sleigh, first a layer of 5, say, then one of 6 smaller, of but 3, of 2, until, at the very apex, the last is dragged slowly up the skids, poised, and just as it is about to plunge down the other side, is gripped and held inexorably by the little men in blue flannel shirts. Chains bind the loads, and if ever during the loading or afterwards when the sleigh is in motion, the weight of the logs causes the pyramid to break down and squash out, then woe to the driver or whoever happens to be near. A saw log does not make a great deal of fuss while falling, but it falls through anything that happens in its way, and a man who gets mixed up in a load of 25 or 30 of them obeying the laws of gravitation from a height of some 15 to 20 feet can be crushed into strange shapes and fragments. For this reason, the loaders are picked and careful men. At the banking grounds, which lie in and about the bed of the river, the logs are piled in a gigantic skidway to await the spring freshets, which will carry them downstream to the boom. In that enclosure they remain until sawed in the mill. Such is the drama of the saw log, a story of grit, resourcefulness, adaptability, fortitude and ingenuity hard to match. Conditions never repeat themselves in the woods as they do in the factory. The wilderness offers ever new complications to solve, difficulties to overcome. A man must think of everything, figure on everything, from the grand sweep of the country at large to the pressure on a king bolt. And where another possesses the boundless resources of a great city, he has to rely on the material stored in one corner of a shed. It is easy to build a palace with men and tools. It is difficult to build a log cabin with nothing but an axe. His wits must help him where his experience fails, and his experience must push him mechanically along the track of habit when successive buffetings have beaten his wits out of his head. In a day he must construct elaborate engines, roads, and implements which old civilization considers the works of leisure. Without a thought of expense, he must abandon as temporary property which other industries cry out at being compelled to acquire as permanent. For this reason he becomes in time different from his fellows. The wilderness leaves something of her mystery in his eyes, that mystery of hidden, unknown, but guessed power. Men look after him on the street as they would look after any other pioneer, in vague admiration of a scope more virile than their own. Thorpe, in common with the other men, had thought Radway's vacation at Christmas a mistake. He could not but admire the feverish animation that now characterized the jobber. Every mischance was as quickly repaired as a roused expedient could do the work. The marsh received first attention. There the restless snow drifted uneasily before the wind. Nearly every day the road had to be plowed, and the sprinklers followed the teams almost constantly. Often it was bitter cold, but no one dared to suggest to the determined jobber that it might be better to remain indoors. The men knew as well as he that the heavy February snows would block traffic beyond hope of extrication. As it was, several times an especially heavy fall clogged the way. The snow plow, even with extra teams, could hardly force its path through. Men with shovels helped. Often but a few loads a day, and they small, could be forced to the banks by the utmost exertions of the entire crew. Esprit de corps awoke. The men sprang to their tasks with alacrity, gave more than an hour's exertion to each of the 24, took a pride in repulsing the assaults of the great enemy, whom they personified under the generic "she." Mike McGovern raked up a saint somewhere whom he apostrophized in a personal and familiar manner. He hit his head against an overhanging branch. "You a nice one, now ain't ye?" he cried angrily at the unfortunate guardian of his soul. "Dom if I don't quite ye. Ye see. Be the gate of heaven," he shouted when he opened the door of mornings and discovered another 6 inches of snow. "You're a bird. Oi, if I couldn't make out to be more of a saint than that, I'd quit the business. Move your pull, and get us some dacent weather. Ye ought to be road monkeyin' on the golden streets, that's what ye ought to be doin'." Jackson Hines was righteously indignant, but with the shrewdness of the old man, put the blame partly where it belonged. "I ain't sayin'," he observed judicially, "that this weather ain't hell. It's hell and repeat. But a man sorta got to expect weather. He looks for it, and he ought to be ready for it. The trouble is we got behind Christmas. It's that Dyer. He's about as mean as they make 'em. The only reason he didn't die long ago is because the devil thought him too mean to pay any 'tention to. If ever he should die and go to heaven, he'd pry up the golden streets and use the infernal pit for a smelter." With this magnificent bit of invective, Jackson seized a lantern and stomped out to see that the teamsters fed their horses properly. "Didn't know you were a miner, Jackson," called Thorpe, laughing. "Young feller," replied Jackson at the door, "it's a lot easier to tell what I ain't been." So floundering, battling, making a little progress every day, the strife continued. One morning in February, Thorpe was helping load a big butt log. He was engaged in "sending up." That is, he was one of the 2 men who stand at either side of the skids to help the ascending log keep straight and true to its bed on the pile. His assistant's end caught on the sliver, ground for a second, and slipped back. Thus the log ran slanting across the skids instead of perpendicular to them. To rectify the fault, Thorpe dug his cant hook into the timber and threw his weight on the stock. He hoped in this manner to check correspondingly the ascent of his end. In other words, he took the place on his side of the preventing sliver, so equalizing the pressure and forcing the timber to its proper position. Instead of rolling, the log slid. The stock of the cant hook was jerked from his hands. He fell back, and the cant hook, after clinging for a moment to the rough bark, snapped down and hit him a crushing blow on the top of the head. Had a less experienced man than Jim Gladys been stationed at the other end, Thorpe's life would have ended there. A shout of surprise or horror would have stopped the horse pulling on the decking chain. The heavy stick would have slid back on the prostrate young man, who would have thereupon been ground to atoms as he lay. With the utmost coolness Gladys swarmed the slanting face of the load, interposed the length of his cant hook stock between the log and it, held it exactly long enough to straighten the timber, but not so long as to crush his own head and arm, and ducked just as the great piece of wood rumbled over the end of the skids and dropped with a thud into the place Norton, the top man, had prepared for it. It was a fine deed, quickly thought, quickly dared. No one saw it. Jim Gladys was a hero, but a hero without an audience. They took Thorpe up and carried him in, just as they had carried Hank Paul before. Men who had not spoken a dozen words to him in as many days gathered his few belongings and stuffed them awkwardly into his satchel. Jackson Hines prepared the bed of straw and warm blankets in the bottom of the sleigh that was to take him out. "He would have made a good boss," said the old fellow. "He's a hard man to nick." Thorpe was carried in from the front, and the battle went on without him. Chapter 12. Thorpe never knew how carefully he was carried to camp, nor how tenderly the tote teamster drove his hay-couched burden to Beeson Lake. He had no consciousness of the jolting train, in the baggage car of which Jimmy, the little brakeman, and Bud and the baggage man spread blankets, and altogether put themselves to a great deal of trouble. When finally he came to himself, he was in a long, bright, clean room, and the sunset was throwing splashes of light on the ceiling over his head. He watched them idly for a time, then turned on his pillow. At once he perceived a long double row of clean white painted iron beds, on which lay or sat figures of men. Other figures of women glided here and there noiselessly. They wore long, spreading dove-gray clothes, with a starched white kerchief drawn over the shoulders and across the breast. Their heads were quaintly white-garbed in stiff wing-like coifs, fitting close about the oval of the face. Then Thorpe sighed comfortably, and closed his eyes, and blessed the chance that he had bought a hospital ticket of the agent who had visited camp the month before. For these were sisters, and the young man lay in the hospital of St. Mary. Time was when the lumberjack who had the misfortune to fall sick or to meet with an accident was in a sorry plight indeed. If he possessed a stake, he would receive some sort of unskilled attention in one of the numerous and fearful lumbermen's boarding houses, just so long as his money lasted, not one instant more. Then he was bundled brutally into the street, no matter what his condition might be. Penniless, without friends, sick, he drifted naturally to the county poorhouse. There he was patched up quickly and sent out half cured. The authorities were not so much to blame. With the slender appropriations at their disposal, they found difficulty in taking care of those who came legitimately under their jurisdiction. It was hardly to be expected that they would welcome with open arms a vast army of crippled and diseased men temporarily from the woods. The poor lumberjack was often left broken in mind and body from causes which a little intelligent care would have rendered unimportant. With the establishment of the first St. Mary's Hospital, I think at Bay City, all this was changed. Now, in it and a half dozen others conducted on the same principles, the woodsman receives the best of medicines, nursing, and medical attendance. For one of the numerous agents who periodically visits the camps, he purchases for $8 a ticket, which admits him at any time during the year to the hospital, where he is privileged to remain free of further charge until convalescent. So valuable are these institutions, and so excellently are they maintained by the sisters, that a hospital agent is always welcome, even in those camps from which ordinary peddlers and insurance men are rigidly excluded. Like a great many other charities built on a common-sense, self-supporting rational basis, the woods hospitals are under the Roman Catholic Church. In one of these hospitals Thorpe lay for 6 weeks, suffering from a severe concussion of the brain. At the end of the 4th his fever had broken, but he was pronounced as yet too weak to be moved. His nurse was a red-cheeked, blue-eyed, homely little Irish girl, brimming with motherly good humor. When Thorpe found strength to talk, the two became friends. Through her influence he was moved to a bed about 10 feet from the window. Thence his privileges were 3 roofs and a glimpse of the distant river. The roofs were covered with snow. One day Thorpe saw it sink into itself and gradually run away. The tinkle-tinkle tank-tank of drops sounded from his own eaves. Down the far-off river sluggish reaches of ice drifted. Then in the night the blue disappeared from the stream. It became a menacing gray, and even from his distance Thorpe could catch the swirl of its rising waters. A day or two later dark masses drifted or shot across the field of his vision, and twice he thought he distinguished men standing upright and bold on single logs as they rushed down the current. "What is the date?" he asked of the sister. "The 11th of March." "Isn't it early for the thaw?" "Listen to him!" exclaimed the sister delightedly. "Early, is it? Sure the freshet got them all. Look, darlin', ye can see the drive from here." "I see," said Thorpe wearily. "When can I get out?" "Not for 1 week," replied the sister decidedly. At the end of the week Thorpe said good-bye to his attendant, who appeared as sorry to see him go as though the same partings did not come to her a dozen times a year. He took 2 days of tramping the little town to regain the use of his legs, and boarded the morning train for Beeson Lake. He did not pause in the village, but bent his steps to the upper trail. Chapter 12. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com. Part 1. The Forest. Chapters 13, 14, and 15 of The Blaze Trail by Stewart White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 13. Thorpe found the woods very different from when he had first traversed them. They were full of patches of wet earth and of sunshine, of dark pine looking suddenly worn, and of fresh green shoots of needles looking deliciously spring-like. This was the contrast everywhere: stern, earnest, purposeful winter, and gay, laughing, careless spring. It was impossible not to draw in fresh spirits with every step. He followed the trail by the river. Butterballs and scoters paddled up at his approach. Bits of rotten ice occasionally swirled down the diminishing stream. The sunshine was clear and bright, but silvery rather than golden, as though a little of the winter's snow, a last ethereal incarnation, had lingered in its substance. Around every bend Thorpe looked for some of Radway's crew driving the logs down the current. He knew from chance encounters with several of the men in Bay City that Radway was still in camp, which meant, of course, that the last of the season's operations were not yet finished. 5 miles further Thorpe began to wonder whether this last conclusion might not be erroneous. The Cass branch had shrunken almost to its original limits. Only here and there a little bayou or marsh attested recent freshets. The drive must have been finished, even this early, for the stream in its present condition would hardly float saw logs, certainly not in quantity. Thorpe, puzzled, walked on. At the banking ground he found empty skids. Evidently the drive was over. And yet, even to Thorpe's ignorance, it seemed incredible that the remaining 1.5 million of logs had been hauled, banked, and driven during the short time he had lain in the Bay City hospital. More to solve the problem than in any hope of work, he set out up the logging road. Another 3 miles brought him to camp. It looked strangely wet and sodden, and deserted. In fact, Thorpe found a bare half-dozen people in it: Radway, the cook, and 4 men who were helping to pack up the movables, and who later would drive out the wagons containing them. The jobber showed strong traces of the strain he had undergone, but greeted Thorpe almost jovially. He seemed able to show more of his real nature now that the necessity of authority had been definitely removed. "Hello, young man!" he shouted at Thorpe's mud-splashed figure. "Come back to view the remains? Ah, well again, eh? That's good." He strode down to grip the young fellow heartily by the hand. It was impossible not to be charmed by the sincere cordiality of his manner. "I didn't know you were through," explained Thorpe. "I came to see if I could get a job." "Well, now I am sorry," cried Radway. "You can turn in and help, though, if you want to." Thorpe greeted the cook and old Jackson Hines, the only 2 whom he knew, and set to work to tie up bundles of blankets and to collect axes, peavies, and tools of all descriptions. This was evidently the last wagon trip, for little remained to be done. "I ought by rights to take the lumber of the roofs and floors," observed Radway thoughtfully, "but I guess she don't matter." Thorpe had never seen him in better spirits. He ascribed the older man's hilarity to relief over the completion of a difficult task. That evening the 7 dined together at one end of the long table. The big room exhaled already the atmosphere of desertion. "Not much like old times, is she?" laughed Radway. "Can't you just shut your eyes and hear Baptiste say, 'Mak' him de soup one time more for me. She's pretty empty now.'" Jackson Hines looked whimsically down the bare board. "More room than God made for geese in Ireland," was his comment. After supper they even sat outside for a little time to smoke their pipes, chair tilted against the logs of the cabins, but soon the chill of melting snow drove them indoors. The 4 teamsters played 7-up in the cook camp by the light of a barn lantern, while Thorpe and the cook wrote letters. Thorpe's was to his sister. "I have been in the hospital for about a month," he wrote. Nothing serious, a crack on the head, which is all right now. But I cannot get home this summer, nor, I am afraid, can we arrange about the school this year. I am about $70 ahead of where I was last fall, so you see it is slow business. This summer I am going into a mill, but the wages for green labor are not very high there either, and so on. When Miss Helen Thorpe, aged 17, received this document, she stamped her foot almost angrily. "You'd think he was a day laborer," she cried. "Why doesn't he try for a clerkship or something in the city where he'd have a chance to use his brains?" The thought of her big, strong, tan brother chained to a desk rose to her, and she smiled a little sadly. "I know," she went on to herself, "he'd rather be a common laborer in the woods than railroad manager in the office. He loves his out of doors." "Helen!" called a voice from below. "If you're through up there, I wish you'd come down and help me carry this rug out." The girl's eyes cleared with a snap. "So do I!" she cried defiantly. "So do I love out of doors. I like the woods and the fields and the trees just as much as he does, only differently, but I don't get out." And thus she came to feeling rebelliously that her brother had been a little selfish in his choice of an occupation, that he sacrificed her inclinations to his own. She did not guess, how could she, his dreams for her? She did not see the future through his thoughts, but through his words. A negative hopelessness settled down on her, which soon her strong spirit, worthy counterpart of her brother's, changed to more positive rebellion. Thorpe had aroused antagonism where he craved only love. The knowledge of that fact would have surprised and hurt him, for he was entirely without suspicion of it. He lived subjectively to so great a degree that his thoughts and aims took on a certain tangible objectivity. They became so real to him that he quite overlooked the necessity of communication to make them as real to others. He assumed unquestioningly that the other must know. So entirely had he thrown himself into his ambition of making a suitable position for Helen, so continually had he dwelt on it in his thoughts, so earnestly had he striven for it in every step of the great game he was beginning to play, that it never occurred to him he should also conceive a definite outward manifestation of his feeling in order to assure its acceptance. Thorpe believed that he had sacrificed every thought and effort to his sister. Helen was becoming convinced that he had considered only himself. After finishing the letter which gave occasion to this train of thought, Thorpe lit his pipe and strolled out into the darkness. Opposite the little office he stopped amazed. Through the narrow window he could see Radway seated in front of the stove. Every attitude of the man denoted the most profound dejection. He had sunk down into his chair until he rested on almost the small of his back. His legs were stuck straight out in front of him, his chin rested on his breast, and his two arms hung listless at his side, a pipe half falling from the fingers of one hand. All the facetious lines had turned to pathos. In his face sorrowed the anxious, questing, wistful look of the St. Bernard that does not understand. "What's the matter with the boss, anyway?" asked Thorpe in a low voice of Jackson Hines, when the 7-Up game was finished. "Hain't ye heard?" inquired the old man in surprise. "Why, no, what?" "Busted," said the old man sententiously. "How? What do you mean?" "What I say. He's busted. That freshet caught him too quick. They's more'n 1.5 million logs left in the woods that can't be got out this year, and as his contract calls for a finished job, he don't get nothin' for what he's done." "That's a queer rig," commented Thorpe. "He's done a lot of valuable work here. The timber's cut and skidded anyway, and he's delivered a good deal of it to the main drive. The M&D outfit get all the advantage of that?" "They do, my son. When old Daly's hand gets near anything, it cramps. I don't know how the old man come to make such a contract, but he did. Result is, he's out his expenses and time." To understand exactly the catastrophe that had occurred, it is necessary to follow briefly an outline of the process after the logs have been piled on the banks. There they remain until the breakup attendant on spring shall flood the stream to a freshet. The rollways are then broken, and the saw logs floated down the river to the mill, where they are to be cut into lumber. If for any reason this transportation by water is delayed until the flood goes down, the logs are stranded or left in pools. Consequently, every logger puts into the 2 or 3 weeks of freshet water a feverish activity which shall carry his product through before the ebb. The exceptionally early break-up of this spring, combined with the fact that, owing to the series of incidents and accidents already sketched, the actual cutting and skidding had fallen so far behind, caught Radway unawares. He saw his rollways breaking out, while his teams were still hauling in the woods. In order to deliver to the mouth of the Cass Branch the $3 million already banked, he was forced to drop everything else and attend strictly to the drive. This left still, as has been stated, $1.5 million on skidways, which Radway knew he would be unable to get out that year. In spite of the jobber's certainty that his claim was thus annulled, and that he might as well abandon the enterprise entirely for all he would ever get out of it, he finished the drive conscientiously and saved to the company the logs already banked. Then he had interviewed Daly. The latter refused to pay him 1 cent. Nothing remained but to break camp and grin as best he might over the loss of his winter's work and expenses. The next day Radway and Thorpe walked the 10 miles of the river trail together, while the teamsters and the cook drove down the 5 teams. Under the influence of the solitude and a certain sympathy which Thorpe manifested, Radway talked a very little. "I got behind, that's all there is to it," he said. "I suppose I ought to have driven the men a little, but still, I don't know. It gets pretty cold on the plains. I guess I bit off more than I could chew." His eyes followed listlessly a frenzied squirrel swinging from the tops of poplars. "I wouldn't have done it for myself," he went on. "I don't like the confounded responsibility. They's too much worry connected with it all. I had a good snug little stake, mighty nigh 6,000. She's all gone now. That would have been enough for me, I ain't a drinking man. But then there was the woman and the kid. This ain't no country for woman folks, and I wanted to take little Lida out of here. I had lots of experience in the woods, and I've seen men making big money time and again who didn't know as much about it as I do. But they got there somehow. Says I'll make a stake this year. I'd have had 12,000 in the bank if things have gone right, and then we'll just move down around Detroit, and I'll put Lida in school." Thorpe noticed a break in the man's voice, and glancing suddenly toward him was astounded to catch his eyes brimming with tears. Radway perceived the surprise. "You know when I left Christmas?" he asked. "Yes." "I was gone 2 weeks, and them 2 weeks done me. We was going slow enough before, God knows, but even with the rank weather and all, I think we'd have won out if we could have held the same gait." Radway paused. Thorpe was silent. "The boys thought it was a mighty poor rig, my leaving that way." He paused again in evident expectation of a reply. Again Thorpe was silent. "Didn't they?" Radway insisted. "Yes, they did," answered Thorpe. The older man sighed. "I thought so," he went on. "Well, I didn't go to spend Christmas. I went because Jimmy brought me a telegram that Lida was sick with diphtheria. I sat up nights with her for 11 days." "No bad after effects, I hope?" inquired Thorpe. "She died," said Radway simply. The 2 men tramped stolidly on. This was too great an affair for Thorpe to approach except on the knees of his spirit. After a long interval during which the waters had time to still, the young man changed the subject. "Aren't you going to get anything out of M&D?" he asked. "No, didn't earn nothin'. I left a lot of their saw logs hung up in the woods, where they'll deteriorate from rotten worms. This is their last season in this district." "Got anything left?" "Not a cent." "What are you going to do?" "Do?" cried the old woodsman, the fire springing to his eyes. "Do? I'm going into the woods, by God! I'm going to work with my hands and be happy. I'm going to do other men's work for them, and take other men's pay. Let them do the figuring and worrying. I'll boss their gangs and make their roads and see to their logging for 'em, but it's got to be theirs. No, I'm going to be a free man by the G-jumping Moses." Chapter 14. Thorpe dedicated a musing instant to the incongruity of rejoicing over a freedom gained by ceasing to be master and becoming servant. "Radway," he said suddenly, "I need money, and I need it bad. I think you ought to get something out of this job of the M&D. Not much, but something. Will you give me a share of what I can collect from them?" "Sure," agreed the jobber readily, with a laugh. "Sure, but you won't get anything. I'll give you 10% quick." "Good enough," cried Thorpe. "But don't be too sure you'll earn day wages doing it," warned the other. "I saw Daly when I was down here last week." "My time's not valuable," replied Thorpe. "Now, when we get to town, I want your power of attorney and a few figures, after which I will not bother you again." The next day the young man called for the second time at the little red-painted office under the shadow of the mill, and for the second time stood before the bulky power of the junior member of the firm. "Well, young man, what can I do for you?" asked the latter. "I have been informed," said Thorpe without preliminary, "that you intend to pay John Radway nothing for the work done on the Cass Branch this winter. Is that true?" Daly studied his antagonist meditatively. "If it is true, what is it to you?" he asked at length. "I am acting in Mr. Radway's interest." "You are one of Radway's men?" "Yes." "In what capacity have you been working for him?" "Cant-hook man," replied Thorpe briefly. "I see," said Daly slowly. Then suddenly, with an intensity of energy that startled Thorpe, he cried, "Now, you get out of here, right off, quick!" The younger man recognized the compelling and autocratic boss addressing a member of the crew. "I shall do nothing of the kind," he replied with a flash of fire. The mill owner leaped to his feet, every inch a leader of men. Thorpe did not wish to bring about an actual scene of violence. He had attained his objective, which was to fluster the other out of his judicial calm. "I have Radway's power of attorney," he added. Daly sat down, controlled himself with an effort, and growled out, "Why didn't you say so?" "Now, I would like to know your position," went on Thorpe. "I am not here to make trouble, but as an associate of Mr. Radway, I have a right to understand the case. Of course I have his side of the story," he suggested, as though convinced that a detailing of the other side might change his views. Daly considered carefully, fixing his flint blue eyes unswervingly on Thorpe's face. Evidently his scrutiny advised him that the young man was a force to be reckoned with. "It's like this," said he abruptly. "We contracted last fall with this man Radway to put in 5 million feet of our timber, delivered to the main drive at the mouth of the Cass Branch. In this he was to act independently, except as to the matter of provisions. Those he drew from our van, and was debited with the amount of same. Is that clear?" "Perfectly," replied Thorpe. "In return we were to pay him, merchantable scale, $4 a thousand. If, however, he failed to put in the whole job, the contract was void." "That's how I understand it," commented Thorpe. "Well?" "Well, he didn't get in the 5 million. There's 1.5 million hung up in the woods." "But you have in your hands 3.5 million, which under the present arrangement you get free of charge whatever." "And we ought to get it," cried Daly. "Great guns! Here we intend to saw this summer and quit. We want to get in every stick of lumber we own so as to be able to clear out of here for good, and all at the close of the season. And now this condign jobber ties us up for 1.5 million. "It is exceedingly annoying," conceded Thorpe, "and it is a good deal of Radway's fault, I am willing to admit. But it's your fault, too." "To be sure," replied Daly with the accent of sarcasm. "You had no business entering into any such contract. It gave him no show. I suppose that was mainly his outlook, wasn't it? As I already told you, we had to protect ourselves. You should have demanded security for completion of the work. Under your present agreement, if Radway got in the timber, you were to pay him a fair price. If he didn't, you appropriated everything he had already done. In other words, you made him a bet." "I don't care what you call it," answered Daly, who had recovered his good humor in contemplation of the security of his position. "The fact stands all right." "It does," replied Thorpe unexpectedly, "and I'm glad of it. Now, let's examine a few figures. You owned 5 million feet of timber, which at the price of stumpage, standing trees, was worth $10,000. Well? You come out at the end of the season with 3.5 million of saw logs, which, with the $4 worth of logging added, are worth $21,000. "Hold on!" cried Daly. "We paid Radway $4. We could have done it ourselves for less." "You could not have done it for 1 cent less than $4.20 in that country," replied Thorpe, "as any expert will testify." "Why did we give it to Radway at 4 then?" "You saved the expense of a salaried overseer and yourself some bother," replied Thorpe. "Radway could do it for less because, for some strange reason which you yourself do not understand, a jobber can always log for less than a company." "We could have done it for 4," insisted Daly stubbornly. "But get on. What are you driving at? My time's valuable." "Well, put her at 4 then," agreed Thorpe. "That makes your saw logs worth over $20,000. Of this value Radway added $13,000. You have appropriated that much of his without paying him 1 cent." Daly seemed amused. "How about the 1.5 million feet of ours he appropriated?" he asked quietly. "I'm coming to that. Now for your losses. At the stumpage rate your 1.5 million which Radway appropriated would be only $3,000. But for the sake of argument we'll take the actual sum you'd have received for saw logs. Even then the 1.5 million would only have been worth between $8,000 and $9,000. Deducting this purely theoretical loss Radway has occasioned you from the amount he has gained for you, you are still some $4,000 or $5,000 ahead of the game. For that you paid him nothing. That's Radway's lookout. In justice you should pay him that amount. He is a poor man. He has sunk all he owned in this venture, some $12,000, and he has nothing to live on. Even if you pay him $5,000, he has lost considerable, while you have gained. How have we gained by this bit of philanthropy? Because you originally paid in cash for all that timber on the stump just $10,000, and you get from Radway saw logs to the value of 20, replied Thorpe sharply. Besides, you still own the 1.5 million which, if you do not care to put them in yourself, you can sell for something on the skids. Don't you know, young man, that white pine logs on skids will spoil utterly in a summer? Worms get into 'em." "I do," replied Thorpe, "unless you bark them, which process will cost you about $1 a thousand. You can find any amount of small purchasers at reduced price. You can sell them easily at $3. That nets you for your 1.5 million a little over $4,000. Under the circumstances, I do not think that my request for $5,000 is at all exorbitant." Daly laughed. "You are a shrewd figurer, and your remarks are interesting," said he. "Will you give $5,000?" asked Thorpe. "I will not," replied Daly, then with a sudden change of humor, "and now I'll do a little talking. I've listened to you just as long as I'm going to. I have Radway's contract in that safe, and I live up to it. I'll thank you to go plumb to hell." "That's your last word, is it?" asked Thorpe, rising. "It is." "Then," he said slowly and distinctly, "I'll tell you what I'll do. I intend to collect in full the $4 a thousand for the 3.5 million Mr. Radway has delivered to you. In return, Mr. Radway will purchase of you at the stumpage rates of $2 a thousand the 1.5 million he failed to put in. That makes a bill against you, if my figuring is correct, of just $11,000. You will pay that bill, and I will tell you why. Your contract will be classed in any court as a gambling contract for lack of consideration. You have no legal standing in the world. I call your bluff, Mr. Daly, and I'll fight you from the drop of the hat through every court in Christendom." "Fight ahead," advised Daly sweetly, who knew perfectly well that Thorpe's law was faulty. As a matter of fact, the young man could have collected on other grounds, but neither was aware of that. "Furthermore," pursued Thorpe in addition, "I'll repeat my offer before witnesses, and if I win the first suit I'll sue you for the money we could have made by purchasing the extra 1.5 million before it had a chance to spoil." This statement had its effect, for it forced an immediate settlement before the pine on the skids should deteriorate. Daly lounged back with a little more deadly carelessness. "And lastly," concluded Thorpe, playing his trump card, "the suit, from start to finish, will be published in every important paper in this country. If you do not believe I have the influence to do this, you are at liberty to doubt the fact." Daly was cogitating many things. He knew that publicity was the last thing to be desired. Thorpe's statement had been made in view of the fact that much of the business of a lumber firm is done on credit. He thought that perhaps a rumor of a big suit going against the firm might weaken confidence. As a matter of fact, this consideration had no weight whatever with the older man, although the threat of publicity actually gained for Thorpe what he demanded. The lumberman feared the noise of an investigation solely and simply because his firm, like so many others, was engaged at the time in stealing government timber in the Upper Peninsula. He did not call it stealing, but that was what it amounted to. Thorpe's shot in the air hit full. "I think we can arrange a basis of settlement," he said finally. "Be here tomorrow morning at 10 with Radway." "Very well," said Thorpe. "By the way," remarked Daly, "I don't believe I know your name." "Thorpe," was the reply. "Well, Mr. Thorpe," said the lumberman with cold anger, "if at any time there is anything within my power or influence that you want, I'll see that you don't get it." Chapter 15. The whole affair was finally compromised for $9,000. Radway, grateful beyond expression, insisted on Thorpe's acceptance of an even thousand of it. With this money in hand, the latter felt justified in taking a vacation for the purpose of visiting his sister. So in 2 days after the signing of the check he walked up the straight garden path that led to Renwick's home. It was a little painted frame house back from the street, fronted by a precise bit of lawn, with a willow bush at one corner. A white picket fence effectually separated it from a broad, shaded, not unpleasing street. An osage hedge and a board fence respectively bounded the side and back. Under the low porch, Thorpe rang the bell at a door flanked by 2 long, narrow strips of imitation stained glass. He entered then a little dark hall from which the stairs rose almost directly at the door, containing with difficulty a hat rack and a table on which rested a card tray with cards. In the course of greeting an elderly woman, he stepped into the parlor. This was a small square apartment carpeted in dark Brussels, and stuffily glorified in the bourgeois manner by a white marble mantelpiece, several pieces of mahogany furniture upholstered in haircloth, a table on which reposed a number of gift books in celluloid and other fancy bindings, an old-fashioned piano with a doily and a bit of china statuary, a cabinet or so containing such things as ore specimens, dried seaweed and coins, and a spindle-legged table or two upholding glass cases garnished with stuffed birds and wax flowers. The ceiling was so low that the heavy window hangings descended almost from the angle of it and the walls. Thorpe, by some strange freak of psychology, suddenly recalled a wild, windy day in the forest. He had stood on the top of a height. He saw again the sharp puffs of snow exactly like the smoke from bursting shells, where a fierce swoop of the storm struck the laden tops of pines, the dense swirl again exactly like smoke but now of a great fire that marked the lakes. The picture superimposed itself silently over this stuffy bourgeois respectability like the shadow of a dream. He had heard plainly enough the commonplace drawl of the women before him, offering him the platitudes of her kind. "You are looking real well, Mr. Thorpe," she was saying, "and I just know Helen will be glad to see you. She had a whole afternoon out to-day and won't be back to tea. Do set and tell me about what you've been a-doing and how you're a-getting along." "No, thank you, Mrs. Renwick," he replied. "I'll come back later. How is Helen?" "She's purty well, and such a nice girl, I think she's getting right handsome." "Can you tell me where she went?" But Mrs. Renwick did not know. So Thorpe wandered about the maple-shaded streets of the little town. For the purposes he had in view, $500 would be none too much. The remaining $500 he had resolved to invest in his sister's comfort and happiness. He had thought the matter over and come to his decision in that secretive, careful fashion so typical of him, working over every logical step of his inductions so thoroughly that it ended by becoming part of his mental fiber. So when he reached the conclusion, it had already become to him an axiom. In presenting it as such to his sister, he never realized that she had not followed with him the logical steps, and so hardly could be expected to accept the conclusion out of hand. Thorpe wished to give his sister the best education possible in the circumstances. She was now nearly 18 years old. He knew likewise that he would probably experience a great deal of difficulty in finding another family which would afford the young girl quite the same equality coupled with so few disadvantages. Admitted that its level of intellect and taste was not high, Mrs. Renwick was on the whole a good influence. Helen had not in the least the position of servant, but of a daughter. She helped around the house, and in return she was fed, lodged, and clothed for nothing. So though the money might have enabled Helen to live independently in a modest way for a year or so, Thorpe preferred that she remain where she was. His game was too much a game of chance. He might find himself at the end of the year without further means. Above all things he wished to assure Helen's material safety until such time as he should be quite certain of himself. In pursuance of this idea, he had gradually evolved what seemed to him an excellent plan. He had already perfected it by correspondence with Mrs. Renwick. It was briefly this. He, Thorpe, would at once hire a servant girl who would make anything but supervision unnecessary in so small a household. The remainder of the money he had already paid for a year's tuition in the seminary of the town. Thus Helen gained her leisure and an opportunity for study, and still retained her home in case of reverse. Thorpe found his sister already a young lady. After the first delight of meeting had passed, they sat side by side on the haircloth sofa and took stock of each other. Helen had developed from the school child to the woman. She was a handsome girl, possessed of a slender, well-rounded form, deep hazel eyes with the level gaze of her brother, a clean-cut patrician face, and a thoroughbred neatness of carriage that advertised her good blood. Altogether a figure rather aloof, a face rather impassive, but with the possibility of passion and emotion, and a will to back them. "Oh, but you're tanned and big!" she cried, kissing her brother. "You've had such a strange winter, haven't you?" "Yes," he replied absently. Another man would have struck her young imagination with the wild, free thrill of the wilderness. Thus he would have gained her sympathy and understanding. Thorpe was too much in earnest. "Things came a little better than I thought they were going to, toward the last," said he, "and I made a little money." "Oh, I'm so glad!" she cried. "Was it much?" "No, not much," he answered. "The actual figures would have been so much better. I made arrangements with Mrs. Renwick to hire a servant girl, so you will have all your free time, and I have paid a year's tuition for you in the seminary." "Oh," said the girl, and fell silent. After a time, "Thank you very much, Harry dear." Then after another interval, "I think I'll go get ready for supper." Instead of getting ready for supper, she paced excitedly up and down her room. "Oh, why didn't he say what he was about?" she cried to herself. "Why didn't he? Why didn't he?" Next morning she opened the subject again. "Harry dear," said she, "I have a little scheme, and I want to see if it is not feasible. How much will the girl in the seminary cost?" "About $400. "Well, now see, dear, with $400 I can live for a year very nicely by boarding with some girls I know, who live in a sort of club, and I could learn much more by going to the high school, and continuing with some other classes I am interested in now. Why, see, Harry," she cried, all interest, "we have Professor Cargill come twice a week to teach us English, and Professor Johns who teaches us history, and we hope to get one or two more this winter. If I go to the seminary, I'll have to miss all that. And, Harry, really, I don't want to go to the seminary. I don't think I should like it. I know I shouldn't." "But why not live here, Helen?" he asked. "Because I'm tired of it," she cried. "Sick to the soul of the stuffiness, and the glass cases, and the goodness of it." Thorpe remembered his vision of the wild, wind-tossed pines, and sighed. He wanted very, very much to act in accordance with his sister's desires, although he winced under the sharp hurt pang of the sensitive man whose intended kindness is not appreciated. The impossibility of complying, however, reacted to shut his real ideas and emotions the more inscrutably within him. "I'm afraid you would not find the girls' boarding club scheme a good one, Helen," he said. "You'd find it would work better in theory than in practice." "But it has worked with the other girls!" she cried. "I think you would be better off here." Helen bravely choked back her disappointment. "I might live here, but let the seminary drop anyway. That would save a good deal," she begged. "I'd get quite as much good out of my work outside, and then we'd have all the money besides." "I don't know. I'll see," replied Thorpe. The mental discipline of classroom work might be a good thing. He had already thought of this modification himself, but with his characteristic caution threw cold water on the scheme until he could ascertain definitely whether or not it was practicable. He had already paid the tuition for a year, and was in doubt as to its repayment. As a matter of fact, the negotiation took about 2 weeks. During that time Helen Thorpe went through her disappointment and emerged on the other side. Her nature was at once strong and adaptable. One by one she grappled with the different aspects of the case, and turned them the other way. By a tour de force she actually persuaded herself that her own plan was not really attractive to her. But what heartbreaks and tears this cost her, only those who in their youth have encountered such absolute negations of cherished ideas can guess. Then Thorpe told her. "I've fixed it, Helen," said he. "You can attend the high school and the classes, if you please. I have put the $250 out at interest for you." "Oh, Harry," she cried reproachfully, "why didn't you tell me before?" He did not understand. But the pleasure of it all had faded. She no longer felt enthusiasm, nor gratitude, nor anything except a dull feeling that she had been unnecessarily discouraged. And on his side, Thorpe was vaguely wounded. The days, however, passed in the main pleasurably for them both. They were fond of each other. The barrier slowly rising between them was not yet cemented by lack of affection on either side, but rather by lack of belief in the other's affection. Helen imagined Thorpe's interest in her becoming daily more perfunctory. Thorpe fancied his sister cold, unreasoning, and ungrateful. As yet this was but the vague dust of a cloud. They could not forget that, but for each other, they were alone in the world. Thorpe delayed his departure from day to day, making all the preparations he possibly could at home. Finally Helen came on him busily unpacking a box which a dray had left at the door. He unwound and laid on one side a Winchester rifle, a variety of fishing tackle, and some other miscellanies of the woodsman. Helen was struck by the beauty of the sporting implements. "Oh, Harry," she cried, "aren't they fine? What are you going to do with them?" "Going camping," replied Thorpe, his head in the excelsior. "When?" "This summer." Helen's eyes lit up with a fire of delight. "How nice! May I go with you?" she cried. Thorpe shook his head. "I'm afraid not, little girl. It's going to be a hard trip a long ways from anywhere. You couldn't stand it." "I'm sure I could. Try me." "No," replied Thorpe. "I know you couldn't. We'll be sleeping on the ground and going on foot through much extremely difficult country." "I wish you'd take me somewhere," pursued Helen. "I can't get away this summer unless you do. Why don't you camp somewhere nearer home, so I can go?" Thorpe arose and kissed her tenderly. He was extremely sorry that he could not spend the summer with his sister, but he believed likewise that their future depended to a great extent on this very trip. But he did not say so. "I can't, little girl. That's all. We've got our way to make." She understood that he considered the trip too expensive for them both. At this moment a paper fluttered from the excelsior. She picked it up. A glance showed her a total of the figures that made her gasp. "Here's your bill," she said with a strange choke in her voice, and left the room. "He can spend $60 on his old guns, but he can't afford to let me leave this hateful house," she complained to the apple tree. "He can go way off camping somewhere to have a good time, but he leaves me sweltering in this miserable little town all summer. I don't care if he is supporting me. He ought to. He's my brother. Oh, I wish I were a man. I wish I were dead." 3 days later Thorpe left for the north. He was reluctant to go. When the time came, he attempted to kiss Helen good-bye. She caught sight of the rifle in its new leather and canvas case, and on a sudden impulse, which she could not explain to herself, she turned away her face and ran into the house. Thorpe, vaguely hurt, a little resentful, as the genuinely misunderstood are apt to be, hesitated a moment, then trudged down the street. Helen, too, paused at the door, choking back her grief. "Harry, Harry!" she cried wildly. But it was too late. Both felt themselves to be in the right. Each realized this fact in the other. Each recognized the impossibility of imposing his own point of view over the other's. End of Part 1. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Part II, The Landlooker, Chapters 16, 17, and 18 of The Blazed Trail by Stewart White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 16. In every direction, the woods. Not an opening of any kind offered the mind a breathing place under the free sky. Sometimes the pine groves, vast, solemn, grand, with the patrician aloofness of the truly great. Sometimes the hardwood, bright, mysterious, full of life. Sometimes the swamps, dark, dank, speaking with the voices of the shyer creatures. Sometimes the spruce and balsam thickets, aromatic, enticing. But never the clear, open sky. And always the woods creatures in startling abundance and tameness. The solitary man with the pack straps across his forehead and shoulders had never seen so many of them. They withdrew silently before him as he advanced. They accompanied him on either side, watching him with intelligent, bright eyes. They followed him stealthily for a little distance, as though escorting him out of their own particular territory. Dozens of times a day the traveler glimpsed the flaunting white flags of deer. Often the creatures would take but a few hasty jumps, and then would wheel, the beautiful embodiments of the pictured deer, to snort and paw the leaves. Hundreds of birds, of which he did not know the name, stooped to his inspection, whirred away at his approach, or went about their business with hardy indifference under his very eyes. Blasé porcupines trundled superbly from his path. Once a mother partridge simulated a broken wing, fluttering painfully. Early one morning the traveler ran plump on a fat lolling deer, taking his ease from the new sun and his meal from a panic-stricken army of ants. As beseemed two innocent wayfarers, they honored each other with a salute of surprise, and went their way. And all about and through, weaving, watching, moving like spirits, were the forest multitudes which the young man never saw, but which he divined, and of whose movements he sometimes caught for a single instant the faintest patter or rustle. It constituted the mystery of the forest, that great, fascinating, lovable mystery which, once it steals into the heart of a man, has always a hearing and a longing when it makes its voice heard. The young man's equipment was simple in the extreme. Attached to a heavy leather belt of cartridges hung a 2-pound axe and a sheath knife. In his pocket reposed a compass, an airtight tin of matches, and a map drawn on oiled paper of a district divided into sections. Some few of the sections were colored, which indicated that they belonged to private parties. All the rest was state or government land. He carried in his hand a repeating rifle. The pack, if open, would have been found to contain a woolen and a rubber blanket, fishing tackle, 20 pounds or so of flour, a package of tea, sugar, a slab of bacon carefully wrapped in oiled cloth, salt, a suit of underwear, and several extra pairs of thick stockings. To the outside of the pack had been strapped a frying pan, a tin pail, and a cup. For more than a week Thorpe had journeyed through the forest without meeting a human being or seeing any indications of man, excepting always the old blaze of the government survey. Many years before, officials had run careless lines through the country along the section boundaries. At this time the blazes were so weather-beaten that Thorpe often found difficulty in deciphering the indications marked on them. These latter stated always the section, the township, and the range east or west by number. All Thorpe had to do was to find the same figures on his map. He knew just where he was. By means of his compass he could lay his course to any point that suited his convenience. The map he had procured at the United States Land Office in Detroit. He had set out with the scanty equipment just described, for the purpose of "looking" a suitable bunch of pine in the northern peninsula, which at that time was practically untouched. Access to its interior could be obtained only on foot or by river. The South Shore Railway was already engaged in pushing a way through the virgin forest, but it had as yet penetrated only as far as Seney, and after all had been projected more with the idea of establishing a direct route to Duluth and the copper districts than to aid the lumber industry. Marquette, Menominee, and a few smaller places along the coast were lumbering near at home, but they shipped entirely by water. Although the rest of the peninsula also was finely wooded, a general impression obtained among the craft that it would prove to be inaccessible for successful operation. Furthermore, at that period, a great deal of talk was believed as to the inexhaustibility of Michigan pine. Men in a position to know what they were talking about stated dogmatically that the forests of the southern peninsula would be adequate for a great many years to come. Furthermore, the magnificent timber of the Saginaw, Muskegon, and Grand River valleys in the southern peninsula occupied entire attention. No one cared to bother about property at so great a distance from home. As a consequence, few as yet knew even the extent of the resources so far north. Thorpe, however, with the far-sightedness of the born pioneer, had perceived that the exploitation of the upper country was an affair of a few years only. The forests of southern Michigan were vast, but not limitless, and they had all passed into private ownership. The north, on the other hand, would not prove as inaccessible as it now seemed, for the carrying trade would some day realize that the entire waterway of the Great Lakes offered an unrivaled outlet. With that, elementary discovery would begin a rush to the new country. Tiring of a profitless employment further south, he resolved to anticipate it, and by acquiring his holdings before general attention should be turned that way, to obtain of the best. He was without money and practically without friends. While government and state lands cost respectively $2.50 and $1.25 an acre, cash down. But he relied on the good sense of capitalists to perceive, from the statistics which his explorations would furnish, the wonderful advantage of logging a new country, with the chain of Great Lakes as shipping outlet at its very door. In return for his information, he would expect a half interest in the enterprise. This is the usual method of procedure adopted by landlookers everywhere. We have said that the country was quite new to logging, but the statement is not strictly accurate. Thorpe was by no means the first to see the money in northern pine. Outside the big mill districts already named, cuttings of considerable size were already under way, the logs from which were usually sold to the mills of Marquette or Menominee. Here and there along the best streams, men had already begun operations. But they worked on a small scale, and with an eye to the immediate present only, bending their efforts to as large a cut as possible each season rather than to the acquisition of holdings for future operations. This they accomplished naively by purchasing 140 and cutting a dozen. Thorpe's map showed often, near the forks of an important stream, a section whose coloring indicated private possession. Legally, the owners had the right only to the pine included in the marked sections, but if anyone had taken the trouble to visit the district, he would have found operations going on for miles up and down stream. The colored squares would prove to be nothing but so many excuses for being on the ground. The bulk of the pine of any season's cut, he would discover, had been stolen from unbought state or government land. This, in the old days, was a common enough trick. One man, at present a wealthy and respected citizen, cut for 6 years, and owned just 140 acres. Another logged nearly 50 million feet from an 80. In the state today live prominent businessmen, looked upon as models in every way, good fellows, good citizens, with sons and daughters proud of their social position, who nevertheless made the bulk of their fortunes by stealing government pine. "What you want today, old man?" inquired a wholesale lumber dealer of an individual whose name now stands for domestic and civic virtue. "I'll have 5 or 6 million saw logs to sell you in the spring, and I want to know what you'll give for them." "Go on," expostulated the dealer with a laugh. "Ain't you got that 40 all cut yet?" "She holds out pretty well," replied the other with a grin. An official, called the inspector, is supposed to report such stealings, after which another official is to prosecute. Aside from the fact that the danger of discovery is practically zero in so wild and distant a country, it is fairly well established that the old-time logger found these two individuals susceptible to the gentle art of sugaring. The officials, as well as the lumberman, became rich. If worse came to worst, and investigation seemed imminent, the operator could still purchase the land at legal rates, and so escape trouble. But the intention to appropriate was there, and, to confess the truth, The whitewashing by purchase needed but rarely to be employed. I have time and again heard landlookers assert that the old land offices were rarely on the square, but as to that I cannot, of course, venture an opinion. Thorpe was perfectly conversant with this state of affairs. He knew also that in all probability many of the colored districts on his map represented firms engaged in steals of greater or less magnitude. He was further aware that most of the concerns stole the lumber because it was cheaper to steal than to buy, but that they would buy readily enough if forced to do so in order to prevent its acquisition by another. This other might be himself. In his exploration, therefore, he decided to employ the utmost circumspection. As much as possible he purposed to avoid other men, but if meetings became inevitable, he hoped to mask his real intentions. He would pose as a hunter and fisherman. During the course of his week in the woods, he discovered that he would be forced eventually to resort to this expedient. He encountered quantities of fine timber in the country through which he traveled, and some day it would be logged, but at present the difficulties were too great. The streams were shallow, or they did not empty into a good shipping port. Investors would naturally look first for holdings along the more practicable routes. A cursory glance sufficed to show that on such waters the little red squares had already blocked a foothold for other owners. Thorpe surmised that he would undoubtedly discover fine unbought timber along their banks, but that the men already engaged in stealing it would hardly be likely to allow him peaceful acquisition. For a week, then, he journeyed through magnificent timber without finding what he sought, working always more and more to the north, until finally he stood on the shores of Superior. Up to now the streams had not suited him. He resolved to follow the shore west to the mouth of a fairly large river called the Ossawinamakee. It showed, in common with most streams of its size, land already taken, but Thorpe hoped to find good timber nearer the mouth. After several days' hard walking with this object in view, he found himself directly north of a bend in the river. So, without troubling to hunt for its outlet into Superior, he turned through the woods due south, with the intention of striking in on the stream. This he succeeded in accomplishing some 20 miles inland, where also he discovered a well-defined and recently used trail leading up the river. Thorpe camped one night at the bend, and then set out to follow the trail. It led him for upwards of 10 miles nearly due south, sometimes approaching, sometimes leaving the river, but keeping always in its direction. The country in general was rolling. Low parallel ridges of gentle declivity glided constantly across his way, their valleys sloping to the river. Thorpe had never seen a grander forest of pine than that which clothed them. For almost 3 miles after the young man had passed through a preliminary jungle of birch, cedar, spruce, and hemlock, it ran without a break, clear, clean, of cloud-sweeping altitude, without underbrush. Most of it was good bullsap, which is known by the fineness of the bark, though often in the hollows it shaded gradually into the rough-skinned cork pine. In those days few people paid any attention to the Norway, and hemlock was not even thought of. With every foot of the way, Thorpe became more and more impressed. At first the grandeur, the remoteness, the solemnity of the virgin forest fell on his spirit with a kind of awe. The tall, straight trunks lifted directly upwards to the vaulted screen through which the sky seemed as remote as the ceiling of a Roman church. Ravens wheeled and croaked in the blue, but infinitely far away. Some lesser noises wove into the stillness without breaking the web of its splendor, for the pine's silence laid soft, hushing fingers on the lips of those who might waken the sleeping sunlight. Then the spirit of the pioneer stirred within his soul. The wilderness sent forth its old-time challenge to the hardy. In him awoke that instinct which, without itself perceiving the end on which it is bent, clears the way for the civilization that has been ripening in the old world hothouses during 1,000 years. Men must eat, and so the soil must be made productive. We regret, each after his manner, the passing of the Indian, the buffalo, the great pine forests, for they are of the picturesque, but we live gladly on the product of the farms that have taken their places. Southern Michigan was once a pine forest. Now the twisted stump fences about the most fertile farms of the North alone break the expanse of prairie and of trim woodlots. Thorpe knew little of this, and cared less. These feathered trees, standing close ranked, and yet each isolate in the dignity and gravity of a sphinx of stone, set to dancing his blood of the frontiersman. He spread out his map to make sure that so valuable a clump of timber remained still unclaimed. A few sections lying near the headwaters were all he found marked as sold. He resumed his tramp light-heartedly. At the 10-mile point he came upon a dam. It was a crude dam, built of logs, whose face consisted of strong buttresses slanted upstream, and whose sheer was made of unbarked timbers laid smoothly side by side at the required angle. At present its gate was open. Thorpe could see that it was an unusually large gate, with a powerful apparatus for the raising and the lowering of it. The purpose of the dam in this new country did not puzzle him in the least, but its presence bewildered him. Such constructions are often thrown across logging streams at proper intervals in order that the operator may be independent of the spring freshets. When he wishes to drive his logs to the mouth of the stream, he first accumulates a head of water behind his dams, and then by lifting the gates, creates an artificial freshet sufficient to float his timber to the pool formed by the next dam below. The device is common enough, but it is expensive. People do not build dams except in the certainty of some years of logging, and quite extensive logging at that. If the stream happens to be navigable, the promoter must first get an improvement charter from a board of control appointed by the state. So Thorpe knew that he had to deal, not with a hand-to-mouth timber thief, but with a great company preparing to log the country on a big scale. He continued his journey. At noon he came to another and similar structure. The pine forest had yielded to knolls of hardwood separated by swamp holes of blackthorn. Here he left his pack and pushed ahead in light marching order. About 8 miles above the first dam, and 18 from the bend of the river, he ran into a slashing of the year before. The decapitated stumps were already beginning to turn brown with weather, the tangle of tops and limbs was partially concealed by poplar growths and wild raspberry vines. Parenthetically, it may be remarked that the promptitude with which these growths succeed the cutting of the pine is an inexplicable marvel. Clear 40 acres at random in the very center of a pine forest, without a tract of poplar within 100 miles. The next season will bring up the fresh shoots. Some claim that blue jays bring the seeds in their crops. Others incline to the theory that the creative elements lie dormant in the soil, needing only the sun to start them to life. Final speculation is impossible, but the fact stands. To Thorpe, this particular clearing became at once of the greatest interest. He scrambled over and through the ugly debris which for a year or two after logging operations cumbers the ground. By a rather prolonged search, he found what he sought, the section corners of the tract, on which the government surveyor had long ago marked the descriptions. A glance at the map confirmed his suspicions. The slashing lay some 2 miles north of the sections designated as belonging to private properties. It was government land. Thorpe sat down, lit a pipe, and did a little thinking. As an axiom, it may be premised that the shorter the distance logs have to be transported, the less it costs to get them in. Now, Thorpe had that very morning passed through beautiful timber lying much nearer the mouth of the river than either this or the sections further south. Why had these men deliberately ascended the stream? Why had they stolen timber 18 miles from the bend, when they could equally well have stolen just as good 14 miles nearer the terminus of their drive? Thorpe ruminated for some time without hitting upon a solution. Then suddenly he remembered the 2 dams, and his idea that the men in charge of the river must be wealthy and must intend operating on a large scale. He thought he glimpsed it. After another pipe, he felt sure. The unknowns were indeed going in on a large scale. They intended eventually to log the whole of the Ossawinamakee Basin. For this reason they had made their first purchase, planted their first foothold near the headwaters. Furthermore, located as they were far from a present or an immediately future civilization, they had felt safe in leaving for the moment their holdings represented by the 3 sections already described. Some day they would buy all the standing government pine in the basin. But in the meantime, they would steal all they could at a sufficient distance from the lake to minimize the danger of discovery. They had not dared to appropriate the 3-mile tract Thorpe had passed through, because in that locality the theft would probably be remarked, so they intended eventually to buy it. Until that should become necessary, however, every stick cut meant so much less to purchase. "They're going to cut and keep on cutting, working down river as fast as they can," argued Thorpe. "If anything happens so they have to, they'll buy in the pine that is left. But if things go well with them, they'll take what they can for nothing. They're getting this stuff out upriver first because they can steal safer while the country is still unsettled. And even when it does fill up, there will not be much likelihood of an investigation so far in country, at least until after they have folded their tents." It seems to us who are accustomed to the accurate policing of our 20th century almost incredible that such wholesale robberies should have gone on with so little danger of detection. Certainly detection was a matter of sufficient simplicity. Someone happens along like Thorpe, carrying a government map in his pocket. He runs across a parcel of unclaimed land already cut over. It would seem easy to lodge a complaint, institute a prosecution against the men known to have put in the timber. But it is almost never done. Thorpe knew that men occupied in so precarious a business would be keenly on the watch. At the first hint of rivalry, they would buy in the timber they had selected. But the situation had set his fighting blood to racing. The very fact that these men were thieves on so big a scale made him the more obstinately determined to thwart them. They undoubtedly wanted the tract down river. Well, so did he. He purposed to look it over carefully, to ascertain its exact boundaries and what sections it would be necessary to buy in order to include it, and perhaps even to estimate it in a rough way. In the accomplishment of this, he would have to spend the summer and perhaps part of the fall in that district. He could hardly expect to escape notice. By the indications on the river, he judged that a crew of men had shortly before taken out a drive of logs. After the timber had been rafted and towed to Marquette, they would return. He might be able to hide in the forest, but sooner or later, he was sure, one of the company's landlookers or hunters would stumble on his camp. Then his very concealment would tell them what he was after. The risk was too great. For above all things, Thorpe needed time. He had, as has been said, to ascertain what he could offer. Then he had to offer it. He would be forced to interest capital, and that is a matter of persuasion and leisure. Finally his shrewd, intuitive good sense flashed the solution on him. He returned rapidly to his pack, assumed the straps, and arrived at the first dam about dark of the long summer day. There he looked carefully about him. Some 50 feet from the water's edge a birch knoll supported, beside the birches, a single big hemlock. With his belt axe Thorpe cleared away the little white trees. He stuck the sharpened end of one of them in the bark of the shaggy hemlock, fastened the other end in a crotch 8 or 10 feet distant, slanted the rest of the saplings along one side of this ridge pole, and turned in after a hasty supper, leaving the completion of his permanent camp to the morrow. Chapter 17. In the morning he thatched smooth the roof of the shelter, using for the purpose the thick branches of hemlocks, placed 2 green spruce logs side by side as cooking range, slung his pot on a rod across 2 forked sticks, cut and split a quantity of wood, spread his blankets, and called himself established. His beard was already well grown, and his clothes had become worn by the brush and faded by the sun and rain. In the course of the morning he lay in wait very patiently near a spot overflowed by the river, where the day before he had noticed lily pads growing. After a time a doe and a spotted fawn came and stood ankle deep in the water, and ate of the lily pads. Thorpe lurked motionless behind his screen of leaves, and, as he had taken the precaution so to station himself that his hiding place lay downwind, the beautiful animals were unaware of his presence. By and by a prong buck joined them. He was a 2-year-old, young, tender, with the velvet just off his antlers. Thorpe aimed at his shoulder 6 inches above the belly line and pressed the trigger. As though by enchantment the three woods creatures disappeared. But the hunter had noticed that, whereas the doe and fawn flourished bravely the broad white flags of their tails, the buck had seemed but a streak of brown. By this he knew he had hit. Sure enough, after 200 yards of following the prints of sharp hoofs and occasional gobbets of blood on the leaves, he came upon his prey dead. It became necessary to transport the animal to camp. Thorpe stuck his hunting knife deep into the front of the deer's chest, where the neck joins, which allowed most of the blood to drain away. Then he fastened wild grapevines about the antlers, and, with a little exertion, drew the body after him as though it had been a toboggan. It slid more easily than one would imagine along the grain, but not as easily as by some other methods with which Thorpe was unfamiliar. At camp he skinned the deer, cut most of the meat into thin strips which he salted and placed in the sun to dry, and hung the remainder in a cool arbor of boughs. The hide he suspended over a pole. All these things he did hastily, as though he might be in a hurry, as indeed he was. At noon he cooked himself a venison steak and some tea. Then with his hatchet he cut several small pine poles, which he fashioned roughly in a number of shapes and put aside for the future. The brains of the deer, saved for the purpose, he boiled with water in his tin pail, wishing it were larger. With the liquor thus obtained he intended later to remove the hair and grain from the deer hide. Toward evening he caught a dozen trout in the pool below the dam. These he ate for supper. Next day he spread the buck's hide out on the ground and drenched it liberally with the product of deer brains. Later the hide was soaked in the river, after which, by means of a rough two-handled spatula, Thorpe was enabled after much labor to scrape away entirely the hair and grain. He cut from the edge of the hide a number of long strips of rawhide, but anointed the body of the skin liberally with the brain liquor. "Glad I don't have to do that every day," he commented, wiping his brow with the back of his wrist. As the skin dried he worked and kneaded it to softness. The result was a fair quality of white buckskin, the first Thorpe had ever made. If wetted, it would harden dry and stiff. Thorough smoking in the fumes of punk maple would obviate this, but that detail Thorpe left until later. "I don't know whether it's all necessary," he said to himself doubtfully, "but if you're going to assume a disguise, let it be a good one." In the meantime he had bound together with his rawhide thongs several of the oddly shaped pine timbers to form a species of deadfall trap. It was slow work, for Thorpe's knowledge of such things was theoretical. He had learned his theory well, however, and in the end arrived. All this time he had made no effort to look over the pine, nor did he intend to begin until he could be sure of doing so in safety. His object now was to give his knoll the appearances of a trapper's camp. Towards the end of the week he received his first visit. Evening was drawing on, and Thorpe was busily engaged in cooking a panful of trout, resting the frying pan across the two green spruce logs, between which glowed the coals. Suddenly he became aware of a presence at his side. How it had reached the spot he could not imagine, for he had heard no approach. He looked up quickly. "How do?" greeted the newcomer gravely. The man was an Indian, silent, solemn, with the straight, unwinking gaze of his race. "How do?" replied Thorpe. The Indian, without further ceremony, threw his pack to the ground, and, squatting on his heels, watched the white man's preparations. When the meal was cooked, he coolly produced a knife, selected a clean bit of hemlock bark, and helped himself. Then he lit a pipe, and gazed keenly about him. The buckskin interested him. "No good," said he, feeling of its texture. Thorpe laughed. "Not very," he confessed. "Good," continued the Indian, touching light with his own moccasins. "What would you do?" he inquired after a long silence, punctuated by the puffs of tobacco. "Hunt, trap, fish," replied Thorpe with equal sententiousness. "Good," concluded the Indian, after a ruminative pause. That night he slept on the ground. Next day he made a better shelter than Thorpe's in less than half the time, and was off hunting before the sun was an hour high. He was armed with an old-fashioned smooth-bore muzzle loader, and Thorpe was astonished, after he had become better acquainted with his new companion's methods, to find that he hunted deer with fine bird shot. The Indian never expected to kill or even mortally wound his game, but he would follow for miles the blood drops caused by his little wounds, until the animals, in sheer exhaustion, allowed him to approach close enough for a dispatching blow. At 2 o'clock he returned with a small buck tied scientifically together for toting, with the waste parts cut away, but every ounce of utility retained. "I show," said the Indian, and he did. Thorpe learned the Indian tan, of what use are the hollow shank bones, how the spinal cord is the toughest, softest, and most pliable sewing thread known. The Indian appeared to intend making the birch knoll his permanent headquarters. Thorpe was at first a little suspicious of his new companion, but the man appeared scrupulously honest, was never intrusive, and even seemed genuinely desirous of teaching the white little tricks of the woods brought to their perfection by the Indian alone. He ended by liking him. The two rarely spoke. They merely sat near each other and smoked. One evening the Indian suddenly remarked, "You lookum tree." "What's that?" cried Thorpe, startled. "You no hunter, no trapper. You lookum tree for makeum lumber." The white had not begun as yet his explorations. He did not dare until the return of the logging crew, or the passing of someone in authority at the upriver camp, for he wished first to establish in their minds the innocence of his intentions. "What makes you think that, Charley?" he asked. "You good man in woods," replied Injin Charley sententiously. "I tell by way you look at him pine." Thorpe ruminated. "Charley," said he, "why are you staying here with me?" "Big friend," replied the Indian promptly. "Why are you my friend? What have I ever done for you?" "You got chief's eye," replied his companion with simplicity. Thorpe looked at the Indian again. There seemed to be only one course. "Yes, I'm a lumberman," he confessed, "and I'm looking for pine. But Charley, the men up the river must not know what I'm after." "They get pine," interjected the Indian like a flash. "Exactly," replied Thorpe, surprised afresh at the other's perspicacity. "Good!" ejaculated Injin Charley, and fell silent. With this, the longest conversation the two had attempted in their peculiar acquaintance, Thorpe was forced to be content. He was, however, ill at ease over the incident. It added an element of uncertainty to an already precarious position. 3 days later he was intensely thankful the conversation had taken place. After the noon meal he lay on his blanket under the hemlock shelter, smoking and lazily watching Injin Charley busy at the side of the trail. The Indian had terminated a long 2 days' search by toting from the forest a number of strips of the outer bark of white birch, in its green state pliable as cotton, thick as leather, and light as air. These he had cut into arbitrary patterns known only to himself, and was now sewing as a long shapeless sort of bag or sack to a slender beechwood oval. Later it was to become a birch bark canoe, and the beechwood oval would be the gunwale. So idly intent was Thorpe on this piece of construction that he did not notice the approach of 2 men from the downstream side. They were short, alert men, plodding along with the knee-bent persistency of the woods walker, dressed in broad hats, flannel shirts, coarse trousers tucked in high-laced cruisers, and carrying each a bulging meal sack looped by a cord across the shoulders and chest. Both were armed with long, slender scaler's rules. The first intimation Thorpe received of the presence of these 2 men was the sound of their voices addressing Injin Charley. "Hello, Charley," said one of them. "What you doing here? Ain't seen you since the Sturgeon district." "Mackum canoe," replied Charley rather obviously. "So I see, but what you expect to get in this God-forsaken country? Beaver, muskrat, mink, otter?" "Trapping, eh?" The man gazed keenly at Thorpe's recumbent figure. "Who's the other fellow?" Thorpe held his breath, then exhaled it in a long sigh of relief. "Him white man," Injin Charley was replying. "Him hunt too. Him mackum buckskin." The landlooker arose lazily and sauntered over toward the group. It was part of his plan to be well recognized, so that in the future he might arouse no suspicions. "Howdy," he drawled. "Got any smoking?" "How are you?" replied one of the scalers, eyeing him sharply and tendering his pouch. Thorpe filled his pipe deliberately, and returned it with a heavy-lidded glance of thanks. To all appearances he was one of the lazy, shiftless white hunters of the backwoods. Seized with an inspiration, he said, "What sort of chances is they at your camp for a little flour? Me and Charley's about out. I'll bring you meat, or I'll make you boys moccasins. I got some good buckskin." It was the usual proposition. "Pretty good, I guess. Come up and see," advised the scaler. "The crew's right behind us." "I'll send up Charley," drawled Thorpe. "I'm busy now making traps." He waved his pipe, calling attention to the pine and rawhide deadfalls. They chatted a few moments, practically and with an eye to the strict utility of things about them, as became woodsmen. Then 2 wagons creaked lurching by, followed by 15 or 20 men. The last of these, evidently the foreman, was joined by the 2 scalers. "What's that outfit?" he inquired with the sharpness of suspicion. "Old Injin Charley. You remember the old boy that tanned that buck for you down on Cedar Creek?" "Yes, but the other fellow?" "Oh, a hunter," replied the scaler carelessly. "Sure?" The man laughed. "Couldn't be nothin' else," he asserted with confidence. "Regular old backwoods mossback." At the same time Injin Charley was setting about the splitting of a cedar log. "You see," he remarked, "I big friend." Chapter 18. In the days that followed, Thorpe cruised about the great woods. It was slow business, but fascinating. He knew that when he should embark on his attempt to enlist considerable capital in an unsight unseen investment, he would have to be well supplied with statistics. True, he was not much of a timber estimator, nor did he know the methods usually employed, but his experience, observation, and reading had developed a latent sixth sense by which he could appreciate quality, difficulties of logging, and such kindred practical matters. First of all he walked over the country at large to find where the best timber lay. This was a matter of tramping, though often on an elevation he succeeded in climbing a tall tree, whence he caught bird's eye views of the country at large. He always carried his gun with him, and was prepared at a moment's notice to seem engaged in hunting, either for game or for spots in which later to set his traps. The expedient was, however, unnecessary. Next he ascertained the geographical location of the different clumps and forests, entering the sections, the quarter sections, even the separate forties in his notebook, taking in only the descriptions containing the best pine. Finally he wrote accurate notes concerning the topography of each and every pine district, the lay of the land, the hills, ravines, and swamps and valleys, the distance from the river, the character of the soil. In short, he accumulated all the information he could by which the cost of logging might be estimated. The work went much quicker than he had anticipated, mainly because he could give his entire attention to it. Injin Charley attended to the commissary, with a delight in the process that removed it from the category of work. When it rained, an infrequent occurrence, the 2 hung Thorpe's rubber blankets before the opening of the driest shelter, and waited philosophically for the weather to clear. Injin Charley had finished the first canoe, and was now leisurely at work on another. Thorpe had filled his notebook with the class of statistics just described. He decided now to attempt an estimate of the timber. For this he had really too little experience. He knew it, but determined to do his best. The weak point of his whole scheme lay in that it was going to be impossible for him to allow the prospective purchaser a chance of examining the pine. That difficulty Thorpe hoped to overcome by inspiring personal confidence in himself. If he failed to do so, he might return with a landlooker whom the investor trusted, and the 2 could reenact the comedy of this summer. Thorpe hoped, however, to avoid the necessity. It would be too dangerous. He set about a rough estimate of the timber. Injin Charley intended evidently to work up a trade in buckskin during the coming winter. Although the skins were in poor condition at this time of the year, he tanned 3 more and smoked them. In the daytime he looked the country over as carefully as did Thorpe, but he ignored the pines, and paid attention only to the hardwood and the beds of little creeks. Injin Charley was in reality a trapper, and he intended to get many fine skins in this promising district. He worked on his tanning and his canoe making, late in the afternoon. One evening, just at sunset, Thorpe was helping the Indian shape his craft. The loose sack of birch bark sewed to the long beech oval was slung between 2 tripods. Injin Charley had fashioned a number of thin, flexible cedar strips of certain arbitrary lengths and widths. Beginning with the smallest of these, Thorpe and his companion were catching one end under the beech oval, bending the strip bow shape inside the sack, and catching again the other side of the oval. Thus the spring of the bent cedar, pressing against the inside of the birch bark sack, distended it tightly. The cut of the sack and the length of the cedar strips gave to the canoe its graceful shape. The two men bent there at their task, the dull glow of evening falling upon them. Behind them the knoll stood out in picturesque relief against the darker pine, the little shelters, the fireplaces of green spruce, the blankets, the guns, a deer's carcass suspended by the feet from a cross-pole, the drying buckskin on either side. The river rushed by with a never-ending roar and turmoil. Through its shouting one perceived, as through a mist, the still, lofty peace of evening. A young fellow, hardly then a boy, exclaimed with keen delight of the picturesque as his canoe shot around the bend into sight of it. The canoe was large and powerful, but well filled. An Indian knelt in the stern. Amidships was well laden with duffle of all descriptions. Then the young fellow sat in the bow. He was a bright-faced, eager-eyed, curly-haired young fellow, all enthusiasm and fire. His figure was trim and clean, but rather slender, and his movements were quick, but nervous. When he stepped carefully out on the flat rock to which his guide brought the canoe with the swirl of a paddle, one initiated would have seen that his clothes, while strong and serviceable, had been bought from a sporting catalogue. There was a trimness, a neatness about them. "This is a good place," he said to the guide. "We'll camp here." Then he turned up the steep bank without looking back. "Hello!" he called in a cheerful, unembarrassed fashion to Thorpe and Charley. "How are you? Care if I camp here? What you making? By Jove! I never saw a canoe made before. I'm going to watch you. Keep right at it." He sat on one of the outcropping boulders and took off his hat. "Say, you've got a great place here. You here all summer? Hello, you've got a deer hanging up. Are there many of 'em around here? I'd like to kill a deer first rate. I never have. It's sort of out of season now, isn't it?" "We only kill the bucks," replied Thorpe. "I like fishing, too," went on the boy. "Are there any here? In the pool? John," he called to his guide, "bring me my fishing tackle." In a few moments he was whipping the pool with long, graceful drops of the fly. He proved to be adept. Thorpe and Injin Charley stopped work to watch him. At first the Indian's stolid countenance seemed a trifle doubtful. After a time it cleared. "Good," he grunted. "You do that well," Thorpe remarked. "Is it difficult?" "It takes practice," replied the boy. "See that riffle?" He whipped the fly lightly within 6 inches of a little suction hole. A fish at once rose and struck. The others had been little fellows and easily handled. At the end of 15 minutes the newcomer landed a fine 2-pounder. "That must be fun," commented Thorpe. "I never happened to get in with fly fishing. I'd like to try it sometime." "Try it now," urged the boy, enchanted that he could teach a woodsman anything. "No," Thorpe declined, "not tonight. Tomorrow, perhaps." The other Indian had by now finished the erection of a tent, and had begun to cook supper over a little sheet iron camp stove. Thorpe and Charley could smell ham. "You've got quite a pantry," remarked Thorpe. "Won't you eat with me?" proffered the boy hospitably. But Thorpe declined. He could, however, see canned goods, hardtack, and condensed milk. In the course of the evening the boy approached the older man's camp, and with a charming diffidence, asking permission to sit awhile at their fire. He was full of delight over everything that savored of the woods or woodscraft. The most trivial and everyday affairs of the life interested him. His eager questions, so frankly proffered, aroused even the taciturn Charley to eloquence. The construction of the shelter, the cut of a deer's hide, the simple process of jerking venison, all these awakened his enthusiasm. "It must be good to live in the woods," he said with a sigh, "to do all things for yourself. It's so free." The men's moccasins interested him. He asked a dozen questions about them, how they were cut, whether they did not hurt the feet, how long they would wear. He seemed surprised to learn that they are excellent in cold weather. "I thought any leather would wet through in the snow," he cried. "I wish I could get a pair somewhere," he exclaimed. "You don't know where I could buy any, do you?" he asked of Thorpe. "I don't know," answered he. "Perhaps Charley here will make you a pair." "Will you, Charley?" cried the boy. "I mak' him," replied the Indian stolidly. The many-voiced night of the woods descended close about the little camp fire, and its soft breezes wafted stray sparks here and there like errant stars. The newcomer with shining eyes breathed deep in satisfaction. He was keenly alive to the romance, the grandeur, the mystery, the beauty of the littlest things, seeming to derive a deep and solid contentment from the mere contemplation of the woods and its ways and creatures. "I just do love this," he cried again and again. "Oh, it's so great after all that fuss down there." And he cried it so fervently that the other men present smiled, but so genuinely that the smile had in it nothing but kindliness. "I came out for a month," said he suddenly, "and I guess I'll stay the rest of it right here. You'll let me go with you sometimes hunting, won't you?" He appealed to them with the sudden open-heartedness of a child. "I'd like first rate to kill a deer." "Sure," said Thorpe. "Glad to have you." "My name is Wallace Carpenter," said the boy with a sudden and unmistakable air of good breeding. "Well," laughed Thorpe, "two old woods loafers like us haven't got much use for names. Charlie here is called Geezegut, and mine's nearly as bad, but I guess plain Charlie and Harry will do." "All right, Harry," replied Wallace. After the young fellow had crawled into the sleeping bag which his guide had spread out for him over a fragrant layer of hemlock and balsam, Thorpe and his companion smoked one more pipe. The whippoorwills called back and forth across the river. Down in the thicket, fine, clear, and beautiful, like the silver thread of a dream, came the notes of the white-throat, the nightingale of the north. Injin Charlie knocked the last ashes from his pipe. "Him nice boy," said he. End of chapter 18. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com. Part 2, The Landlooker, chapters 19, 20, and 21 of The Blazed Trail by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 19. The young fellow stayed 3 weeks, and was a constant joy to Thorpe. His enthusiasms were so whole-souled, his delight so perpetual, his interest so fresh. The most trivial expedients of woods lore seemed to him wonderful. A dozen times a day he exclaimed in admiration or surprise over some bit of woodcraft practiced by Thorpe or one of the Indians. "Do you mean to say that you have lived here 6 weeks, and only brought in what you could carry on your backs?" he cried. "Sure," replied Thorpe. "Harry, you're wonderful! I've got a whole canoe load, and imagined I was traveling light and roughing it. You beat Robinson Crusoe. He had a whole ship to draw from." "My man Friday helps me out," answered Thorpe, laughing, indicating Injin Charlie. Nearly a week passed before Wallace managed to kill a deer. The animals were plenty enough, but the young man's volatile and eager attention stole his patience. And what few running shots offered, he missed, mainly because of buck fever. Finally, by a lucky chance, he broke a 4-year-old's neck, dropping him in his tracks. The hunter was delighted. He insisted on doing everything for himself. Cruel, hard work it was too, including the toting and skinning. Even the tanning he had a share in. At first he wanted the hide cured, with the hair on. Injin Charlie explained that the fur would drop out. It was the wrong season of the year for pelts. "Then we'll have buckskin, and I'll get a buckskin shirt out of it," suggested Wallace. Injin Charlie agreed. One day Wallace returned from fishing in the pool to find that the Indian had cut out the garment and was already sewing it together. "Oh!" he cried, a little disappointed. "I wanted to see it done." Injin Charlie merely grunted. To make a buckskin shirt requires the hides of 3 deer. Charlie had supplied the other 2, and wished to keep the young man from finding it out. Wallace assumed the woods life as a man would assume an unaccustomed garment. It sat him well, and he learned fast, but he was always conscious of it. He liked to wear moccasins and a deer knife. He liked to cook his own supper, or pluck the fragrant hemlock browse for his pillow. Always he seemed to be trying to realize and to savor fully the charm, the picturesqueness, the romance of all that he was doing and seeing. To Thorpe, these things were a part of everyday life, matters of expedient or necessity. He enjoyed them, but subconsciously, as one enjoys an environment. Wallace trailed the cloak of his glories in frank admiration of their splendor. This double point of view brought the men very close together. Thorpe liked the boy because he was open-hearted, free from affectation, assumptive of no superiority. In short, because he was direct and sincere, although in a manner totally different from Thorpe's own directness and sincerity. Wallace, on his part, adored in Thorpe the free, open-air life, the adventurous quality, the quiet, hidden power, the resourcefulness and self-sufficiency of the pioneer. He was too young as yet to go behind the picturesque or romantic, so he never thought to inquire of himself what Thorpe did there in the wilderness, or, indeed, if he did anything at all. He accepted Thorpe for what he thought him to be, rather than for what he might think him to be. Thus he reposed unbounded confidence in him. After a while, observing the absolute ingenuousness of the boy, Thorpe used to take him from time to time on some of his daily trips to the pines. Necessarily, he explained partially his position and the need of secrecy. Wallace was immensely excited and important at learning a secret of such moment, and deeply flattered at being entrusted with it. Some may think that here, considering the magnitude of the interest involved, Thorpe committed an indiscretion. It may be, but if so, it was practically an inevitable indiscretion. Strong, reticent characters like Thorpe's prove the need from time to time of violating their own natures, of running counter to their ordinary habits of mind and deed. It is a necessary relaxation of the strenuous, a debauch of the soul. Its analogy in the lower plane is to be found in the dissipations of men of genius, or still lower in the orgies of fighters out of training. Sooner or later, Thorpe was sure to emerge from a brief space from that iron-bound silence of the spirit of which he himself was the least aware. It was not so much a hunger for affection as the desire of a strong man temporarily to get away from his strength. Wallace Carpenter became, in his case, the exception to prove the rule. Little by little the eager questionings of the youth extracted a full statement of the situation. He learned of the timber thieves up the river, of their present operations, of their probable plans, of the valuable pine lying still unclaimed, of Thorpe's stealthy raid into the enemy's country. It looked big to him, epic. These were tremendous forces in motion. Here was intrigue. Here was direct, practical application of the powers he had been playing with. Why, it's great! It's better than any book I ever read. He wanted to know what he could do to help. Nothing except keep quiet, replied Thorpe, already uneasy, not lest the boy should prove unreliable, but lest his very eagerness to seem unconcerned should arouse suspicion. You mustn't try to act any different. If the men from up river come by, be just as cordial to them as you can, and don't act mysterious and important. All right, agreed Wallace, bubbling with excitement. And then what do you do, after you get the timber estimated? I'll go south and try, quietly, to raise some money. That will be difficult because, you see, people don't know me, and I am not in a position to let them look over the timber. Of course, it will be merely a question of my judgment. They can go themselves to the land office and pay their money. There won't be any chance of my making way with that. The investors will become possessed of certain descriptions lying in this country all right enough. The rub is, will they have enough confidence in me and my judgment to believe the timber to be what I represent it? I see, commented Wallace, suddenly grave. That evening Injin Charley went on with his canoe building. He melted together in a pot resin and pitch. The proportion he determined by experiment, for the mixture had to be neither hard enough to crack nor soft enough to melt in the sun. Then he daubed the mess over all the seams. Wallace superintended the operation for a time in silence. "Harry," he said suddenly with a crisp decision new to his voice, "will you take a little walk with me down by the dam? I want to talk with you." They strolled to the edge of the bank and stood for a moment looking at the swirling waters. "I want you to tell me all about logging," began Wallace. "Start from the beginning. Suppose, for instance, you had bought this pine here we were talking about. What would be your first move?" They sat side by side on a log, and Thorpe explained. He told of the building of the camps, the making of the roads, the cutting, swamping, travoying, skidding, the banking and driving. Unconsciously, a little of the battle clang crept into his narrative. It became a struggle, a gasping tug and heave for supremacy between the man and the wilderness. The excitement of war was in it. When he had finished, Wallace drew a deep breath. "When I am home," said he simply, "I live in a big house on the Lake Shore Drive. It is heated by steam and lighted by electricity. I touch a button or turn a screw, and at once I am lighted and warmed. At certain hours meals are served me. I don't know how they are cooked, or where the materials come from. Since leaving college I have spent a little time downtown every day, and then I've played golf or tennis, or ridden a horse in the park. The only real thing left is the sailing. The wind blows just as hard and the waves mount just as high today as they did when Drake sailed. All the rest is tame. We do little imitations of the real thing with blue ribbons tied to them, and we think we are camping or roughing it. This life of yours is glorious, is vital, it means something in the march of the world, and I doubt whether ours does. You are subduing the wilderness, extending the frontier. After you will come the backwoods farmer to pull up the stumps, and after him the big farmer and the cities." The young fellow spoke with unexpected swiftness and earnestness. Thorpe looked at him in surprise. "I know what you are thinking," said the boy, flushing. "You are surprised that I can be earnest, that I can be in earnest about anything. I'm out of school up here. Let me shout and play with the rest of the children." Thorpe watched him with sympathetic eyes, but with lips that obstinately refused to say one word. A woman would have felt rebuffed. The boy's admiration, however, rested on the foundation of the more manly qualities he had already seen in his friend. Perhaps this very aloofness, this very silent, steady-eyed power, appealed to him. "I left college at 19 because my father died," said he. "I am now just 21. A large estate descended to me, and I have had to care for its investments all alone. I have one sister, that is all." "So have I," cried Thorpe, and stopped. "The estates have not suffered," went on the boy simply. "I have done well with them. But," he cried fiercely, "I hate it. It is petty and mean and worrying and nagging. That's why I was so glad to get out in the woods." He paused. "Have some tobacco," said Thorpe. Wallace accepted with a nod. "Now, Harry, I have a proposal to make to you. It is this. You need $30,000 to buy your land. Let me supply it, and come in as half partner." An expression of doubt crossed over the landlooker's face. "Oh, please!" cried the boy. "I do want to get in something real. It will be the making of me." "Now, see here," interposed Thorpe suddenly, "you don't even know my name." "I know you," replied the boy. "My name is Harry Thorpe," pursued the other. "My father was Henry Thorpe, an embezzler." "Harry," replied Wallace soberly, "I am sorry I made you say that. I do not care for your name, except perhaps to put it in the articles of partnership, and I have no concern with your ancestry. I tell you it is a favor to let me in on this deal. I don't know anything about lumbering, but I've got eyes. I can see that big timber standing up thick and tall, and I know people make profits in the business. It isn't a question of the raw materials, surely, and you have experience." "Not as much as you think," interposed Thorpe. "There remains," went on Wallace without attention to Thorpe's remark, "only the question of—" "My honesty?" interjected Thorpe grimly. "No," cried the boy hotly, "of your letting me in on a good thing." Thorpe considered a few moments in silence. "Wallace," he said gravely at last, "I honestly do think that whoever goes into this deal with me will make money. Of course there's always chances against it, but I am going to do my best. I've seen other men fail at it, and the reason they've failed is because they did not demand success of others and of themselves. That's it, success. When a general commanding troops receives a report on something he's ordered done, he does not trouble himself with excuses, he merely asks whether or not the thing was accomplished. Difficulties don't count. It is a soldier's duty to perform the impossible. Well, that's the way it ought to be with us. A man has no right to come to me and say, 'I failed because such and such things happened.' Either he should succeed in spite of it all, or he should step up and take his medicine without whining. Well, I'm going to succeed." The man's accustomed aloofness had gone. His eyes flashed, his brow frowned, the muscles of his cheeks contracted under his beard. In the bronze light of evening He looked like a fire-breathing statue to that great ruthless god he had himself invoked. Success! Wallace gazed at him with fascinated admiration. "Then you will?" he asked tremulously. "Wallace," he replied again, "they'll say you have been the victim of an adventurer, but the result will prove them wrong. If I weren't perfectly sure of this, I wouldn't think of it, for I like you, and I know you want to go into this more out of friendship for me, and because your imagination is touched, than from any business sense. But I'll accept gladly, and I'll do my best." "Hooray!" cried the boy, throwing his cap up in the air. "We'll do 'em up in the first round." At last, when Wallace Carpenter reluctantly quitted his friends on the Ossawinamakee, he insisted on leaving with them a variety of things he had brought. "I'm through with them," said he. "Next time I come up here we'll have a camp of our own, won't we, Harry? And I do feel that I am awfully in you fellows' debt. You've given me the best time I have ever had in my life, and you've refused payment for the moccasins and things you've made for me. I'd feel much better if you'd accept them, just as keepsakes." "All right, Wallace," replied Thorpe, "and much obliged. Don't forget to come straight to me when you get through estimating now, will you? Come to the house and stay. Our compact holds now, honest Injin, doesn't it?" asked the boy anxiously. "Honest Injin," laughed Thorpe. "Good bye." The little canoe shot away down the current. The last Injin Charley and Thorpe saw of the boy was as he turned the curve. His hat was off and waving in his hand, his curls were blowing in the breeze, his eyes sparkled with bright good will, and his lips parted in a cheery halloo of farewell. "Him nice boy," repeated Injin Charley, turning to his canoe. Chapter 20. Thus Thorpe and the Indian unexpectedly found themselves in the possession of luxury. The outfit had not meant much to Wallace Carpenter, for he had bought it in the city, where such things are abundant and excite no remark. But to the woodsman each article possessed a separate and particular value. The tent, an iron kettle, a side of bacon, oatmeal, tea, matches, sugar, some canned goods, a box of hardtack, these, in the woods, represented wealth. Wallace's rifle chambered the .38 Winchester cartridge, which was unfortunate, for Thorpe's .44 had barely a magazine full left. The two men settled again into their customary ways of life. Things went much as before, except that the flies and mosquitoes became thick. To men as hardened as Thorpe and the Indian, these pests were not as formidable as they would have been to anyone directly from the city, but they were sufficiently annoying. Thorpe's old tin pail was pressed into service as a smudge kettle. Every evening about dusk, when the insects first began to emerge from the dark swamps, Charley would build a tiny smoky fire in the bottom of the pail, feeding it with peat, damp moss, punk maple, and other inflammable smoky fuel. This censer swung twice or thrice about the tent, effectually cleared it. Besides, both men early established on their cheeks an invulnerable glaze of a decoction of pine tar, oil, and a pungent herb. Towards the close of July, however, the insects began sensibly to diminish, both in numbers and persistency. Up to the present Thorpe had enjoyed a clear field. Now two men came down from above and established a temporary camp in the woods half a mile below the dam. Thorpe soon satisfied himself that they were picking out a route for the logging road. Plenty which could be cut and travoyed directly to the banking ground lay exactly along the bank of the stream, but every logger possessed a tract of timber tries each year to get in some that is easy to handle and some that is difficult. Thus the average of expense is maintained. The two men, of course, did not bother themselves with the timber to be travoyed, but gave their entire attention to that lying further back. Thorpe was enabled thus to avoid them entirely. He simply transferred his estimating to the forest by the stream. Once he met one of the men, but was fortunately in a country that lent itself to his pose of hunter. The other he did not see at all. But one day he heard him. The two up-river men were following carefully but noisily the bed of a little creek. Thorpe happened to be on the side hill, so he seated himself quietly until they should have moved on down. One of the men shouted to the other, who, crashing through a thicket, did not hear. "Ho, Dyer!" the first repeated. "Here's that infernal corner, over here." "Yup," assented the other. "Coming." Thorpe recognized the voice instantly as that of Radway's scaler. His hand crisped in a gesture of disgust. The man had always been obnoxious to him. 2 days later he stumbled on their camp. He paused in wonder at what he saw. The packs lay open, their contents scattered in every direction. The fire had been hastily extinguished with a bucket of water, and a frying pan lay where it had been overturned. If the thing had been possible, Thorpe would have guessed at a hasty and unpremeditated flight. He was about to withdraw carefully lest he be discovered, when he was startled by a touch on his elbow. It was Injin Charley. "Dey go up river," he said. "I come see what de row." The Indian examined rapidly the condition of the little camp. "Dey look for somethin'," said he, making his hand revolve as though rummaging, and indicating the packs. "I tink dey see you in de woods," he concluded. "Dey go camp get boss. Boss he gone on river trail 2-3 hour." "You're right, Charley," replied Thorpe, who had been drawing his own conclusions. "One of them knows me. They've been looking in their packs for their notebooks with the descriptions of these sections in them. Then they piled out for the boss. If I know anything at all, the boss'll make tracks for Detroit." "What you do?" asked Injin Charley curiously. "I've got to get to Detroit before they do, that's all." Instantly the Indian became all action. "You come," he ordered, and set out at a rapid pace for camp. There, with incredible deftness, he packed together about 12 pounds of the jerked venison and a pair of blankets, thrust Thorpe's waterproof match safe in his pocket, and turned eagerly to the young man. "You come," he repeated. Thorpe hastily unearthed his descriptions and wrapped them up. The Indian, in silence, rearranged the displaced articles in such a manner as to relieve the camp of its abandoned air. It was nearly sundown. Without a word the two men struck off into the forest, the Indian in the lead. Their course was southeast, but Thorpe asked no questions. He followed blindly. Soon he found that if he did even that adequately, he would have little attention left for anything else. The Indian walked with long, swift strides, his knees always slightly bent, even at the finish of the step, his back hollowed, his shoulders and head thrust forward. His gait had a queer sag in it, up and down in a long curve from one rise to the other. After a time Thorpe became fascinated in watching before him this easy, untiring lope, hour after hour, without the variation of a second's fraction in speed, nor an inch in length. It was as though the Indian were made of steel springs. He never appeared to hurry, but neither did he ever rest. At first Thorpe followed him with comparative ease, but at the end of 3 hours he was compelled to put forth decided efforts to keep pace. His walking was no longer mechanical, but conscious. When it becomes so, a man soon tires. Thorpe resented the inequalities, the stones, the roots, the patches of soft ground which lay in his way. He felt dully that they were not fair. He could negotiate the distance, but anything else was a gratuitous insult. Then suddenly he gained his second wind. He felt better and stronger, and moved freer. For second wind is only to a very small degree a question of the breathing power. It is rather the response of the vital forces to a will that refuses to heed their first grumbling protests. Like dogs by the fire they do their utmost to convince their master that the limit of freshness is reached, but at last under the whip spring to their work. At midnight Injin Charley called a halt. He spread his blanket, leaned on one elbow long enough to eat a strip of dried meat, and fell asleep. Thorpe imitated his example. 3 hours later the Indian roused his companion, and the two set out again. Thorpe had walked a leisurely 10 days through the woods far to the north. In that journey he had encountered many difficulties. Sometimes he had been tangled for hours at a time in a dense and almost impenetrable thicket. Again he had spent a half day in crossing a treacherous swamp, or there had interposed in his trail abattises of down timber a quarter of a mile wide, over which it had been necessary to pick a precarious way 8 or 10 feet from the ground. This journey was in comparison easy. Most of the time the travelers walked along high beech ridges or through the hardwood forests. Occasionally they were forced to pass into the lowlands, but always little saving spits of highland reaching out towards each other abridged the necessary wallowing. Twice they swam rivers. At first Thorpe this was because the country was more open, but as he gave better attention to their route he learned to ascribe it entirely to the skill of his companion. The Indian seemed by a species of instinct to select the most practicable routes. He seemed to know how the land ought to lie, so that he was never deceived by appearances into entering a cul-de-sac. His beech ridges always led to other beech ridges. His hardwood never petered out into the terrible black swamps. Sometimes Thorpe became sensible that they had commenced a long detour, but it was never an abrupt detour, unforeseen and blind. From 3 o'clock until 8 they walked continually without a pause, without an instant's breathing spell. Then they rested a half hour, ate a little venison, and smoked a pipe. An hour after noon they repeated the rest. Thorpe rose with a certain physical reluctance. The Indian seemed as fresh, or as tired, as when he started. At sunset they took an hour. Then forward again by the dim intermittent light of the moon and stars through the ghostly haunted forest, until Thorpe thought he would drop with weariness, and was mentally incapable of contemplating more than 100 steps in advance. "When I get to that square patch of light I'll quit," he would say to himself, and struggle painfully the required 20 rods. "No, I won't quit here," he would continue. "I'll make it that birch, then I'll lie down and die." And so on. To the actual physical exhaustion of Thorpe's muscles was added that immense mental weariness which uncertainty of the time and distance inflicts on a man. The journey might last a week for all he knew. In the presence of an emergency these men of action had actually not exchanged a dozen words. The Indian led, Thorpe followed. When the halt was called, Thorpe fell into his blanket too weary even to eat. Next morning sharp shooting pains like the stabs of swords ran through his groin. "You come," repeated the Indian, stolid as ever. When the sun was an hour high, the travelers suddenly ran into a trail, which as suddenly dived into a spruce thicket. On the other side of it Thorpe unexpectedly found himself in an extensive clearing, dotted with the blackened stumps of pines. Athwart the distance he could perceive the wide blue horizon of Lake Michigan. He had crossed the upper peninsula on foot. "Boat come by to day," said Injin Charley, indicating the tall stacks of a mill. "Him no stop. You mak him stop take you with him. You get train Mackinaw City to night. Dose men, dey on dat train." Thorpe calculated rapidly. The enemy would require, even with their teams, a day to cover the 30 miles to the fishing village of Munising, whence the stage ran each morning to Seney, the present terminal of the South Shore Railroad. He, Thorpe, on foot and 3 hours behind, could never have caught the stage. But from Seney only one train a day was dispatched to connect at Mackinaw City with the Michigan Central, and on that one train, due to leave this very morning, the upriver man was just about pulling out. He would arrive at Mackinaw City at 4 o'clock of the afternoon, where he would be forced to wait until 8 in the evening. By catching a boat at the mill to which Injin Charley had led him, Thorpe could still make the same train. Thus the start in the race for Detroit's Land Office would be fair. "All right," he cried, with all his energy returning to him. "Here goes, we'll beat him out yet." "You come back?" inquired the Indian, peering with a certain anxiety into his companion's eyes. "Come back!" cried Thorpe. "You bet your hat!" "I wait," replied the Indian, and was gone. "Oh, Charley!" shouted Thorpe in surprise. "Come on and get a square meal, anyway." But the Indian was already on his way back to the distant Ossawinamakee. Thorpe hesitated in two minds whether to follow and attempt further persuasion, for he felt keenly the interest the other had displayed. Then he saw, over the headland to the east, a dense trail of black smoke. He set off on a stumbling run towards the mill. Chapter 21. He arrived out of breath in a typical little mill town consisting of the usual unpainted houses, the saloons, mill, office, and general store. To the latter he addressed himself for information. The proprietor, still sleepy, was mopping out the place. "Does the boat stop here?" shouted Thorpe across the suds. "Sometimes," replied the man somnolently. "Not always?" "Only when there's freight for her." "Doesn't she stop for passengers?" "Nope." "How does she know when there's freight?" "Oh, they signal her from the mill." But Thorpe was gone. At the mill, Thorpe dove for the engine room. He knew that elsewhere the clang of machinery and the hurry of business would leave a scant attention for him, and besides, from the engine room the signals would be given. He found, as is often the case in north country sawmills, a Scotchman in charge. "Does the boat stop here this morning?" he inquired. "Weel," replied the engineer with fearful deliberation, "I canna say, but I hae received nae orders to the effect." "Can't you whistle her in for me?" asked Thorpe. "I cannot," answered the engineer, promptly enough this time. "Why not?" "Ye're not what a body might call freight." "No other way out of it?" "Na." Thorpe was seized with an idea. "Here," he cried. "See that boulder over there? I want to ship that to Mackinaw City by freight on this boat." The Scotchman's eyes twinkled appreciatively. "I'm dootin' ye hae the freight bill from the office," he objected simply. "See here," replied Thorpe. "I've just got to get that boat. It's worth $20 to me, and I'll square it with the captain. There's your 20." The Scotchman deliberated, looking aslant at the ground and thoughtfully oiling a cylinder with a greasy rag. "It'll na be a matter of life and death?" he asked hopefully. "She aye stops for life and death." "No," replied Thorpe reluctantly, then with an explosion. "Yes, by God, it is! If I don't make that boat, I'll kill you!" The Scotchman chuckled and pocketed the money. "I'm dootin' that's in order," he replied. "I'll be no party to any such proceedin's. I'm goin' noo for a fresh pail of water," he remarked, pausing at the door. "But as a wee item of information, yander's the whistle rope, and the man whistles one short and one long for the boat." He disappeared, Thorpe seized the cord and gave the signal. Then he ran hastily to the end of the long lumber docks and peered with great eagerness in the direction of the black smoke. The steamer was as yet concealed behind a low spit of land which ran out from the west to form one side of the harbor. In a moment, however, her bows appeared, headed directly down towards the Straits of Mackinaw. When opposite the little bay, Thorpe confidently looked to see her turn in, but to his consternation she held her course. He began to doubt whether his signal had been heard. Fresh black smoke poured from the funnel. The craft seemed to gather speed as she approached the eastern point. Thorpe saw his hopes sailing away. He wanted to stand up absurdly and wave his arms to attract attention at that impossible distance. He wanted to sink to the planks in apathy. Finally he sat down, and with dull eyes watched the distance widen between himself and his aims. And then, with a grand free sweep, she turned and headed directly for him. Other men might have wept or shouted. Thorpe merely became himself, imperturbable, commanding, apparently cold. He negotiated briefly with the captain, paid $20 more for speed and the privilege of landing at Mackinaw City. Then he slept for 8 hours on end and was awakened in time to drop into a small boat which deposited him on the broad sand beach of the lower peninsula. End of chapter 21. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com. Part 2, The Landlooker, chapters 22, 23, 24, and 25 of The Blaze Trail by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 22. The train was just leisurely making up for departure. Thorpe, dressed as he was in old pepper and salt garments patched with buckskin, his hat a flopping travesty on headgear, his moccasins worn and dirty, his face bearded and bronzed, tried as much as possible to avoid attention. He sent an instant telegram to Wallace Carpenter, conceived as follows: "Wire 30,000 my order care Land Office, Detroit, before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Do it if you have to rustle all night. Important." Then he took a seat in the baggage car on a pile of boxes and philosophically waited for the train to start. He knew that sooner or later the man, provided he were on the train, would stroll through the car, and he wanted to be out of the way. The baggage man proved friendly, so Thorpe chatted with him until after bedtime. Then he entered the smoking car and waited patiently for morning. So far the affair had gone very well. It had depended on personal exertions, and he had made it go. Now he was forced to rely on outward circumstances. He argued that the up-river man would have first to make his financial arrangements before he could buy in the land, and this would give the landlooker a chance to get in ahead at the office. There would probably be no difficulty about that. The man suspected nothing. But Thorpe had to confess himself fearfully uneasy about his own financial arrangements. That was the rub. Wallace Carpenter had been sincere enough in his informal striking of partnership. But had he retained his enthusiasm? Had second thought convicted him of folly? Had conservative business friends dissuaded him? Had the glow faded in the reality of his accustomed life? And even if his goodwill remained unimpaired, would he be able at such short notice to raise so large a sum? Would he realize from Thorpe's telegram the absolute necessity of haste? At the last thought, Thorpe decided to send a second message from the next station. He did so. It read, "Another buyer of timber on same train with me. Must have money at 9 o'clock or lose land." He paid day rates on it to ensure immediate delivery. Suppose the boy should be away from home? Everything depended on Wallace Carpenter, and Thorpe could not but confess the chance slender. One other thought made the night seem long. Thorpe had but $30 left. Morning came at last, and the train drew in and stopped. Thorpe, being in the smoking car, dropped off first and stationed himself near the exit, where he could look over the passengers without being seen. They filed past. 2 only he could accord the role of master lumbermen. The rest were plainly drummers or hayseeds. And in these 2 Thorpe recognized Daly and Morrison themselves. They passed within 10 feet of him, talking earnestly together. At the curb they hailed a cab and drove away. Thorpe with satisfaction heard them call the name of a hotel. It was still 2 hours before the land office would open. Thorpe ate breakfast at the depot and wandered slowly up Jefferson Avenue to Woodward, a strange piece of our country's medievalism in modern surroundings. He was so occupied with his own thoughts that for some time he remained unconscious of the attention he was attracting. Then with a start he felt that everyone was staring at him. The hour was early, so that few besides the working classes were abroad, but he passed one lady driving leisurely to an early train, whose frank scrutiny brought him to himself. He became conscious that his broad hat was weather-soiled and limp, that his flannel shirt was faded, that his pepper-and-salt trousers were patched, that moccasins must seem as anachronistic as chain mail. It abashed him. He could not know that it was all wild and picturesque, that his straight and muscular figure moved with a grace quite its own in the woods, that the bronze of skin contrasted splendidly with the clearness of his eye, that his whole bearing expressed the serene power that comes only from the confidence of battle. The woman in the carriage saw it, however. "He is magnificent!" she cried. "I thought such men had died with Cooper." Thorpe whirled sharp on his feet and returned at once to a boarding house off Fort Street, where he had outfitted 3 months before. There he claimed his valise, shaved, clothed himself in linen and cheviot once more, and sauntered slowly over to the land office to await its opening. Chapter 22. Chapter 23. At 9 o'clock neither of the partners had appeared. Thorpe entered the office and approached the desk. "Is there a telegram here for Harry Thorpe?" he inquired. The clerk to whom he addressed himself merely motioned with his head toward a young fellow behind the railing in a corner. The latter, without awaiting the question, shifted comfortably and replied, "No." At the same instant steps were heard in the corridor, the door opened, and Mr. Morrison appeared on the sill. Then Thorpe showed the stuff of which he was made. "Is this a desk for buying government lands?" he asked hurriedly. "Yes," replied the clerk. "I have some descriptions I wish to buy in." "Very well," replied the clerk. "What township?" Thorpe detailed the figures, which he knew by heart. The clerk took from a cabinet the 3 books containing them, and spread them out on the counter. At this moment the bland voice of Mr. Morrison made itself heard at Thorpe's elbow. "Good morning, Mr. Smithers," it said with the deliberation of the consciously great man. "I have a few descriptions I would like to buy in the northern peninsula." "Good morning, Mr. Morrison. Archie there will attend to you. Archie, see what Mr. Morrison wishes." The lumberman and the other clerk consulted in a low voice, after which the official turned to fumble among the records. Not finding what he wanted, he approached Smithers. A whispered consultation ensued between these two. Then Smithers called, "Take a seat, Mr. Morrison. This gentleman is looking over these townships, and will have finished in a few minutes." Morrison's eye suddenly became uneasy. "I am somewhat busy this morning," he objected, with a shade of command in his voice. "If this gentleman," suggested the clerk delicately. "I am sorry," put in Thorpe with brevity. "My time, too, is valuable." Morrison looked at him sharply. "My deal is a big one," he snapped. "I can probably arrange with this gentleman to let him have his farm." "I claim precedence," replied Thorpe calmly. "Well," said Morrison, swift as light, "I'll tell you, Smithers. I'll leave my list of descriptions and a check with you. Give me a receipt, and mark my lands off after you've finished with this gentleman." Now, government and state lands are the property of the man who pays for them. Although the clerk's receipt might not give Morrison a valid claim, nevertheless it would afford basis for a lawsuit. Thorpe saw the trap, and interposed. "Hold on," he interrupted. "I claim precedence. You can give no receipt for any land in these townships until after my business is transacted. I have reason to believe that this gentleman and myself are both after the same descriptions." "What?" shouted Morrison, assuming surprise. "You will have to await your turn, Mr. Morrison," said the clerk, virtuous before so many witnesses. The business man was in a white rage of excitement. "I insist on my application being filed at once!" he cried, waving his check. "I have the money right here to pay for every acre of it, and if I know the law, the first man to pay takes the land." He slapped the check down on the rail, and hit a number of times with the flat of his hand. Thorpe turned and faced him with a steel look in his level eyes. "Mr. Morrison," he said, "you are quite right. The first man who pays gets the land, but I have won the first chance to pay. You will kindly step one side until I finish my business with Mr. Smithers here." "I suppose you have the amount actually with you," said the clerk quite respectfully. "Because if you have not, Mr. Morrison's claim will take precedence." "I would hardly have any business in a land office if I did not know that," replied Thorpe, and began his dictation of the description as calmly as though his inside pocket contained the required amount in bank bills. Thorpe's hopes had sunk to zero. After all, looking at the matter dispassionately, why should he expect Carpenter to trust him, a stranger, with so large a sum? It had been madness. Only the blind confidence of the fighting man led him further into the struggle. Another would have given up, would have stepped aside from the path of this bona fide purchaser with the money in his hand. But Thorpe was of the kind that hangs on until the last possible second, not so much in the expectation of winning as in sheer reluctance to yield. Such men shoot their last cartridge before surrendering, swim the last ounce of strength from their arms before throwing them up to sink, search coolly until the latest moment for a way from the burning building, and sometimes come face to face with miracles. Thorpe's descriptions were contained in the battered little notebook he had carried with him in the woods. For each piece of land, first there came the township, described by latitude and east and west range. After this generic description followed another figure representing the section of that particular district. So 4917 W8 meant section 8 of the township of range 49 north, 17 west. If Thorpe wished to purchase the whole section, that description would suffice. On the other hand, if he wished to buy only 140, he described its position in the quarter section. Thus SW and W49, 17-8, meant the southwest 40 of the northwest quarter of section 8, in the township already described. The clerk marked across each square of his map as Thorpe read them, the date and the purchaser's name. In his notebook Thorpe had, of course, entered the briefest description possible. Now, in dictating to the clerk, he conceived the idea of specifying each subdivision. This gained some time. Instead of saying simply northwest quarter of section 8, he made of it 4 separate descriptions as follows: northwest quarter of northwest quarter, northeast of northwest quarter, southwest of northwest quarter, and southeast of northwest quarter. He was not so foolish as to read the descriptions in succession, but so scattered them that the clerk, putting down the figures mechanically, had no idea of the amount of unnecessary work he was doing. The minute hands of the clock dragged by. Thorpe droned down the long column. The clerk scratched industriously, repeating in a half voice each description as it was transcribed. At length the task was finished. It became necessary to type duplicate lists of the descriptions. While the somnolent youth finished this task, Thorpe listened for the messenger boy on the stairs. A faint slam was heard outside the rickety old building. Hasty steps sounded along the corridor. The landlooker merely stopped the drumming of his fingers on the broad arm of the chair. The door flew open, and Wallace Carpenter walked quickly to him. Thorpe's face lighted up as he rose to greet his partner. The boy had not forgotten their compact, after all. "Then it's all right?" queried the latter breathlessly. "Sure," answered Thorpe heartily. "Got him in good shape." At the same time he was drawing the youth beyond the vigilant watchfulness of Mr. Morrison. "You're just in time," he said in an undertone. "Never had so close a squeak. I suppose you have cash or a certified check? That's all they'll take here." "What do you mean?" asked Carpenter blankly. "Haven't you got that money?" returned Thorpe, quick as a hawk. "For heaven's sake, isn't it here?" cried Wallace in consternation. "I wired Duncan, my banker, here last night, and received a reply from him. He answered that he'd see to it. Haven't you seen him?" "No," repeated Thorpe in his turn. "What can we do?" "Can you get your check certified here near at hand?" "Yes." "Well, go do it, and get a move on. You have precisely until that boy there finishes clicking that machine. Not a second longer." "Can't you get them to wait a few minutes?" "Wallace," said Thorpe, "do you see that white-whiskered old lynx in the corner? That's Morrison, the man who wants to get our land. If I fail to plank down the cash the very instant it is demanded, he gets his chance. And he'll take it. Now go! Don't hurry until you get beyond the door. Then fly!" Thorpe sat down again in his broad-armed chair and resumed his drumming. The nearest bank was 6 blocks away. He counted over in his mind the steps of Carpenter's progress. Now to the door. Now in the next block. Now so far beyond. He had just escorted him to the door of the bank when the clerk's voice broke in on him. "Now," Smithers was saying, "I'll give you a receipt for the amount, and later we'll send to your address the title deeds of the descriptions." Carpenter had yet to find the proper official, to identify himself, to certify the check, and to return. It was hopeless. Thorpe dropped his hands in surrender. Then he saw the boy lay the 2 typed lists before his principal, and dimly he perceived that the youth, shamefacedly, was holding something bulky towards himself. "What is it?" he stammered, drawing his hand back as though from a red-hot iron. "You asked me for a telegram," said the boy stubbornly, as though trying to excuse himself. "And I didn't just catch the name, anyway. When I saw it on those lists I had to copy, I thought of this here." "Where'd you get it?" asked Thorpe breathlessly. "A fellow came here early and left it for you while I was sweeping out," explained the boy. "Said he had to catch a train. It's yours all right, ain't it?" "Oh, yes," replied Thorpe. He took out the envelope and walked uncertainly to the tall window. He looked out at the chimneys. After a moment he tore open the envelope. "I hope there's no bad news, sir," said the clerk, startled at the paleness of the face Thorpe turned to the desk. "No," replied the landlooker. "Give me a receipt. There's a certified check for your money." Chapter 24. Now that the strain was over, Thorpe experienced a great weariness. The long journey through the forest, his sleepless night on the train, the mental alertness of playing the game with shrewd foes, all these stretched his fibers out one by one and left them limp. He accepted stupidly the clerk's congratulations on his success, left the name of the little hotel off Fort Street as the address to which to send the deeds, and dragged himself off with infinite fatigue to his bedroom. There he fell at once into profound unconsciousness. He was awakened late in the afternoon by the sensation of a strong pair of young arms around his shoulders, and the sound of Wallace Carpenter's fresh voice crying in his ears, "Wake up! Wake up, you Indian! You've been asleep all day, and I've been waiting here all that time. I want to hear about it. Wake up, I say!" Thorpe rolled to a sitting posture on the edge of the bed, and smiled uncertainly. Then, as the sleep drained from his brain, he reached out his hand.
"You bet we did 'em, Wallace," said he. "But it looked like a hard proposition for a while." "How was it? Tell me about it," insisted the boy eagerly. "You don't know how impatient I've been. The clerk at the land office merely told me it was all right. How did you fix it?" While Thorpe washed and shaved and leisurely freshened himself, he detailed his experiences of the last week. "And," he concluded gravely, "there's only one man I know or ever heard of to whom I would have considered it worth while even to think of sending that telegram, and you are he. Somehow I knew you'd come to the scratch." "It's the most exciting thing I've ever heard of," sighed Wallace, drawing a full breath. "And I wasn't in it. It's the sort of thing I long for. If I'd only waited another 2 weeks before coming down." "In that case we couldn't have gotten hold of the money, remember?" smiled Thorpe. "That's so," Wallace brightened. "I did count, didn't I?" "I thought so about 10 o'clock this morning," Thorpe replied. "Suppose you hadn't stumbled on their camp? Suppose Injin Charley hadn't seen them go up river? Suppose you hadn't struck that little mill town just at the time you did?" marveled Wallace. "That's always the way," philosophized Thorpe in reply. "It's the old story of if the horseshoe nail hadn't been lost, you know. But we got there, and that's the important thing." "We did!" cried the boy, his enthusiasm rekindling. "And tonight we'll celebrate with the best dinner we can buy in town." Thorpe was tempted, but remembered the $30 in his pocket, and looked doubtful. Carpenter possessed, as part of his volatile, enthusiastic temperament, keen intuitions. "Don't refuse," he begged. "I've set my heart on giving my senior partner a dinner. Surely you won't refuse to be my guest here, as I was yours in the woods." "Wallace," said Thorpe, "I'll go you. I like to dine with you. But moreover, I'll confess, I should like to eat a good dinner again. It's been more than a year since I've had a salad or heard of after-dinner coffee." "Come on, then!" cried Wallace. Together they sauntered through the lengthening shadows to a certain small restaurant near Woodward Avenue, then much in vogue among Detroit's epicures. It contained only half a dozen tables, but was spotlessly clean, and its cuisine was unrivaled. A large fireplace near the center of the room robbed it of half its restaurant air, and a thick carpet on the floor took the rest. The walls were decorated in dark colors after the German style. Several easy chairs grouped before the fireplace, and a light wicker table heaped with magazines and papers invited the guests to lounge while their orders were being prepared. Thorpe was not in the least sybaritic in his taste, but he could not stifle a sigh of satisfaction at sinking so naturally into the unobtrusive little comforts which the ornamental life offers to its votaries. They rose up around him and pillowed him, and were grateful to the tired fibers of his being. His remoter past had enjoyed these things as a matter of course. They had framed the background to his daily habit. Now that the background had again slid into place on noiseless grooves, Thorpe for the first time became conscious that his strenuous life had indeed been in the open air, and that the winds of earnest endeavor, while bracing, had chilled. Wallace Carpenter, with the poet's insight and sympathy, saw and understood this feeling. "I want you to order this dinner," said he, handing over to Thorpe the card which an impossibly correct waiter presented him. "And I want it to be a good one. I want you to begin at the beginning and skip nothing. Pretend you are ordering just the dinner you would like to offer your sister," he suggested on a sudden inspiration. "I assure you I'll try to be just as critical and exigent as she would be." Thorpe took up the card dreamily. "There are no oysters or clams now," said he, "so we'll pass right on to the soup. It seems to me a desecration to pretend to replace them. We'll have a bisque," he told the waiter, "rich and creamy. Then planked whitefish, and have them just a light crisp brown. You can bring some celery, too, if you have it fresh and good. And for entree, tell your cook to make some macaroni au gratin, but the inside must be soft and very creamy, and the outside very crisp. I know it's a queer dish for a formal dinner like ours," he addressed Wallace with a little laugh, "but it's very, very good. We'll have roast beef, rare and juicy. If you bring it any way but a cooked red, I'll send it back, and potatoes roasted with the meat, and brown gravy. Then the breast of chicken with the salad in the French fashion, and I'll make the dressing. We'll have an ice and some fruit for dessert. Black coffee." "Yes, sir," replied the waiter, his pencil poised. "And the wines?" Thorpe ruminated sleepily. "A rich red Burgundy," he decided, "for all the dinner. If your cellar contains a very good smooth one, we'll have that." "Yes, sir," answered the waiter, and departed. Thorpe sat and gazed moodily into the wood fire. Wallace respected his silence. It was yet too early for the fashionable world, so the two friends had the place to themselves. Gradually the twilight fell, strange shadows leaped and died on the wall. A boy dressed all in white turned on the lights. By and by the waiter announced that their repast awaited them. Thorpe ate, his eyes half closed in somnolent satisfaction. Occasionally he smiled contentedly across at Wallace, who smiled in response. After the coffee he had the waiter bring cigars. They went back between the tables to a little upholstered smoking room, where they sank into the depths of leather chairs and blew the gray clouds of smoke towards the ceiling. About 9 o'clock Thorpe spoke the first word. "I'm stupid this evening, I'm afraid," he said, shaking himself. "Don't think on that account that I am not enjoying your dinner. I believe," he asserted earnestly, "that I never had such an altogether comfortable, happy evening before in my life." "I know," replied Wallace sympathetically. "It seems just now," went on Thorpe, sinking more luxuriously into his armchair, "that this living alone is living, to exist in an environment exquisitely toned. To eat, to drink, to smoke the best, not like a gourmand, but delicately as an artist would. It is the flower of our civilization." Wallace remembered the turmoil of the wilderness brook, the little birch knoll yellow in the evening glow, the mellow voice of the summer night crooning through the pines. But he had the rare tact to say nothing. "Did it ever occur to you that what you needed, when sort of tired out this way," he said abruptly after a moment, "is a woman to understand and sympathize? Wouldn't it have made this evening perfect to have seen opposite you a being whom you loved, who understood your moments of weariness as well as your moments of strength?" "No," replied Thorpe, stretching his arms over his head. "A woman would have talked. It takes a friend and a man to know when to keep silent for 3 straight hours." The waiter brought the bill on a tray, and Carpenter paid it. "Wallace," said Thorpe suddenly after a long interval, "we'll borrow enough by mortgaging our land to supply the working expenses. I suppose capital will have to investigate, and that'll take time. But I can begin to pick up a crew and make arrangements for transportation and supplies. You could let me have $1,000 on the new company's note for initial expenses. We'll draw up articles of partnership tomorrow." Chapter 25. Next day the articles of partnership were drawn, and Carpenter gave his note for the necessary expenses. Then, in answer to a penciled card which Mr. Morrison had evidently left at Thorpe's hotel room in person, both young men called at the lumberman's place of business. They were ushered immediately into the private office. Mr. Morrison was a smart little man with an ingratiating manner and a fishy eye. He greeted Thorpe with marked geniality. "My opponent of yesterday!" he cried jocularly. "Sit down, Mr. Thorpe. Although you did me out of some land I had made every preparation to purchase, I can't but admire your grit and resourcefulness. How did you get here ahead of us?" "I walked across the upper peninsula and caught a boat," replied Thorpe briefly. "Indeed, indeed!" replied Mr. Morrison, placing the tips of his fingers together. "Extraordinary! Well, Mr. Thorpe, you overreached us nicely, and I suppose we must pay for our carelessness. We must have that pine, even though we pay stumpage on it. Now, what would you consider a fair price for it?" "It is not for sale," answered Thorpe. "We'll waive all that. Of course it is to your interest to make difficulties, and run the price up as high as you can. But my time is somewhat occupied just at present, so I would be very glad to hear your top price. We'll come to an agreement afterwards." "You do not understand me, Mr. Morrison. I told you the pine is not for sale, and I mean it." "But surely what did you buy it for, then?" cried Mr. Morrison, with evidences of a growing excitement. "We intend to manufacture it." Mr. Morrison's fishy eyes nearly popped out of his head. He controlled himself with an effort. "Mr. Thorpe," said he, "let us try to be reasonable. Our case stands this way. We have gone to a great deal of expense on the Ossawinamakee in expectation of undertaking very extensive operations there. To that end we have cleared the stream, built 3 dams, and have laid the foundations of a harbor and boom. This has been very expensive. Now, your purchase includes most of what we had meant to log. You have, roughly speaking, about 300 millions in your holding, in addition to which there are several millions scattering near it, which would pay nobody but yourself to get in. Our holdings are further upstream, and comprise only about the equal of yours." 300 millions are not to be sneezed at, replied Thorpe. "Certainly not," agreed Morrison, suavely, gaining confidence from the sound of his own voice. "Not in this country. But you must remember that a man goes into the northern peninsula only because he can get something better there than here. When the firm of Morrison and Daly establishes itself now, it must be for the last time. We want enough timber to do us for the rest of the time we are in business." "In that case you will have to hunt up another locality," replied Thorpe calmly. Morrison's eyes flashed. But he retained his appearance of geniality, and appealed to Wallace Carpenter. "Then you will retain the advantage of our dams and improvements," said he. "Is that fair?" "No, not on the face of it," admitted Thorpe. "But you did your work in a navigable stream for private purposes, without the consent of the Board of Control. Your presence on the river is illegal. You should have taken out a charter as an improvement company. Then, as long as you tended to business and kept the concern in repair, we'd have paid you a toll per 1,000 feet. As soon as you let it slide, however, the works would revert to the state. I won't hinder your doing that yet, although I might. Take out your charter and fix your rate of toll." "In other words, you force us to stay there and run a little 2x4 improvement company for your benefit, or else lose the value of our improvements?" "Suit yourself," answered Thorpe carelessly. "You can always log your present holdings." "Very well," cried Morrison, so suddenly in a passion that Wallace started back. "It's war, and let me tell you this, young man. You're a new concern and we're an old one. We'll crush you like that." He crisped an envelope vindictively and threw it into the wastebasket. "Crush ahead," replied Thorpe with great good humor. "Good day, Mr. Morrison." And the two went out. Wallace was sputtering and trembling with nervous excitement. His was one of those temperaments which require action to relieve the stress of a stormy interview. He was brave enough, but he would always tremble in the presence of danger until the moment for striking arrived. He wanted to do something at once. "Hadn't we better see a lawyer?" he asked. "Oughtn't we to look out that they don't take some of our pie? Oughtn't we?" "You just leave all that to me," replied Thorpe. "The first thing we want to do is to rustle some money." "And you can leave that to me," echoed Wallace. "I know a little of such things, and I have business connections who know more. You just get the camp running." "I'll start for Bay City tonight," submitted Thorpe. "There ought to be a good lot of lumberjacks lying around idle at this time of the year, and it's a good place to outfit from because we can probably get freight rates direct by boat. We'll be a little late in starting, but we'll get in some logs this winter anyway." End of Part 2. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com. Part 3, The Blazing of the Trail, Chapters 26, 27, and 28, of The Blazed Trail by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 26. A lumbering town, after the drive, is a fearful thing. Men just off the river draw a deep breath and plunge into the wildest reactionary dissipation. In droves they invade the cities, wild, picturesque, lawless. As long as the money lasts, they blow it in. "Hot money," is the cry. "She's burnt holes in all my pockets already." The saloons are full, the gambling houses overflow, all the places of amusement or crime run full blast. A chip rests lightly on everyone's shoulder. Fights are as common as raspberries in August. Often one of these formidable men, his muscles toughened and quickened by the active, strenuous river work, will set out to take the town apart. For a time he leaves rack and ruin, black eyes and broken teeth behind him, until he meets a more redoubtable knocker, and is pounded and kicked into unconsciousness. Organized gangs go from house to house, forcing the peaceful inmates to drink from their bottles. Others take possession of certain sections of the street and resist à outrance the attempts of others to pass. Inoffensive citizens are stood on their heads or shaken upside down until the contents of their pockets rattle on the street. Parenthetically, these contents are invariably returned to their owners. The riverman's object is fun, not robbery. And if rip-roaring, swashbuckling, drunken glory is what he is after, he gets it. The trouble is that a whole winter's hard work goes in 2 or 3 weeks. The only redeeming feature is that he is never, in or out of his cups, afraid of anything that walks the earth. A man comes out of the woods or off the drive with $200 or $300, which he is only too anxious to throw away by the double handful. It follows naturally that a crew of sharpers are on hand to find out who gets it. They are a hard lot. Bold, unprincipled men, they too are afraid of nothing. Not even a drunken lumberjack, which is one of the most dangerous wild animals of the American fauna. Their business is to relieve the man of his money as soon as possible. They are experts at their business. The towns of Bay City and Saginaw alone in 1878 supported over 1,400 tough characters. Block after block was devoted entirely to saloons. In a radius of 300 feet from the famous old catacombs could be numbered 40 saloons, where drinks were sold by from 3 to 10 pretty waiter girls. When the boys struck town, the proprietors and waitresses stood in their doorways to welcome them. "Why, Jack," one would cry, "when did you drift in? Tickled to death to see you. Come in and have a drink. That your chum? Come in, old man, and have a drink. Never mind the pay. That's all right." And after the first drink, Jack, of course, had to treat, and then the chum. Or if Jack resisted temptation and walked resolutely on, one of the girls would remark audibly to another, "He ain't no lumberjack. You can see that easy 'nuff. He's just off the hay trail." 10 to 1 that brought him, for the woodsman is above all things proud and jealous of his craft. In the center of this whirlpool of iniquity stood the catacombs as the hub from which lesser spokes in the wheel radiated. Any old logger of the Saginaw Valley can tell you of the catacombs, just as any old logger of any other valley will tell you of the Pen, the White Row, the water streets of Alpena, Port Huron, Ludington, Muskegon, and a dozen other lumber towns. The Catacombs was a 3-story building. In the basement were vile, ill-smelling, ill-lighted dens, small, isolated, dangerous. The shanty boy, with a small stake, far gone in drunkenness, there tasted the last drop of wickedness, and thence was flung unconscious and penniless on the streets. A trap-door directly into the river accommodated those who were inconsiderate enough to succumb under rough treatment. The second story was given over to drinking. Polly Dickson there reigned supreme, an anomaly. She was as pretty and fresh and pure-looking as a child, and at the same time was one of the most ruthless and unscrupulous of the gang. She could at will exercise a fascination the more terrible in that it appealed at once to her victim's nobler instincts of reverence, his capacity for what might be called aesthetic fascination, as well as his passions. When she finally held him, she crushed him as calmly as she would a fly. 4 bars supplied the drinkables. Dozens of pretty waiter girls served the customers. A force of professional fighters was maintained by the establishment to preserve that degree of peace which should look to the preservation of mirrors and glassware. The third story contained a dance hall and a theater. The character of both would better be left to the imagination. Night after night during the season, this den ran at top steam. By midnight, when the orgy was at its height, the windows brilliantly illuminated, the various bursts of music, laughing, cursing, singing, shouting, fighting, breaking in turn or all together from its open windows, it was, as Jackson Hines once expressed to me, like hell let out for noon. The respectable elements of the towns were powerless. They could not control the elections. Their police would only have risked total annihilation by attempting a raid. At the first sign of trouble, they walked straightly into the paths of their own affairs, awaiting the time soon to come when, his stake blown in, the last bitter dregs of his pleasure gulped down, the shanty boy would again start for the woods. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27. Now in August, however, the first turmoil had died. The jam had boiled into town, taken it apart, and left the inhabitants to piece it together again as they could. The rear had not yet arrived. As a consequence, Thorpe found the city comparatively quiet. Here and there swaggered a strapping riverman, his small felt hat cocked aggressively over one eye, its brim curled up behind, a cigar stump protruding at an angle from beneath his sweeping mustache, his hands thrust into the pockets of his trousers, stagged off at the knee, the spikes of his river boots cutting little triangular pieces from the wooden sidewalk. His eye was aggressively humorous, and the smile of his face was a challenge. For in the last month he had faced almost certain death a dozen times a day. He had ridden logs down the rapids where a loss of balance meant in one instant a ducking and in the next a blow on the back from some following battering ram. He had tugged and strained and jerked with his peavey under a sheer wall of tangled timber 20 feet high, behind which pressed the full power of the freshet, only to jump with the agility of a cat from one bit of unstable footing to another when the first sharp crack warned him that he had done his work, and that the whole mass was about to break down on him like a wave on the shore. He had worked 14 hours a day in ice water, and had slept damp. He had pried at the key log in the rollways on the bank until the whole pile had begun to rattle down into the river like a cascade, and had jumped or ridden or even dived out of danger at the last second. In 100 passes he had juggled with death as a child plays with a rubber balloon. No wonder that he has brought to the town and his vices a little of the lofty bearing of an heroic age. No wonder that he fears no man, since nature's most terrible forces of the flood have hurled 1,000 weapons at him in vain. His muscles have been hardened, his eye is quick and sure, his courage is undaunted, and his movements are as quick and accurate as a panther's. Probably nowhere in the world is a more dangerous man of his hands than the riverman. He would rather fight than eat, especially when he is drunk, as, like the cowboy, he usually is when he gets into town. A history could be written of the feuds, the wars, the raids instituted by one camp or one town against another. The men would go in force sometimes to another city with the avowed purpose of cleaning it out. One battle I know of lasted nearly all night. Deadly weapons were almost never resorted to, unless indeed 180 pounds of muscle behind a fist hard as iron might be considered a deadly weapon. A man hard pressed by numbers often resorted to a billiard cue, or an axe, or anything else that happened to be handy, but that was an expedient called out by necessity. Knives or six-shooters implied a certain premeditation which was discountenanced. On the other hand, the code of fair fighting obtained hardly at all. The long spikes of river boots made an admirable weapon in the straight kick. I have seen men whose faces were punctured as thickly as though by smallpox, where the steel points had penetrated. In a free-for-all, knock-down and drag-out, kicking, gouging, and biting are all legitimate. Anything to injure the other man, provided always you do not knife him. And when you take half a dozen of these enduring, active, muscular, and fiery men, not one entertaining in his innermost heart the faintest hesitation or fear, and set them at each other with the lightning tirelessness of so many wildcats, you get as hard a fight as you could desire. And they seemed to like it. One old fellow, a good deal of a character in his way, used to be on the drive for a firm lumbering near Six Lakes. He was intensely loyal to his old fellows, and every time he got a little budge in him, he instituted a raid on the town owned by a rival firm. So frequent and so severe did these battles become that finally the men were informed that another such expedition would mean instant discharge. The rule had its effect. The raids ceased. But one day old Dan visited the saloon once too often. He became very warlike. The other men merely laughed, for they were strong enough themselves to recognize firmness in others, and it never occurred to them that they could disobey so absolute a command. So finally Dan started out quite alone. He invaded the enemy's camp, attempted to clean out the saloon with a billiard cue single-handed, was knocked down, and would have been kicked to death as he lay on the floor if he had not succeeded in rolling under the billiard table, where the men's boots could not reach him. As it was, his clothes were literally torn to ribbons, one eye was blackened, his nose broken, one ear hung to its place by a mere shred of skin, and his face and flesh were ripped and torn everywhere by the corks on the boots. Any but a riverman would have qualified for the hospital. Dan rolled to the other side of the table, made a sudden break, and escaped. But his fighting blood was not all spilled. He raided the butcher's shop, seized the big carving knife, and returned to the battlefield. The enemy decamped, rapidly, some of them through the window. Dan managed to get in but one blow. He ripped the coat down the man's back as neatly as though it had been done with shears, one clean straight cut from collar to bottom seam. A quarter of an inch nearer would have split the fellow's backbone. As it was, he escaped without even a scratch. Dan commandeered 2 bottles of whiskey, and, gory and wounded as he was, took up the 6-mile tramp home, bearing the knife over his shoulders as a banner of triumph. Next morning, weak from the combined effects of war and whiskey, he reported to headquarters. "What is it, Dan?" asked the old fellow, without turning. "I come to get my time," replied the riverman humbly. "What for?" inquired the lumberman. "I have been over to Howard City," confessed Dan. The owner turned and looked him over. "They sort of got ahead of me a little," explained Dan sheepishly. The lumberman took stock of the old man's cuts and bruises, and turned away to hide a smile. "I guess I'll let you off this trip," said he. "Go to work when you can. I don't believe you'll go back there again." "No, sir," replied Dan humbly. And so the life of alternate work and pleasure, both full of personal danger, develops in time a class of men whose like is to be found only among the cowboys, scouts, trappers, and Indian fighters of our other frontiers. The moralist will always hold up the hands of horror at such types. The philosopher will admire them as the last incarnation of the heroic age when the man is bigger than his work. Soon the factories, the machines, the mechanical structures and constructions, the various branches of cooperation will produce quasi-automatically institutions evidently more important than the genius or force of any one human being. The personal element will have become nearly eliminated. In the woods and on the frontiers still are many whose powers are greater than their works, whose fame is greater than their deeds. They are men, powerful, virile, even brutal at times, but magnificent with the strength of courage and resource. All this may seem a digression from the thread of our tale, but as a matter of fact it is necessary that you understand the conditions of the time and place in which Harry Thorpe had set himself the duty of success. He had seen too much of incompetent labor to be satisfied with anything but the best. Although his ideas were not as yet formulated, he hoped to be able to pick up a crew of first-class men from those who had come down with the advance or jam of the spring's drive. They should have finished their orgies by now, and, empty of pocket, should be found hanging about the boarding houses and the quieter saloons. Thorpe intended to offer good wages for good men. He would not need more than 20 at first, for during the approaching winter he purposed to log on a very small scale indeed. The time for expansion would come later. With this object in view, he set out from his hotel about 7:30 on the day of his arrival, to cruise about in the lumberjack district already described. The hotel clerk had obligingly given him the names of a number of the quieter saloons, where the boys hung out between bursts of prosperity. In the first of these Thorpe was helped materially in his vague and uncertain quest by encountering an old acquaintance. From the sidewalk he heard the vigorous sounds of a one-sided altercation, punctuated by frequent bursts of quickly silenced laughter. Evidently some one was very angry, and the rest amused. After a moment Thorpe imagined he recognized the excited voice, so he pushed open the swinging screen door and entered. The place was typical. Across one side ran the hardwood bar with footrest, and little towels hung in metal clasps under its edge. Behind it was a long mirror, a symmetrical pile of glasses, a number of plain or ornamental bottles, and a miniature keg or so of porcelain containing the finer whiskies and brandies.
The barkeeper drew beer from two pumps immediately in front of him, and rinsed glasses in some sort of a sink under the edge of the bar. The center of the room was occupied by a tremendous stove, capable of burning whole logs of cordwood. A stovepipe led from the stove here and there in wire suspension to a final exit near the other corner. On the wall were two sporting chromos and a good variety of lithographed calendars and illuminating tin signs advertising beer and spirits. The floor was liberally sprinkled with damp sawdust, and was occupied, besides the stove, by a number of wooden chairs and a single round table. The latter, a clumsy, heavy affair beyond the strength of an ordinary man, was being deftly interposed between himself and the attacks of the possessor of the angry voice by a gigantic young riverman in the conventional stagged, i.e., chopped-off trousers, cork shoes, and broad belt typical of his craft. In the aggressor, Thorpe recognized old Jackson Hines. "Damn you!" cried the old man, qualifying the oath. "Let me get at you, you great big sock stealer! I'll make you hop high! I'll snatch you bald-headed so quick that you'll think you never had any hair!" "I'll settle with you in the morning, Jackson," laughed the riverman. "You want to eat a good breakfast then, because you won't have no appetite for dinner." The men roared with encouraging calls. The riverman put on a ludicrous appearance of offended dignity. "Oh, you needn't swell up like a poisoned pup!" cried old Jackson plaintively, ceasing his attacks from sheer weariness. "You know you're as safe as a cow tied to a brick wall, behind that table." Thorpe seized the opportunity to approach. "Hello, Jackson," said he. The old man peered at him out of the blur of his excitement. "Don't you know me?" inquired Thorpe. "Them lamps gives 'bout as much light as a piece of chalk," complained Jackson testily. "Knows you? You bet I do. How are you, Harry? Where you been keepin' yourself? You look 'bout as fat as a stall-fed knittin' needle." "I've been landlooking in the Upper Peninsula," explained Thorpe. "On the Ossawinamakee, up in Marquette country." "Sure," commented Jackson in wonder. "Way up there where the moon changes?" "It's a fine country," went on Thorpe so everyone could hear, "with a great cutting of white pine. It runs as high as 1,200,000 to the 40 sometimes." "Trees clean and free of limbs?" asked Jackson. "They're as good as the stuff over on 17. You remember that?" "Clean as a baby's leg," agreed Jackson. "Have a glass of beer?" asked Thorpe. "Dry as a tobacco box," confessed Hines. "Have something, the rest of you?" invited Thorpe. So they all drank. On a sudden inspiration, Thorpe resolved to ask the old man's advice as to crew and horses. It might not be good for much, but it would do no harm. Jackson listened attentively to the other's brief recital. "Why don't you see Tim Shearer? He ain't doing nothing since the jam came down," was his comment. "Isn't he with the M&D people?" asked Thorpe. "Nope. Quit." "How's that?" "Count on Morrison. Morrison he comes up to run things some. He does. Tim, he's getting the drive in shape, and he don't want to be bothered. But old Morrison, he's as busy as hell beating tan bark. Finally Tim he calls him. 'Look here, Mr. Morrison,' says he, 'I'm running this drive. If I don't get her there, all right, you can give me my time. Till then, you ain't got nothing to say.' Well, that makes the old fellow as sore as a scalded pup. He's used to bossing clerks and such things, and don't have much of an idea of lumberjacks. He has big ideas of respect, so he calls Tim dignified like. Tim did hit him, but I guess he felt like the man who met the bear without any weapon. Even a newspaper would have come handy. He hands in his time to once and quits. Since then he's been mad as a barkeep with a lead quarter, which ain't unusual for Tim. He's been filing his teeth for M&D right along. Something behind it all, I reckon." "Where'll I find him?" asked Thorpe. Jackson gave the name of a small boarding house. Shortly after, Thorpe left him to amuse the others with his unique conversation, and hunted up Shearer's stopping place. Chapter 27. Chapter 28. The boarding house proved to be of the typical lumberjack class. A narrow stoop, a hallway and stairs in the center, and an office and bar on either side. Shearer and a half dozen other men about his own age sat, their chairs on two legs, and their cork boots on the rounds of the chairs, smoking placidly in the tepid evening air. The light came from inside the building, so that while Thorpe was in plain view, he could not make out which of the dark figures on the piazza was the man he wanted. He approached and attempted an identifying scrutiny.
The men, with the taciturnity of their class in the presence of a stranger, said nothing. "Well, bub," finally drawled a voice from the corner, "blowed that stake you made out of Radway yet?" "That you, Shearer?" inquired Thorpe, advancing. "You're the man I'm looking for." "You've found me," replied the old man dryly. Thorpe was requested elaborately to shake hands with the owners of 6 names. Then he had a chance to intimate quietly to Shearer that he wanted a word with him, alone. The riverman rose silently and led the way up the straight, uncarpeted stairs, along a narrow, uncarpeted hall, to a square, uncarpeted bedroom. The walls and ceiling of this apartment were of unpainted plain pine. It contained a cheap bureau, 1 chair, and a bed and washstand to match the bureau. Shearer lit the lamp and sat on the bed. "What is it?" he asked. "I have a little pine up in the northern peninsula within walking distance of Marquette," said Thorpe, "and I want to get a crew of about 20 men. It occurred to me that you might be willing to help me." The riverman frowned steadily at his interlocutor from under his bushy brows. "How much pine you got?" he asked finally. "About 300 millions," replied Thorpe quietly. The old man's blue eyes fixed themselves with unwavering steadiness on Thorpe's face. "You're jobbing some of it, eh?" he submitted finally as the only probable conclusion. "Do you think you know enough about it? Who does it belong to?" "It belongs to a man named Carpenter and myself." The riverman pondered this slowly for an appreciable interval, and then shot out another question. "How'd you get it?" Thorpe told him simply, omitting nothing except the name of the firm up river. When he had finished, Shearer evinced no astonishment nor approval. "You done well," he commented finally. Then, after another interval, "Have you found out who was the men stealing the pine?" "Yes," replied Thorpe quietly. "It was Morrison and Daly." The old man flickered not an eyelid. He slowly filled his pipe and lit it. "I'll get you a crew of men," said he, "if you'll take me as foreman." "But it's a little job at first," protested Thorpe. "I only want a camp of 20. It wouldn't be worth your while." "That's my lookout. I'll take the job," replied the logger grimly. "You got 300 million there, ain't you? And you're going to cut it. It ain't such a small job." Thorpe could hardly believe his good fortune in having gained so important a recruit. With a practical man as foreman, his mind would be relieved of a great deal of worry over unfamiliar detail. He saw at once that he would himself be able to perform all the duties of scaler, keeping in touch with the needs of the camp, and supervise the campaign. Nevertheless, he answered the older man's glance with one as keen, and said, "Look here, Shearer, if you take this job, we may as well understand each other at the start. This is going to be my camp, and I'm going to be boss. I don't know much about logging, and I shall want you to take charge of all that, but I shall want to know just why you do each thing, and if my judgment advises otherwise, my judgment goes. If I want to discharge a man, he walks without any question. I know about what I shall expect of each man, and I intend to get it out of him. And in questions of policy, mine is the say-so every trip. Now, I know you're a good man, one of the best there is, and I presume I shall find your judgment the best, but I don't want any mistakes to start with. If you want to be my foreman on those terms, just say so, and I'll be tickled to death to have you." For the first time, the lumberman's face lost, during a single instant, its mask of immobility. His steel blue eyes flashed. His mouth twitched with some strong emotion. For the first time, too, he spoke without his contemplative pause of preparation. "That's the way to talk!" he cried. "Go with you? Well, I should rise to remark. You're the boss, and I always said it. I'll get you a gang of bully boys that will roll logs till there's skating in hell." Thorpe left, after making an appointment at his own hotel for the following day, more than pleased with his luck. Although he had by now fairly good and practical ideas in regard to the logging of a bunch of pine, he felt himself to be very deficient in the details. In fact, he anticipated his next step with shaky confidence. He would now be called upon to buy 4 or 5 teams of horses and enough feed to last them the entire winter. He would have to arrange for provisions in abundance and variety for his men. He would have to figure on blankets, harness, cook camp utensils, stoves, blacksmith tools, iron, axes, chains, cant hooks,
van goods, pails, lamps, oil, matches, all sorts of hardware, in short, all the 1,001 things from needles to court plaster of which a self-sufficing community might come in need. And he would have to figure out his requirements for the entire winter. After navigation closed, he could import nothing more. How could he know what to buy? How many barrels of flour? How much coffee, raisins, baking powder, soda, pork, beans, dried apples, sugar, nutmeg, pepper, salt, crackers, molasses, ginger, lard, tea, cornbread, catsup, mustard, to last 20 men 5 or 6 months? How could he be expected to think of each item of a list of 200, the lack of which meant measureless bother, and the desirability of which suggested itself only when the necessity arose? It is easy, when the mind is occupied with multitudinous detail, to forget simple things like brooms or iron shovels. With Tim Shearer to help his inexperience, he felt easy. He knew he could attend to advantageous buying, and to making arrangements with the steamship line to Marquette for the landing of his goods at the mouth of the Ossawinamakee. Deep in these thoughts, he wandered on at random. He suddenly came to himself in the toughest quarter of Bay City. Through the summer night shrilled the sound of cachinations painted to the colors of mirth. A cheap piano rattled and thumped through an open window. Men's and women's voices mingled in rising and falling gradations of harshness. Lights streamed irregularly across the dark. Thorpe became aware of a figure crouched in the doorway, almost at his feet. The sill lay in shadow, so the bulk was lost, but the flickering rays of a distant street lamp threw into relief the highlights of a violin and a head. The face upturned to him was thin and white and wolfish under a broad white brow. Dark eyes gleamed at him with the expression of a fierce animal. Across the forehead ran a long but shallow cut from which blood dripped. The creature clasped both arms around a violin. He crouched there and stared up at Thorpe, who stared down at him. "What's the matter?" asked the latter finally. The creature made no reply, but drew his arms closer about his instrument and blinked his wolf eyes. Moved by some strange, half-tolerant whim of compassion, Thorpe made a sign to the unknown to rise. "Come with me," said he, "and I'll have your forehead attended to." The wolf eyes gleamed into his with a sudden savage concentration. Then their owner obediently arose. Thorpe now saw that the body before him was of a crippled, short-legged, hunchbacked, long-armed, pigeon-breasted. The large head sat strangely top-heavy between even the broad shoulders. It confirmed the hopeless but sullen despair that brooded on the white countenance. At the hotel, Thorpe, examining the cut, found it more serious in appearance than in reality. With a few pieces of sticking plaster, he drew its edges together. Then he attempted to interrogate his find. "What is your name?" he asked. "Phil." "Phil what?" Silence. "How did you get hurt?" No reply. "Were you playing your fiddle in one of those houses?" The cripple nodded slowly. "Are you hungry?" asked Thorpe with a sudden thoughtfulness. "Yes," replied the cripple, with a lightning gleam in his wolf eyes. Thorpe rang the bell. To the boy who answered it he said, "Bring me half a dozen beef sandwiches and a glass of milk, and be quick about it." "Do you play the fiddle much?" continued Thorpe. The cripple nodded again. "Let's hear what you can do." "They cut my strings!" cried Phil with a passionate wail. The cry came from the heart, and Thorpe was touched by it. The price of strings was evidently a big sum. "I'll get you more in the morning," said he. "Would you like to leave Bay City?" "Yes!" cried the boy with passion. "You would have to work. You would have to be chore boy in a lumber camp, and play fiddle for the men when they wanted you to." "I'll do it," said the cripple. "Are you sure you could? You will have to split all the wood for the men, the cook, and the office. You will have to draw the water, and fill the lamps, and keep the camps clean. You will be paid for it, but it is quite a job. And you would have to do it well. If you do not do it well, I would discharge you." "I will do it," repeated the cripple with a shade more earnestness. "All right, then I'll take you," replied Thorpe. The cripple said nothing, nor moved a muscle of his face, but the gleam of the wolf faded to give place to the soft, affectionate glow seen in the eyes of a setter dog. Thorpe was startled at the change. A knock announced the sandwiches and milk. The cripple fell upon them with both hands in a sudden ecstasy of hunger. When he had finished, he looked again at Thorpe, and this time there were tears in his eyes. A little later Thorpe interviewed the proprietor of the hotel. "I wish you'd give this boy a good cheap room, and charge his keep to me," said he. "He's going north with me." Phil was led away by the irreverent porter, hugging tightly his unstrung violin to his bosom. Thorpe lay awake for some time after retiring. Phil claimed a share of his thoughts. Thorpe's winter in the woods had impressed upon him that a good cook and a fiddler will do more to keep men contented than high wages and easy work. So his protection of the cripple was not entirely disinterested. But his imagination persisted in occupying itself with the boy. What terrible life of want and vicious associates had he led in this terrible town? What treatment could have lit that wolf gleam in his eyes? What hell had he inhabited that he was so eager to get away? In an hour or so he dozed. He dreamed that the cripple had grown to enormous proportions and was overshadowing his life. A slight noise outside his bedroom door brought him to his feet. He opened the door and found that in the stillness of the night the poor deformed creature had taken the blankets from his bed and had spread them across the door sill of the man who had befriended him. End of chapter 28. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com.